Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Hope that this live stream finds you very well. Tonight we're about to get into the next section of the Cosmic Doctrine. This is going to be a great presentation for you tonight. If you enjoyed last week, this one's going to be even better. Not just because I'm going to make it awesome, but the content gets even deeper. And the more that you understand about what Dion Fortune is explaining here, the better you're going to understand all aspects of spirituality. So, as usual, let me know if the audio is coming through clear or if there's any technical difficulties on your side. Peace, peace to all my favorite people. All right. One person at least. Let me know if the audio's coming through fine. Then we can begin. I'm sure it's good.
Bends through Crystal Seeker. Within the unicorn circle, every facet is revealed. Listen.
I am listening.
Speak the hidden name with me.
Alien.
Let it carve itself into your spirit.
I feel it shining.
You have received the mark. Go now through the door of light. Carry the Cosmic Doctrine into the worlds that sleep, and carry the Cosmic Doctrine to all who dream.
I will speak the pattern until it takes root.
Then rise, messenger.
Carry the pattern into the waking world.
I was told to bring the doctrine to those who dream.
Someone has been waiting. The doctrine always calls its next voice.
I saw you in a dream. You said there would be pages that teach themselves.
Then you've already begun to learn.
$75, $66, $76, $17, $17, $78, $17.
It remembers. Each sign is a memory returning home.
Then
Glyph, this is real.
and the light, it's alive?
It's what we are when we stop forgetting. Between teachings, there is listening. Between words, rhythm still breathing. Between teachings. A rhythm still breathing.
All right. Cosmic Doctrine. We begin the book study. My Gnosis, peace, sticking and moving. Welcome. Ashley B, peace to you. As always, Alfred X, peace and greetings, my friend. Peace and greetings. Monica Lawan, good evening. 9 Volta, peace. Gordius Seer of Bonds, peace and greetings. Doug VT, peace. Mayotte Mystic, welcome. 9 Volta, welcome to everybody. So it seems like got too much going on. My computer's wanting to get a little choppy and slow. Might be time for an upgrade. With that being said, once this thing gets back to normal, we'll start this process. Whoa. Okay. So looks like I was able to come back in. Crazy. See, usually you can't do this. I was able to restart my whole computer and still come back. All right. Well, anyways, enough time has passed. Let's jump into this text, shall we? Let's jump into this text. Thank you for bearing with me. I appreciate that. Technical difficulties, you know how it is out here. But we made it. Yeah, homie, we made it. Just one more time. We coming through clear? Microphone good? Alright, shit. Okay, Cosmic Puzzle Piece says mic is good. 9 Volta says mic is very low. Ashley says mic is low. Which one now? Which one now? All right, well, I'm going to go with the sounds good. Oh, I got to re-upload my slides and everything. Beautiful. All right, so before we begin, let's go ahead and do a review on what we covered last week. So, Cosmic Doctrine Session 1 review. Last week, we began our journey into the Cosmic Doctrine, this mystical training manual for the mind. And as she said at the very beginning of the book, the images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. Right? So this isn't a book of information. This is a book to train your consciousness to think in cosmic patterns. This is important because if you want to understand the true nature of reality, right? What is above and beyond and metaphysical, meta to the illusion, and you've got to think differently. You got to think outside of the human mind. So that's what this book is about, training you how to do that. The nature of this text, right? These images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. Dion Fortune tells us the teachings aren't meant to be believed. They're not even meant to be memorized. These are symbolic exercises that reshape how the mind perceives reality. And as someone who is a very arduous student of Dion Fortune, I can attest that this very book alone has most definitely reshaped how I conceptualize occult principles, right? Just the concepts of the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not can reveal so much to you, especially when you pair that with what's taught in the Vedic understandings about the gunas and the elements, right? All that good stuff. So we went through the Millennium Preface, preface, and that's where Gareth Knight told us that diagrams, the metaphors, the paradoxes, all of these are tools. Book, you meditate on it. This is it right here. This is it right here. So Dion Fortune's role as a scribe, that the material, she describes herself as a stenographer of higher minds, one who builds images in the consciousness before translating them into words. Let me know if it gets better here. I hear that we're cutting out a little bit. All kind of technical difficulties. Mercury must be sipping Gatorade right now. We're do you think? Let me know if it's better. The communicating entity speaks. The process is akin to algebraic symbols. In Introduction 2, the inner teacher clarifies the purpose. We're learning a language of movement, not metaphysics. These symbols awaken the intuitive mind, the part that understands through rhythm, not through reason. What we learned from the introductions, training text, right? This is a training text, not a theology. New faculties. Reading this builds new faculties of thought. Living seeds. Symbols act like living seeds within the consciousness. Once again, the Vedic yoga information told us this about the seed sound, the Bij mantras. These seeds are planted in the consciousness, and something grows when these seeds are nurtured. Contemplation. Understanding unfolds through repeated contemplation, not analysis. So even though we are logically breaking down this content, understand that the real magic happens when you contemplate. It's great to break down the information logically, but I want you to please understand that that is not the entirety of the work, right? That is not the entirety of the work. I'll say that again. Breaking down this information logically is not the entirety of the work. The work is done in contemplation, in meditation, in processing this information, digesting it with your astral body, with your mental body, with your soul, and with your spirit. That's where the work is done. The physical plane is going to be physical and do what it does. Contemplate the info. Contemplate the info. So, chapter 1, that's where we really left off last week, the first manifestation. Here we witness the birth of movement. The birth of movement. I love this book. If you can grasp that ring chaos, ring cosmos, ring pass not, I'm telling you, so many more things will start to make sense. So in chapter 1, we witness the birth of movement, the primal stirring of the infinite. Space itself begins to rotate upon an axis, creating the foundation of all later form. One of the cool things that this book taught me how to do was to conceptualize without seeing anything. We're so used to using our imagination to see stuff, right? You want to see light exploding. You want to see galaxies swirling. Like, you want to see all that stuff when you think about this. But to get really, really close to and true to what she's talking about here, there is nothing happening in these higher planes, not something that you can see. So it's like this book is literally training you how to sense and perceive. I want to say energy, but this is even pre that. This is before energy, right? We're talking about some primordial stuff, some triple black stuff, right? The stuff that our favorite master teachers used to attempt to describe to us, knowing damn well 99% of the audience didn't get it. It was for us in the future to understand as we expanded our awareness. So when we talk about these concepts, know that for half of this book, we're not even talking about anything physical or anything that you can see. So you're perceiving raw concepts. That's got to be understood in case you don't already. So movement is the first law, and as a key, right? If you have studied Kabbalah, you know that one of the names and labels for Kether is the first whirlings, right? The primordial whirlings. So the whirlings of Kether is a after effect of what's going on in this book. When we study the mystical Kabbalah, that's like part 2. That's the sequel. This is the prequel. Movement is the first law. Movement is that masculine principle. The first act of creation isn't sound or light. It's motion. And hell, even in the Bible says that God moved upon the waters before he said, "Let there be light." Before he said, right? He moved upon the waters. So the first act of creation isn't sound, it isn't light, it's motion. That motion establishes direction, polarity, rhythm. Direction, right? That's where you're going. Polarity, that's your two extremes, your duality, and rhythm. That's your Trinity. So right there, you got your 1, your 2, and your 3. Your direction, that's moving forth. Polarity, now that space has moved forth, we have polarity. This is where the principle of polarity, gender, all the dualities come into play. Because if there's movement, there's point A and there's point B. That's your polarity, right? And rhythm. Rhythm is when that movement of polarity gets locked into a phase. So if you can imagine a sine wave going up and then going down, and then it repeats up and down. At some point when it repeats, that's a cycle, that's a loop, that's the rhythm, that's the third principle. So we go from the motion, it creates direction, then polarity, and then rhythm. That's your 1, 2, 3, that's your Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, right? That's your generator, operator, destroyer, that's your upper triad, that's your primordial triple black. That is the foundational code of existence. There's nothing else. Everything else is an imaginary fantasy, and it's fun, and it's a game, and it's a play. But the base source code are those 3. The 3 fundamental qualities, that's why they call them fundamental, that give rise to structure and consciousness. The ring cosmos and the ring chaos. Oops. The ring cosmos and the ring chaos. Ring cosmos is order, it's cohesion, it's evolution. The ring chaos is diffusion, release, regression. There's our polarity, right? First there was motion, there was stirring, there was whirling, and these 2 extremes were created. This is your good and evil. Remember she talked about that? Now notice, there's no body here. There's no thing here. It's pure movement. So when we say good and evil at the fundamental level, we're not talking about a god and a devil, right? We're not talking about somebody's team to be on. We're talking about 2 motions. One motion is a word towards uncreation. Neither of them are superior to the other. You only think the truth is more likely that the good is to be unmanifest. Understand that. Please understand that. Good and evil do not exist as you've been taught. They exist as cosmic principles. If you don't know, now you know. 2 opposing yet complementary movements. Together they form the dual pulse of the internet. Excuse me, of the universe. The ring pass not. Now here's the third aspect. Here's that Trinity. Here's that firmament of existence. I love the concept of the ring pass not. Between the cosmos and the chaos lies the ring pass not. The boundary of awareness. It's the first appearance of self-awareness, the membrane that distinguishes within from without. This is your sattvic principle. This is your Vishnu, the sustainer, right? If we go back one slide, ring cosmos, that's your Brahma, your creator. The ring chaos, that's your Shiva, the destroyer, your Kali, right? So there's positive and negative right there, masculine and feminine right there. And then you get the sattvic aspect, which contains them both. You see that? That's the sattvic aspect that contains it both. So neither chaos or destruction can leave the ring pass not. It doesn't exist outside of the ring pass not. It has no effect outside of the ring pass not. Kind of like how at your job you might be employee of the week or employee of the month, and all the management pretends like they like you a lot, and you get your plaque on the wall and you look real good at the job, but as soon as you clock out and leave that store, your employee of the month plaque doesn't mean anything to anybody. Nobody cares. It has no bearing whatsoever on the rest of the world. Just like this ring pass not. It doesn't matter what happens inside the ring cosmos or ring chaos. It doesn't exist outside of the ring pass not. Likewise, this existence, this incarnation, this manifestation of yours does not matter once your body dies. Once your body dies and your ego and your mind and your memory and all that shit dissolves, it's as if it never happened. Now, that shouldn't be something to feel bad about. That should be something to celebrate. Remember the ancient Kemet philosophy, the ancient Egyptian mythology, where Maat weighs your heart against your feather, and you get the 42 negative confessions. I have not stole my neighbor's goat. I have not coveted my neighbor's wife. I have not killed. That's not talking about stuff that you did with your body and your thoughts. That is a test of whether or not you acknowledge that you were never in the matrix in the first place. Because if you don't understand that, you'll continue until you do. Let's continue. The law of direction, forward motion, evolution and advancement, backward motion, return and reflection, tension, polarity held in harmony. Every motion moves forward and backward at once. That includes time, don't it? This is the root of polarity, karma, and the rhythm of evolution. The universe advances through opposing currents held in tension. Balance is not stillness, it's motion and harmony. So that's how we can perceptualize the triple blackness of space. It's not stillness. Everything is moving down to the tiniest conceptual particle, but it's moving in such a pristine, perfect harmony. The only reason that existence happens is because that harmony was upset. And that small upset turned into this whole cavalcade of structure. Order from chaos. Chaos is first, then order, right? Darkness is first, then light comes out of it, right? Pure peace, the zone says, doesn't our soul development live on Atman reincarnating? Well, that's the thing. The soul is already perfect. Atman is already perfect. So there's no development needed for the soul or for Atman. Not at the highest level, right? This development and stuff is under the illusion of time. Time and space are for the incarnated realm. It's for the physical body. It's for the Annamaya Kosha. And you could say the Pranamaya Kosha. It's for the lower self. But the closer you get to the unity, to the higher levels, there's no evolution. There's no development. There's no movement. Everything is, it's like a DVD, right? You got a DVD on your shelf. When you pull out that case, you open up that package, you got that DVD, the whole movie is contained inside that DVD. Then you put it into the DVD player, that's time and space. And you have to go through the movie one scene at a time. One scene at a time. And it looks as if everything's happening. Everything's going through the motion. But when you take that DVD out, it's all contained into that disc. That's what the soul is. The soul contains past, present, future, and all potentialities. The soul contains your multiverses, all the different choices that fragmented and branched off into different universes. That's what your soul is. That's what your soul is. And depending on the type of energy that you circulate, your emotional repetition, right? The pranic body, the pranamaya kosha, depending on what you do with your physical body and all that other stuff, that's going to determine which of those alternate reality timelines that you're on. There is no base reality. There's no base reality. Your base reality is the soul, which is all of them put together. So, the psychological mirror. These rings live within you. The creative drive, which is the drive to create and build. The dissolving urge, which is the urge to dissolve and retreat. The mediating awareness, the awareness that mediates between them. The function of the doctrine. Fortune reminds us you are not learning about the universe. You are learning to think like the universe. You see that? You're learning to think in spirals, in loops, in coils, in curves, not in straight lines. You're learning to think like the universe. The doctrine reshapes the mind to reflect the rhythm of the logos. To understand is to move with the pattern. To move with the pattern. The eternal current. Space set in motion flows forever. Once movement begins, it cannot cease. Every motion, thought, action, or emotion leaves a current that continues to ripple through space and time. This is the origin of memory and karma. That right there is the origin of memory and karma. The secret of creation. Creation is not a one-time act. It's a perpetual motion. It's an infinite conversation between order and chaos, structure and release, form and void. The universe breathes through polarity. So the core lesson from session 1 from last week, right? This is a recap so we can catch up and keep it moving right along. 1, this is a training, not a teaching. The Cosmic Doctrine trains, not teaches. 2, movement first. The universe begins with movement, not matter. Duality creates awareness. Duality, which is cosmos and chaos, creates awareness, which is the past not. That's your 3 gunas. That's your triple blackness. That is the foundation of existence, y'all. It's not based on good and evil. That's a simple take. That's a caveman take. That's a kindergarten take. It's not about good and evil. It's a trinity. Positive, negative, and neutral. Rhythmic balance. All creation is rhythmic balance. You are the rhythm. You are that rhythm in miniature. And so is everything else. The student is the cosmos learning to think. Right? Is bigger and is deeper than the limited history that you believe. Remember, your history goes back to infinity. It doesn't go back, if you're dark skinned, your history doesn't go back to slavery, right? Your history doesn't go back to being a caveman. Your history doesn't go back to whatever you think it does. It goes further and deeper. It goes before human, right? What you actually are, if you choose to accept, is primordial. Your history, your existence is before human. It's before earth. It's before the sun, right? It's before all gods and goddesses. Your history goes back so far. You've got to connect to that. Like I said, if you choose to accept, you can keep the notion that your history began in 1776 or 15 or whatever, right? You might think that your history began in the Chinese Empire. Who knows? Who cares? All of it is a lie. All of it is a lie. Your history is before time. It's before space. All right, so symbolic practice, right? Real quick, just contemplate this. Every thought you repeat sets space in motion. Every thought you repeat, it moves space. Every habit that you have is a vortex. If you took my class about elemental magic, you know that. Every habit pattern is crystallized into an how do you behave? Do your habits control you? Do your addictions, your compulsions, the beast control you? Are you addicted to beast stuff, compulsions? Do you not have the ability to say no when the beast says, hey, let's go do this, right? Are you the master of this, or does it master you? Every habit has a vortex. Every prayer is a current that flows out forever. Every single thing that you say, do, think, and feel continues to echo and radiate into existence. That's it. You are responsible for the geometry of your own mind. Repeat after me. I control the context. I control the context. Did you say it? Or are you scared? Or do you not believe that you control the context? Perhaps you believe the context controls you. You think that you're a product of your own environment. Not my circus. So reflective exercise. In meditation, imagine a sphere of infinite darkness. A single point begins to move. And from that motion, light is born. Now from that light, awareness awakens. This is the first manifestation, and it happens within you. It happens within you. Closing insights. Remember the three rings formula. You now understand the three rings as the first formula of being. That's the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring asteroids. Reenactment. Every act of awareness is a reenactment of the first manifestation. I want you to think about that sentence right there. Every act of awareness is a reenactment of the first manifestation. And I want you to understand what magic really is. As above, so below. Echoing cosmic principles, right? Same fantasy, the same mythology, the same cosplay, the same make-believe and video game stuff. This is what it is. And it doesn't matter if you wear a black robe or have crystals and candles, you're reenacting cosmic movement in your everyday life. The question is, what are you reenacting? You reenacting some bullshit, or are you reenacting harmony, sattva? Right? What are we doing? You are responsible. You, nobody else. Foundation. The rest of the doctrine builds upon this pattern. This is why I'm doing everything I can to really make sure that you understand this, or at least I hope that you do. Because everything else moving forward is built on this. Everything else is built on this. So here we go. We move deeper into the first Trinity. We're going to move into the building and evolution of the atom and the genesis of a solar system. So look, I hope that you're free tonight. Chances are we're going to be here for a little while. If you're a spiritual student, then I promise you this will be worth your time. If you're somebody who is here to be entertained, you might get some entertainment, right? But if you're somebody who has to work or do something else, you can always check the replay. And I'd like to remind you again, the link to the slides that I'm going to be presenting here, you can click on the description and you'll see a link for the Google Drive. Download these slides, go over them in your free time, and really lock this information. This is by far, top 3 of the most powerful cult pieces of knowledge that I have ever studied. And I know that if you get this information, you will bypass so much ignorance and this will become clear to you. Right? If you study this information and understand it, you will bypass so much ignorance and waste of time. This ain't nothing to do with, I just feel, it's just my opinion. This ain't nothing like that. We getting down to the nitty gritty. All right. So prepare to witness how motion becomes memory, how memory becomes matter, and how consciousness learns to command its own laws. To master motion is to master creation. And that's what we're doing right here. So, without further ado, let's get to chapter 2. The first Trinity. The first Trinity. Right, Tony says cutting up again. Are we still chopping up or are we good? Shamita Nicole, peace and welcome. Choppy, choppy, choppy. I sure wish I knew what was causing that. I sure wish I knew what was causing that. Peace and greetings, Rosa Flame. Welcome. A little choppy, huh? All right, well, I wonder if it's the music. Maybe I'll turn the music down. I just turned the music down. How's this now? Is it less choppy or are we still doing that choppy shit? Chapter 2, the first Trinity. You have found, no doubt, that the teaching is abstruse and unfamiliar. Believe me, it is more difficult to give than to receive. For that which is described so greatly transcends the condition upon which language has been built up, that the very images have to be built in your consciousness before they can be evoked by any spoken word. I love that line, right? I had to highlight it because that's what I see reflected. The more advanced information you get, it's very simple, actually, right? Advanced occult information is actually very simple. It's not difficult or complex. The issue is that the average person doesn't have the interior library of correspondences to have conversation about this, right? The average person doesn't have a fully fleshed out library of correspondences to use to have a good conversation or a good discussion about this abstract information. So like she says here, you literally have to build up the library. You've got to build up in your consciousness the images to even start to begin talking about this. It's just like if you were to speak another language, right? You don't go to China and speak Chinese. You got to look at the symbols. You got to hear the words. You got to apply a concept to the letters. You got to put it all together. And then once you start to get a grasp of the language, now you can start to talk to people who speak Chinese. And then over years, you develop a certain fluency. And over even more years, you develop a mastery over it, right? So that's how the process works. Most people, right, 99% of people in this world are not looking for the cosmic doctrine. They're not looking for Kabbalah. Hell, most of them are scared of magic and the occult. They say, that's demonic. You'll see somebody in the chat pop up and say, this is evil, this is demonic, right? So most people, they don't have the library of correspondences to make a discussion about this. So what she says here is, no doubt you found this information abstruse and unfamiliar, alien even. Believe me, it is more difficult to give than to receive. And I understand what she means, because you've got to break the information down into regular terms just for somebody else to follow it, what you're talking about. She says, for that which is described so greatly transcends the condition upon which language has been built up. What we're talking about transcends the actual language, right? So much so that the very images have to be built in your consciousness before they can be evoked by any spoken word. You have to conceive of the cosmos in its primal aspect as consisting of 3 spinning movements. All that is nothing but movement. Movement in space, pure movement. For the prime movement, which gives rise to all that is, commences. But it commences before there is anything to move. So you get that? This movement is happening before there is anything to move. So it's pure movement. There's no thing. We're not picturing a thing. The cosmos then is bounded by that movement, which is called the ring pass not. So there's a swirling in space, and it has a barrier, right? Because like she described in last chapter, that swirling goes round and round and round, and the stuff around it, right, the space around it, it swirls too. And you can imagine that's going to create like a ring, like a disc, kind of like what we see as our galaxy. But it's not that. We're talking about something that's happening on an extremely higher plane. But it's a flat disk because that movement is going and going and going for so long. It's literally carving a pattern in existence. Now you can think at the edge of that movement, it begins to stop moving, right? It's just like if you were to take a spoon in a ginormous bowl, right? Think about a bowl big as your bed, full of pancake batter. And let's say you got a tiny spoon in the middle of that bowl as large as your bed, setting up that pancake batter. So where your spoon spins, it's going to be swirling like a little hurricane, right? But outside of where you're stirring, it's not going to be moving. Outside of where you're stirring, it's still going to be just sitting there. So it's a lot like that. In the infinite void, the ring cosmos is stirring, but the space around it isn't, only within that parameter of the ring cosmos. You dig? Pure Peace Zone says, I don't understand how movement could exist in nothing. It's not movement in consciousness or space. Great question, right? Because here's the thing. Nothing is pure movement. That's what the nothing is. Because do you have a conceptualization of what nothing is? Do you think just empty space? The truth is nothing. Like I said earlier, every smallest particle of nothing is moving. But the thing is, it's moving so perfectly, so harmoniously, so homogeneously that it doesn't appear to be moving at all. It's almost like, you know, if you dive into the ocean, you're when you jump into the ocean, what you're actually doing is you're cutting between the particles of water. You know, you're cutting between all the tiny particles of water. So imagine the infinite void of space. Every tiny particle of space is spinning and moving, but it's happening in perfect unison. Now the thing is, if it's space in this particular example, we're just saying that one particle might have started moving differently, just one. And that creates a ripple effect. That creates a ripple effect so that all the other particles around it start moving. And it's pushing in a straight line, but because inertia exists inherently within all those spinning particles, well, if you know about the Vedic stuff, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva exist inside of all those particles. And so if Rajas is activated, then Tamas is activated. So that straight line becomes a curve, and that curve eventually becomes a ring. And that's how we get that stirring spoon in nothingness. So anything within the parameter of the stir is affected by it, and everything outside the parameter of the stir is not. Let me know if that adds clarity to what you asked there. Sly says, it's like Indian gods spinning the disc with their finger, depicted in Hindu art. Hell yeah. That's a great example, Sly. That's a great example. That's where they got that structural disc from Krillin. That's where he got that from. I forgot the name of it, but I've got one. Oh my gosh, I forgot the name of it. Sudarshan Chakra, I think it's called. Roller Flame says, like when a propeller is moving so fast, it looks like it stops or goes back even. Exactly. Pure Peace Zone says, do you need a context to move within? Something to move in relation to? Wasn't there existence before the movement? Like God pre-Kether or even pre-Ain Sof. So, yeah, right? So we are describing the context itself. This was the context level. We haven't entered into the content level. So the context itself is movement. That's the context, movement. Now, for us to understand it, because we are content beings, we have to think of it in terms of content. So we're using words like space is moving, but in truth, there's nothing to move. It's fully contextual. It's fully archetypal. It's archetypal. It's a concept, and this is what we mean by the archetypal plane. It's not that something moved. It's movement itself. It's patterns of movement, which is spiral, which is circle, which is a result of the three gunas. Sattva, which is the space. Rajas is the movement itself, and Tamas is the pull that makes the straight line into a circle. The resistance. So resistance, motion, and space. So it's not a thing. It's the context. It's resistance. It's motion and space. That's what she's describing. And that's what makes this book difficult to fully grasp, because we're talking about straight context. Like I said, half the book we don't even get into content yet. Good question. Because that's exactly what we're talking about. I can tell that you are thinking on this level, right? To even have that question. So thank you. Your piece says, archetypal, shed some light on it. Gonna definitely have to contemplate this one. Absolutely. Great question. Keep them coming. So you have to conceive of the cosmos in its primal aspect as consisting of three spinning movements. All that is nothing but movement. Movement in space, pure movement. Prime movement, which gives rise to all that is, commences before there is anything to move. The cosmos then is bounded by that movement, which is called the ring pass not. Remember I said the giant bowl of pancake batter as big as your bed? Your spoon can only stir so much. There's a parameter, there's a limit to where no matter how hard you stir, you will not affect that batter. That's the ring pass not. There's a certain limit, right? Which is another context, the barrier. And we see that trickle down into our existence as the separation between the different planes, right? Think about the barrier between the physical plane and the astral plane, if you know what astral plane is. There's a barrier that separates it, but at the same time, we're moving within both at the same time. But you don't just reach over it to the astral plane. You have to shift the context. You have to shift across a barrier. There's a barrier from the physical plane to the astral plane. There's a barrier from the physical plane and astral plane to the mental plane. That no matter what you do, you're not going to perceive it in terms of, you're not going to perceive the soul in terms of the physical plane. You're not going to perceive thoughts in terms of the physical plane. So there's a barrier between the planes, but there's movement in all of them. And there is something of this. And see, look at that. You have to be above and beyond the physical plane, above and beyond the energy plane, above and beyond the mental plane to move them all. What you are, has to be above and beyond all the planes in order to move them all at once, right? Because if you weren't above the physical plane, you wouldn't be able to move the mental plane. Oh boy, we get to chapter 5. So, the cosmos is bounded by that movement, which is called the ring pass not. But besides the ring pass not, are movements in two directions. There are the ring cosmos and the ring chaos, good and evil. And they are the sources of the forces which are known to you by these names. But though these forces influence that which is within the ring pass not, they cannot pass beyond it. Right? Some of those who are sources, the same ones that are forces. From the CIA and Bill Clinton. These three rings are the three primaries of the cosmos. The first Trinity, that is why the Supreme Being is always conceived of as a Trinity. That includes God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. It includes the Vata, Mutta, Kind. That also includes these three. Right? That's your three pillars. Look at that. Look, here's motion. Here's motion. Your ring cosmos. Here's your ring chaos, right? Capturing that motion, locking that motion down into form. And here's your ring pass not. Here's the barrier and the boundary. And if you look real close, you'll see both the fool and the mages are within this part. That's why you see B and J on them pillars. People say, oh, it means Hakim, Joaz, or whatever. Yeah, that's for the esoteric, that's for the mainstream understanding. But J stands for Yod, and that B stands for Beth. Is it a coincidence that Beth is the Hebrew name for this path, and Yod is the Hebrew name for this path? It's because she represents Sattva. She represents the ring path not. She is the boundary. That's why she got that veil behind her. She contains the mysteries. This is the Trinity. This is the father, mother, child. This is your Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. And this is why these are the only paths that touch on the tree of life. If you recall, we thoroughly went through a Kabbalah study and a tarot study. This is why we go through all this stuff. So you can understand the big picture, right? The big picture. So I don't get my understandings from TikTok. I would advise you not to either. These three rings are the three primaries. The three primaries of the cosmos. The first three. That is why the Supreme Being is always conceived of as a three. And three is the fundamental number. Everything in the end is reducible to these three influences. Whatever subsequent stresses arise must be analyzed into the balancing of these three forces. A, the force of the ring cosmos, which tends towards the center. Right? So the ring cosmos tends towards the center. So it's pulling inward. The force of the ring chaos tends towards outer space. So the ring chaos is pulling outward. One pulling inward, one pulling outward. One pulling inward, one pulling outward. Positive and negative. Force and form. Masculine and feminine. There's your duality. But guess what? It don't stop there. The force of the ring pass not, which holds the balance between them and prevents either of these forces from going to extremes. The more that you think about this, the more that you'll see how ridiculous it is to live in a binary universe. It doesn't make sense. Because if this was a binary universe, it would fall apart. There has to be a third to keep things in order, to keep things harmonized, to be the intermediary, the buffer, the medium, the container. The ring past not, however, is derived from the ring cosmos and therefore partakes of its nature rather than that of the ring chaos. So there's a key right there as well. There's an occult key. I believe Pure Peace Zone said it earlier. Let me scroll up and find that comment that you said. Let me scroll up. See that comment that you said. And this is what Dion Fortune said as well. Pure Peace Zone said earlier, ooh, making me think of the Sephiroth, feminine to the one before, masculine to the one after. Balance is mastery. Right. And that's exactly what's happening here. So if the ring cosmos is feminine, then that would mean the ring chaos is masculine, which would mean that the ring past not is feminine, which would mean that the outer space is masculine. So it continues to repeat like that. It expands bigger and bigger and bigger. Good and evil only compared to what else is present, not based on morality or values or what somebody did or didn't do. These are just words, not meanings, just words. Pure Peace Zone says, is there nothing beyond the ring past not to affect? So it's all the same stuff, right? The outer space beyond the ring past nut is the same thing that's within the ring past nut. The only difference is the stuff on the inside was disturbed. That's the only difference. The only difference is the stuff on the inside of the ring past nut was disturbed. Purusha and Prakriti. Prakriti starts to dance. But the thing is, the movement of what's within the ring past knot does not extend or influence beyond it. That's what it actually is. It's not like you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a prison or a container or, oh, we'll never cross the firmament. It's not like that. It's literally the extent of the influence. It's the extent of the influence. There is no influence of what's within. It stops at that point. Like, that's the edge of the map. That's the edge of the map. Because what actually happens there is the ring chaos, as it is pulling things outward, like what she said here earlier, the ring chaos tends toward outer space. As it's pulling outward, even that has a limit. That has a limit where that negative starts to turn positive again. And guess what? It circles right back within and it gets recycled. So it's more like a toroid. Instead of two rings, it's more like a toroidal, like a donut, like a black hole, white hole. The ring cosmos pulls everything into the center and then it shoots it back out to the edge. And that motion continues. It continues, it continues. And the extent of that influence is what we call the ring past not. Cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. Well, how this gonna help me get more money, Trav? How this gonna help me get some bitches, Trav? How this gonna help me get a Rolls Royce? It's not. If you can't figure it out, then it's not. That's a good analogy. Like the world borders in Minecraft, the terrain generation continues beyond it, but you can't go there and affect it. I recently saw a video clip of the guy who finally reached the edge of Minecraft. Apparently he was trying for like 10 years, and he would stream attempting to reach the edge of Minecraft. That's pretty wild. Zero says the Cosmic Donut, the one I never forgot from Stalking the Wild Pendulum. That's it, my friend. That's it. Yet another text that lines up perfectly with this information. Man, listen here. The Cosmic Doctrine, Stalking the Wild Pendulum, Mystical Kabbalah, taught with Shooty. If you just get those books, you can understand everything. You wouldn't need no fantastical entertainment after that. You would not need no boogeyman after that. You wouldn't need to put nobody in a jar after that. You wouldn't be talking about monitoring spirits. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. People who's really interested in the real work is few and far between. Few and far between. So don't ever question whether or not you're on to the right stuff. Because if you're concerned about this right here, you're on the right stuff. And when I say right stuff, I mean in terms of understanding ultimate reality. That's what I'm saying. Everybody ain't here for that. Ain't here for that, right? And that's perfect too. That's great. It is so great that everybody's not attempting to understand this information. Because if they were, then we most definitely wouldn't be here on this live stream tonight. Because it would be as accessible as the NBA game or the NFL game. Pure Peace Zone says, thanks, Trav, for searching through the rough and finding the diamonds for us. My pleasure, right? And I can't take no pride in it because this is just what I do. This is just what I do, and I will continue doing it even when I do not have a body to use. Trust and believe. Let's get back to it, right? So we were talking about how the ring cosmos tends towards pulling things to the center. The ring chaos tends to pull things to outer space. The ring past not holds this in balance. So again, the images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. You know, and this is not intellectual logic stuff. Just visualize what she's describing in these words. So the ring past not, however, is derived from the ring cosmos and therefore partakes of its nature rather than that of the ring chaos. The ring chaos must always be thought of as having its affinity with outer space, with the outer space of the unmanifest, and a tendency to return to unmanifestation. So the ring chaos is always going to pull things towards unmanifestation. That is what the villain in your movies represents. Your Thanos and your Apocalypse and Galactus, The villain, the Joker, right? The villain in these movies, they are an archetype of chaos, what we call evil. They're attempting to bring creation back into unmanifestation. When you think of it like that, are they really the quote unquote bad guy? They're doing what they're supposed to do, right? So your racists, your police brutality, the people overthrowing the governments of the world, right? All the things that you villainize and hate, they exist for a purpose. They keep the universe in balance, right? See, you want things to remain in a state of comfort, right? That's the creation, that's the order, that's the ring cosmos. But there's most definitely somebody who wants to disrupt your comfort and unravel it. And that is perfect. They must exist. And if you're tired of fighting, right? Because you know another wonderful thing she said in the previous chapter, when you stop what you're doing and go fight evil, evil has won. Because instead of existing as quote unquote good and doing what you're supposed to do, instead of vibing and playing your part in this cosmic orchestra, instead of doing that, you get self-righteous and caught up in the game. And now you're applying all of your effort towards engaging with the opposite. And you've effectively nullified yourself. The fight doesn't end. You're spending all your time now going back and forth. So you see why there are no enemies? And this isn't just like, no, like I'm telling you, this is energetic. This is not morality. This is not opinion. Like you can either vibrate and be what you are, or you can focus on something else and spend your energy towards that. It's that simple, right? Bruce Wayne has to stop what he's doing and fight evil every night, right? That's why Gotham City is stuck in the 1920s. They ain't got no iPhones. They ain't got no SpaceX. They ain't got no Twitter. None of that. Because all of Bruce Wayne's money is focused on fighting. He's locked up fighting against the Joker, Bane, hanging out with Batman, right? I'm Superman. But granted also now, if he wasn't doing all that, then it wouldn't be an entertaining comic book to read. And your consciousness wouldn't be focused on it. You would be liberated from spending your attention on that comic. And let's keep extending. Right? Your soul and your consciousness wouldn't be focused on this particular incarnation if you were not engaged in a back and forth battle against attachment. But I digress. Larice B, peace and greetings. She says, like the Matrix from the Architect. Yeah, we could say that. We could say that. Cosmic Puzzle Pieces, that's why I always said the villain was the actual hero. They're equal, right? They're equal. They're equal. Rosa Flame says, Handbook for the New Paradigm had that sauce right there too. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I forgot about that one. Handbook for New Paradigm. Yes. That was another sleeping gem. Louis, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Welcome. Right on time. Zero says, even more in Absolute Batman. If you listen, he never gets involved. Right? And again, with this multiverse stuff, man, see, we're about to really get a bigger and better understanding of the multiverse and of fourth dimensional activity. Simply because as a species, well, let me use my words wisely. There is a collection of us who are ready to understand the intricacies of multidimensional existence. It's here. It's here. If you look around and open yourself to it, the reality of multidimensional existence and fourth dimensional activity is making itself to be understood right now, if you've got the eyes and the ears for it. I'm not going to call any names, but you know what I'm saying? You might meditate on a color and end up seeing an entity move, right? With your eyes open. I started to expand last night so wide, I had to stop and go outside and get some fresh air. That shit was looking real creepy. But the veil is thin. As they say, the veil is thin right now. You know, with it being the time of the year. Ashley B says exactly. And think about what the heroes in these stories would be without the villains, and vice versa. In a way, they need each other to be what they are. Precisely. Precisely, right? So this puts a whole new spin on good versus evil. And look at the tendency of the human beast and the ego. We immediately pick a side, right? We run towards, oh, I'm the good guy. Oh, I like the bad guy. We run to it. That's a type of spiritual pathology. That is a pathology. Because we have this tendency, the ego has this tendency to identify with something instead of understanding the big picture. You cannot see the big picture if you identify with a piece of it. And that is looking at reality from a God level versus a human level. A God level does not mean you have an ego and you think that you're bigger and better than the rest of the people here. No, the human body is a beast. The ego is part of the beast, right? So all that's in the same rank. God level thinking is when you zoom out of just you and see a bigger slice of the picture and how it all works together, how it all fits together, right? And you start to realize that the world don't need you. And if you're prone to depression and sadness, I'm not trying to ignite that. Like, you got to think about what I'm saying here on a bigger level than emotions. When you see the bigger picture, you realize the world don't need you to run out there and stand on top of a hill and scream about saving people and, oh, we got to save these people and those people and we got to do this and that. The world don't need you to do that because it's already functioning exactly how it's supposed to. And for you to get involved, number one, locks up your frequency, and number two, prevents you from going where you're supposed to go. You ever, for those of you who play video games, what's the game called? My brother's been trying so hard to get me on this game. It's an old game. It's called Elite Dangerous, right? And it's like a space game, and you go out there and fly your spaceship and stuff. It's kind of cool. I just haven't had the time to play it because I'm so busy doing this stuff. But it's a space game. There's humans, and there's a bunch of factions. You could be on this faction or that faction. And there's not even rumors, but there's like this alien species that lives on the ring, like a rim, on like the outside of the galaxy or whatever. And I think they're called the Thargoids. And the humans are at war with them, try to stay away from them, whatever. But at one point, they had this big event where all the players of the game around the world could engage in the war, and you could go fight the war for real. Or even on Fortnite, when there's like a live event and everybody in the game is battling like, you know, some giant enemy. Well, the thing is, the game is already programmed to do what it's supposed to do. It's designed for you to win that fight. It's going to happen on a different time frame because everybody's involved. But your small involvement doesn't tip the scale whatsoever. It's already programmed to do what it's supposed to do. Likewise, when you send money to Africa to feed the starving children, most of that money is going into somebody's pocket, not to the starving kids in Africa. Your money is best spent on you possibly buying a book like this and buying time to study it. I digress. Not really. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. So, where are we at with this? Yeah, good stuff. So, the ring chaos must always be thought of as having its affinity with the outer space of the unmanifest and a tendency to return to unmanifestation. It's got a tendency to return to unmanifestation, right? That's why we were talking about the bad guy, the villain, or whatever. It looks towards the past and ever seeks the conditions of the past. That's the ring chaos. That's the unmanifest, right? That's the quote unquote evil. It seeks the past. The ring cosmos endeavors to focus, as the ring chaos endeavors to diffuse. So the ring cosmos, it desires to focus, to condense, to solidify. The ring chaos, it endeavors to diffuse, to separate, to dissolve. Solve et coagula. You ever seen that before? The tendency of the ring cosmos is towards the future, right? So think about it. Every time there's an older generation, they're always saying, back in my day, we used to do it like this. We need to still do it we need to return to nature. We need to go out. Kids need to go outside and play. We used to play till the street lights came on, right? While all that was wonderful, that is also of the past, and the future is different. And that type of mindset is considered evil because it's stuck in a paradigm that is dissolving. That goes for all types of being stuck in the past, right? Because everything's moving. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. Peace and greetings. He says basically Batman's gadgets he has to make for every villain is condensing chaos into form. See that money he's spending on them gadgets and personal space flight jets and vehicles. He could be spending on Wayne X space technology. But yeah, that's an example of locking up his force into form. Rosa Flame says lots of Vedic stories, the gods grant the near godlike power to the demons that wreak havoc on everyone. Right, absolutely. And I love it because at the end result, they have to do something that they've never done before to win, or to restore balance, I should say. They usually have to do something that they haven't typically done before. And just like the handbook for New Paradigm that you mentioned, that was one of the key lessons I took from that. You've got to think in ways and patterns that you haven't thought in before. Be unpredictable, my friends. Cosmic entity, peace and greetings. Veil? Thin? In October? What? Right? Who would believe it, man? Who would believe it? Goodness gracious. All right. So let's continue. The ring chaos can never build anything because whatever forces it may originate, diffuse, unconfined into outer space, but not the ring cosmos. In conjunction with the ring pass not, conserves its forces. For the forces which the ring cosmos radiated into that space within its circumference cannot pass out again because they are confined by the influences of the ring pass not. Therefore, they act and interact among themselves, producing ever greater and greater elaboration of influences. Read that again. The ring chaos, right? That's the evil one, can never build anything because whatever forces it may originate, diffuse, unconfined into outer space. But the ring cosmos, that's the good one, in conjunction with the ring pass not, that's the firmament, it conserves its forces. For the forces which the ring cosmos radiated into that space within its circumference, right? The forces that the good one, the ring cosmos, brought within itself, cannot pass out again because they are confined by the influences of the ring past knot. So the ring past knot affects both rings also. Therefore, they act and interact among themselves, producing ever greater and greater elaboration of influences. So it's this weird kind of echo chamber going on, right? Sanguine Crimson, welcome back. Sanguine Crimson says, Drats, I just woke up again from a dream where I was just one step away from getting it on something I can't recall. Oh, it's like the awoke. You know what? I also had a dream like that just before this live stream. The more that I fought to remember what the fuck was just going on, the faster it dissolved. But I do know I was like on the verge of understanding some arcane concept. But hey, as I know in your case also, it's not the first time, won't be the last time. Just keep it moving. Subconscious mind got it. That's good enough for me. C is for cookies, good enough for me. Zero says, this break it down every triad. It's amazing. That's why I love this book, my friend. That's why I love this book. So let's keep going. Let us now return to the point in time when the ring past knot had completed its first revolution and the cosmos is in being. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Any form of force, when it has reached the maximum momentum of its type of movement, so picture that, any form of force, so whether it's explosive force moving forward, maybe it's a spiraling force, maybe it's a angry force, a happy force, any form of force, when it has reached its maximum momentum of its type of movement, right? So once it reaches the peak of its momentum, it gives rise to the secondary movements which serve to carry off the excess of force which it is generating. For force begets force when moving under frictionless conditions. So that's a key thing to understand too. It's little gems like this that she drops, and if you don't catch them, later on down the line, it'll bite you in the ass. And that's why I didn't understand this book as deeply as I wanted to, because there were things like this that I missed. So what she say here? Let's imagine that you throw a baseball up into the sky. You'll throw it as hard as you can. You put force through your arm and into the ball. When the ball went up into the sky, then it hit a maximum momentum. It cannot go any further, any faster, right? Then it starts to fall down. But she's talking about something that happened when it reaches its peak. And by the way, we're in frictionless space, so it's not going to fall down. It's actually going to keep going, right? It's going to keep going because there's no gravity, there's no resistance whatsoever. So imagine throwing a baseball with no resistance whatsoever. It's going to go faster and faster and faster until it hits its peak of momentum, which means that it's not going to go any faster or any slower. It has locked itself into place. Crazy, right? So any form of force, when it has reached the maximum momentum of its type of movement, guess what it does? It gives rise to the secondary movements. So once it locks into that maximum momentum, once you throw that baseball in frictionless space and it locks into the maximum of what it's gonna do, it gives rise to secondary movements. It gives birth to secondary movements when it locks into place. Secondary movements would serve to carry off the excess of force which it is generating. So it's generating more force when it's locked into momentum like that. Force begets force when moving under frictionless conditions. So look, the prime activity is movement. So that's the first context. Movement happens. For God moved upon the waters. Guess what? The secondary activity is light. Light is the secondary activity. You ever see the movies where like a spaceship is falling into the atmosphere of a planet? It's going real fast, right? What's the first thing that happens, right? You see the spaceship entering the atmosphere and it's shaking and it's rattling and they got to put their seatbelts on. The very next thing that happens is boom, right? You get this bright light, right? Or when Goku or Vegeta are flying really fast, they get this light around them, right? The spaceship, the flame starts to spark up around it as it's hurtling down. Once it's reached its momentum speed, the third activity is sound, right? Once that jet plane breaks the sound barrier, you hear that sonic boom. I heard an explosion today. I live right up the street from Homeland Security, so we don't hear gunshots. We hear fucking bombs going off. Boom! I'm like, if this shit was this loud over here, I can't imagine what it was like where y'all are. But that sonic boom, that's the third activity. First movement, second light, and third is sound. The movement of the ring cosmos sets up secondary swirls within the area of its influence. The movement of the ring cosmos, that's the good, sets up secondary swirls within the area of its influence. I want you to picture also the giant bowl of pancake batter as big as your bed, right? And you got your little spoon and you're stirring up that pancake batter, right? The area of influence is where your spoon is stirring, but there's a limit to that, to what's affected, right? Just outside of that spoon stirring, the batter ain't moving, is it? Because you're not influencing it. You're only influencing what you're actually stirring up in that bed-sized bowl of pancake batter. All right. So the movement of the ring cosmos sets up secondary swirls within the area of its influence. Its tendency is to draw more and more space into its spin, right? So Pure Peace Zone asked earlier, right, how is their movement in nothingness? And this is what's happening. This is how something was created out of nothing. The ring cosmos is pulling more space into itself, and it's being condensed tightly, even tighter and tighter, until it becomes something else, until it compresses, until it folds in on itself. So the movement of the ring cosmos sets up a secondary swirl within its area of influence. Its tendency is to draw more and more space into its spin. It cannot extend itself externally because it is limited by the sphere of the ring, chaos. It therefore extends itself internally. You see that? So it's pulling stuff into itself. It's just like a black hole and a white hole, ain't it? It's pulling stuff into itself so tightly that it inverts. It extends itself internally. Imagine that. Imagine that. Something compressing so tightly that it flips dimensions on you. That it flips dimensions. That's what we're talking about here. That's why I say if you understand what's written in this book, you won't need to go to TikTok, YouTube, Instagram to learn spirituality. You can figure it out because you'll have the library, right? They say, oh, just go within. The answers are within, right? And that's true. But if you don't have the library to decipher it, if you don't have the fucking concepts to go within, you know what I'm saying? They say go within, where you going? If you don't have the internal language to process this information, you're only going to get what you already got. They're going to say, go within. Then you're going to think, oh, spank my kids with a leather paddle when they do something I don't like, right? You're just going to get what you already got. But to get something new, you're going to have to flip some planes and go beyond the realm of your personal inventory of data. Coop TGS, peace and greetings. Coop TGS says, I'm going into sponge mode on this one. Chapter 1, smoke my ass. Yeah, man. But you know what? I'm a little bit better this time around. little bit better this time around. I know what kind of punches are being thrown here. So I had to buff my stats before coming back to this game. Sanguine Crimson says, coffee might or might not be a necessity. Good or bad, dark mistress, I crave thy boon. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. It extends itself internally. That's so cool. That's so cool. So the spinning belt finally becomes a spinning disc with the center immobile. What's going on, alchemic minds? Peace, peace. The spinning disc being rotated by the secondary movement, which is the ring, pass, knot, becomes the spinning sphere. All right, so picture that. I don't think I have to draw this one, but so we've got the ring chaos. It is spinning. It is becoming solid, and it's becoming a flat disc, right, like a DVD. Now check this out. Because the ring chaos and the ring cosmos, because it's within the ring pass knot, guess what's happening? Not only is it spinning around, but because it's within the ring pass knot, because remember what she just said now. On the previous page, she said that any form of force, when it has reached the maximum momentum of its type of movement, so remember you throw that baseball in frictionless space, and it reaches its maximum momentum, and it throws off a secondary movement and a third tertiary movement. Remember she said that? She said it gives rise to secondary movements which serve to carry off the excess of force which it is generating. For force begets force when moving under frictionless conditions. All right, so the spinning disc now, now that it has reached its maximum momentum, because it's like, you see that, right? Because it's spinning, it's still creating momentum, but it's locked into a disc, so the momentum cannot go in the same direction as the disc anymore. It has to go in a new direction. So that is being processed as what we know of as the ring pass knot. And it's causing the disc to now rotate. So now that CD disc is doing a full 360 rotation. So now instead of just being a disc, it's becoming a sphere. Is that clear? The spinning disc is still creating an effect, but since the effect cannot go in the same direction anymore, it's pushing it. Now it's spinning. Now it becomes a sphere. Sanguine Crimson says, sphere is very clear. Awesome. Awesome. So that's how you get your ring pass knot. And back to our metaphor. If you're spinning that pancake batter in that bed-sized pancake bowl, now imagine it's not just a bed or a bowl. All of space is pancake batter. And what you're spinning with your invisible spoon now begins to rotate. So now you're spinning a sphere. That metaphor is getting kind of weird. So IDKDKDF, peace. IDKDKDF says continual unfolding of existence from all dimensions. Exactly. The interaction of the two forms of movement is naturally neutralizing. Consequently, there is a breakup of the simple movement of the disc into a series of compromises. The chief point of activity ceases to be the circumference and becomes the center. So look. The spinning of that disc now, because it's reached its maximum momentum, the energy is not going in the disc motion anymore. It's pushing it. Now it's radiating and becoming a sphere, right? Now, once that sphere has reached maximum momentum, it can't do disc stuff anymore. So can't do 2D stuff anymore. So it's become 3D, right? Now it has to do sphere stuff. Well, guess what? Once it's unable to do sphere stuff anymore, right? That energy is still processing. Where does it go? Now it bounces down into the center. So it goes from a line to a disc to a sphere, and that sphere is now pushing in on itself. So the chief point of activity ceases to be the circumference, and it becomes the center. Boy, there's some good stuff right here. There's some good stuff right here. This is something I promise you're not going to find this type of breakdown anywhere else. I can absolutely guarantee it with money on it. Ain't nobody breaking it down like this. And if they are, direct me to them so I can learn something new. You're not going to get this at Walmart. You're not going to get this at the Dollar General. You're not going to get this at Kentucky Fried Chicken. Just that knowledge you can't get in college. Shout out to Fat Tony. You must conceive of them. Wait. Although the ring cosmos, the ring chaos, and the ring pass not, each continue on one plane and spin in their own place, the synthesis of their movements gives rise to a series of revolving radii. These radii are the rays. Pure Peace Zone says each Sephirah overflows into the next one. Is that same constant inflowing energy that which originally propelled the first motion? Is the source in a different plane / dimension than the rings? So we can say that this is the source. This is the source becoming form. This is consciousness becoming energy, right? So if we live in this universe of consciousness and energy, Shiva Shakti, mind and matter, this is mind becoming matter. A big key is what she said about how up here, it cannot extend itself externally because it is limited. So it extends itself internally. So consciousness is becoming matter, it's becoming energy because it's compressing within itself. So we are talking about the source. We are talking about consciousness. Somewhere in the infinite void of consciousness is a little tiny island, a little small, tiny island. And that's what we're focused on right now. So you said each Sephirah overflows into the next one. Is that same constant inflowing energy which originally propelled the first motion? Yes. So what's happening with the Sephirah and the Tree of Life? Again, we haven't even got there yet. That's so far from this that's in a different book. This is like prior to all that, but the same foundational process is happening. The same foundational process is happening. Pure Peace Zone says, but I thought the center was immobile. How is it the chief point of activity? Well, that's the thing. It is immobile. When she says the chief point of activity, that's where the evolution is continuing. So look, the evolution begins with the first movement. So that's another thing that she's trying to break down here, or that I am perceiving that she's attempting to break down from this download, is that first primordial motion has not stopped even to this very moment in time. The reason I keep bringing up history, right? And your history is not your race, it's not your country, it's not even your planet. Your history goes back to primordial. Your history is before God's. Your history is before the universe. Your history goes all the way back. I keep saying that because of what's being explained right here. That first movement is what we would say is the beginning. And it has never stopped, even to this day. And this is a reason why we have Shiva and Shakti. Shiva is the consciousness. Shakti is the expression of that consciousness. Shakti is that movement, the movement that became existence, and the existence that became karma, and the karma that became you and me. All of it is an unbroken chain of movement. Separation did not happen at any point. at any point. So the center is where that movement continues. It's immobile in the aspect of, we can say it's a focus point, right? But all that movement now, it's focused here so tightly that it can't go anywhere else but a new dimension. So it flips in on itself and becomes what we know of as the illusion, right? And guess what? That kept happening. So we can say that it flipped in on itself and became the world of Atziluth, or it became the causal plane. And this motion continued until it compressed, and flipped in on itself and became the formative plane. And we can say that continued and flipped in on itself and became the astral plane. And that flipped in on itself and became the physical plane. It's that same motion, but it keeps doing the same thing. It keeps compressing, getting tight, and flipping in on itself. And guess what? We still doing it. We still doing it with our digital information, with our internet, with our software and our programs. Didn't we flip reality into the internet? Didn't we do that? Didn't we create video games and social media and all these little communities and places where we now are living more and more? And you know that ain't gonna stop. People talk about, oh, we need to unplug, go outside and get some sun and touch grass. And you're right, but this process ain't gonna stop. If you have kids, you know they got a tablet in their hands right now, sticky with hot Cheeto dust, right? With a Kool-Aid ring around the lips, mashing on that tablet, right? And guess what? The next kid's gonna come out with wearables, right? They're gonna have nanobots and shit in their bloodstream. We're gonna continue to invert into compressed planes. Not because something's good or evil, not because somebody is trying to steal our light and disconnect us from the soul and all the other stuff that we talk about on the internet, conspiracy theories and whatnot. It's not about that. We're talking about the universal cosmic process of the same unbroken motion. And it's going to continue, right? It's going to continue until you yourself remove yourself from the game. I personally would not want to be here in the future. But if I have to be, then, I'm sure that I'll make do. Good stuff. Good stuff. Mothra says, ain't nobody else personally studied with the author like Trev. We don't speak on that. We don't speak on that. Okay, it is the source. That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you. Ashley B says, that knowledge you can't get in college rings rent-free in my mind whenever I tune into or put on any of the book studies. LOL. I love it. Hey, shout out to Fat Tony. IDKDKDF says, I would think so, yet the premise being from Ein Sof R, and it is a different type of existence. Yes. Continuing to implode within itself. Pure Peace Zone says, similar again to the Sephiroth overflowing. After the overflow, it seems still, like how if you put a glass under the tap and let it overflow, it stays full. Yeah, right? The glass stays full and it keeps on going. So the glass, you could say, is immobile, but it has to now move into a different form of movement, so to speak. Zero says, this is something I've been tapping recently, the external movement from another perspective, as Sadhguru explains about the 83 last existences, and this being the 84th, and is even not far from the 83rd. I would imagine it's happening faster and faster and faster, right? Zero says, and he said there will be 102, and I even think that's just a blink if Shiva and not more. I wouldn't be surprised if we get close to that in our lifetime. Because think about it, right? Just like how technology, it's evolving faster and faster and faster. It's probably going to get to the point where if you don't keep up with it for a day, you're going to be left behind, right? You're going to be sitting right next to somebody who is far more connected to the newer technology to the point that you won't even be able to catch up to it. But yeah, that's the pattern, right? As we get closer and closer to the quote unquote end, the evolution speeds up. And that's a sign that it's time to transition or graduate past that particular incarnation. When species begin to die out, right? And she'll talk about that in this book in her own words. This is how I interpreted it. When species begin to die out, it's not the human's job to save those species. They're leaving because their energetic work is done. Humans are funny, man. Who are we to think that we, right, are the custodians of the planet? But anyways, when a particular form, when a vessel is, when it's complete, when it's reached its maximum momentum, right? Everything here is a key. She talked earlier about when something reaches its maximum momentum in frictionless space, it throws off a secondary motion, just like that point becoming a line. And when it reaches its maximum, it becomes a disc. And when that disc reaches its maximum, it becomes a sphere. And when that sphere reaches its maximum, it compresses a center point, right? Which is how Kether formed. Likewise, when an animal species has reached its maximum momentum and can't go no further, it's time for them to transcend to another vessel. That's why the dinosaurs ain't here no more. That's why the dodo bird ain't here no more. That's why we about to get up out of here. There is nothing left for human beings to do. We done wrapped. This shit is over. Who said that? Somebody said that. This shit is over. What did he mean by that? Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, man, as a kid, I used to have spontaneous dreams of this very thing. I can't believe she wrote a book about it. Man. Mothra says, I heard teachers are complaining because Gen Alpha can't read. Is the mind dissolving or spirit or what? Interesting. I think that we're reaching a point where possibly, right? Possibly the necessity, the function to read will no longer be necessary. I don't like that because I'm somebody who reads, but you got to call it what it is. With AI integrating itself into our lives so intricately now, you don't really have to read. A person will right now, you can put this very book into ChatGPT and ask it to summarize it and break it down for you, right? Again, I'm not saying I like it or agree with it or I'm not outside with signs marching on Capitol Hill. I don't care. Not my monkeys, not my circus. But you got to look at the patterns without attachment, without opinions. You got to look at the patterns. We have equipment that gives it to us. And this is one thing I was thinking about AI as well. Human beings, we're here and we do stuff so much to the point that we earn laziness, right? I mean, take this how you will. We earn laziness. We've taken a paintbrush and stroked it across a canvas so many times that we've reached maximum momentum of stroking that paintbrush across a canvas. And we graduated into creating digital art with Photoshop or whatever. We've done it so many times that it has created an imprint on reality, a stereotype, and it can now transition into a new plane. So think of it like that. All the technology that we have, right? Say we dug in the dirt with our fingers so many times and planted seeds with our hands so many times that we earned the ability to be lazy and have machines do it for us. We earned the ability to create a shovel and gardening tools. And once the usage of those tools have concreted themselves, have reached maximum momentum, we earned the right to use more sophisticated tools. This is still evolution. All the tools that we have right now Remember what she said here, right? Those are the thrown off secondary and tertiary forces from our momentum, right? Our momentum of creating art and imprinting on reality using a pencil to paper has thrown off a secondary evolution of a keyboard. And typing with, and look at this now, typing with our fingers on that keyboard we've done that so much that it has earned the right for us to be lazy and evolve that into the cell phone. So now your phone has a replica of a physical keyboard that you don't even press the buttons. You just touch the screen. And guess what? That's going to continue to evolve to the point where humans will just be able to think it onto the screen. And that's going to continue to evolve where we're just going to be in little pods or something in a little bed projecting ourselves into the internet. Y'all seen that movie Surrogate? It's just going to keep going. And again, this is nothing to do with my opinion. I don't like it or dislike it. I don't want to fight it or not fight. Like I said earlier, you got to see things from the God level, not the human level. The human level, that's with you in the way and you got your opinions. Oh, I don't like that. I don't think we should do it. I just feel. You got to move past that and look at the God level, which is observing the patterns of reality, right? The patterns of reality. It doesn't require us whatsoever. But anyways, where was I? Yeah, you said I heard teachers are complaining about Jet Alpha because they can't read. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So we've earned the right to be lazy because we've done stuff so many times. There's no reason for us to do it the old way anymore. And that's just how everything changes. Framestar, peace and greetings. Welcome, my friend. Cosmic Puzzle Pieces. I feel like I'm in the future getting all my questions answered. I love it. Offset Aja. Peace. Welcome back. Marquetta Bynum says, I recall Brother Panic saying how it flips and flips over within itself and flips again. Right. And that will happen ad infinitum. Even when we leave and transcend and get out of this place, it's going to keep happening. At some point, human beings are going to become obsolete. And while we're in our little tombs, projecting our consciousness into different forms, right, we're going to earn the laziness to have something else take over. I mean, that's just how it goes, man. Coop TGS says, I'm definitely peeping the patterns. The way Ring Cosmos moves is reflected in the relationship between the three rings, etc. Yes. Willie James Huff, better known as Funky Chicken, as Allah Rakbar. Hello! Pure Peace Zone says, I don't know about that. I would say the Earth evolved us as an improvement in its ability to care for itself. We are absolutely meant to learn properly care for this Earth. Our task to build heaven. You could say that. I would ask you according to who, though, right? Who gave the mandate to say that our task is to build heaven? Who gave the mandate that says we are meant to learn to properly care for the Earth? Who said that? Who told us that? Where is that person? Spark Notes. Alora, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. A light fills my heart every time I see your name or see your face. Hope you're having a great evening, Alora. Love you. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, I'm imagining Trav break this down in my imagination. Tell me why Dion's portraits are in the background, like Hitler and Nazi signs. Got a big old portrait of Dion just hanging in the background. Man, I'm trying my best not to make AI animations of Dion Fortune. I'm trying my best. That's funny. I attempted an astral projection a meditation last night on a picture of Dion Fortune. It's funny you say that. I usually don't do it that way, but I keep her book. I have a book with her face on it that I keep face up, and every now and then. We're not going to get into that. Louis says, "Want to hide something from a nigga? Put it in a book." Bobby Hemmett. Absolute facts. Absolute. Even to this day. Even to this day. Even to this day. Shamita Nicole says, "Is the mind dissolving?" Wow, what a great way to put it. Yeah. And hey, that might be a great thing because the mind is the source of all suffering anyways. Pure Peace Zone says, "You still need to read the summary. America collapsing and our education system falling apart isn't universal. Look at how well China educates its people." Yeah. You know, I'm not saying that any of that stuff is not happening. I'm not denying any of it. I'm saying that whatever is happening is supposed to happen. That's what I'm saying. I am not, I do not think so highly of myself to say what is right and what is wrong. Maybe it's time for America to collapse. Maybe China will become the next world. You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows? I don't care. It's none of my business. My business is right here in these pages. Whatever's happening in the world, I don't have any horses or ponies or monkeys or clowns in that circus. I really don't care. As long as I can do what I'm doing. And hell, even if I can't do what I'm doing, even if I'm locked up in an internment camp because I'm, studying the forbidden. Who gives a shit what happens, man? This is not the end or the beginning. I'm not scared of none of that, right? Of course, I don't want to feel pain. I'm not saying that. I don't want to feel pain. But outside of the pain aspect, I don't care. We are going to die. This has nothing to do with anything. This world does not matter. It does not matter. And furthermore, Prakriti, Mother Earth, she can take care of herself. She's been doing it long before we crawled out of the primordial soup. Hell, she birthed us from the primordial soup. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I don't care about it. That's all. In fact, I don't need to. You care about it. So you're holding up the torch so I don't have to. And I celebrate you and I champion you for doing what I will not do. Thank you. I'm not even being sarcastic, right? Everything has its purpose. Everyone has its place. That's the lesson. That's the big lesson. Mystic Phoenix, peace and greetings. Good to see you. Mothra says, fascinating. I think future generations will go full telepathic. No need for words. Eon of silence. Yeah, right? Even if it's through technological means. And hell, maybe the technological means will teach us to do it naturally. Pure Peace Zone says, it's weird to me that you're talking about evolution, but think we don't need to interact with and improve the world. The evolution is an active conscious process. Yeah, and I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have no choice but to interact with the world because we exist in the world. However, we have a choice of how we interact with the world. I don't give a rat's ass or 3 squirts of piss about politics. I don't. I could care less about politics. I could care less about pop culture, black culture, sports, war, who getting blown up, who getting shot. I don't care about none of that. I have compassion for the human suffering, for sure. But my energy and my efforts are best spent focused on my task at hand. This is, for me, right? For what I'm doing and my purpose, my evolution is right here. My interaction with the world today is right here. Right here. And everyone has their own, right? Somebody else can go over to Palestine. Somebody else can be involved with politics. Somebody else can be involved with black culture, saving black people. Somebody else can be involved with restoring the white race, right? and making sure that they don't go extinct because they're not repopulating. Somebody else can be focused on those things. And guess what? None of them are focused on what I'm focused on. Everyone is doing their part. Praise God. Praise God. Hallelujah. Won't he do it? You better praise him. You better praise him. Amen. Amen.
I hate to say it. I hope I don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this man is. I mean, he could be walking down the street. I wouldn't know a thing. Sorry to this man.
You know, whoever's task it is, I don't know this man. Sorry to this man. No needs for emotions to get involved. But yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. Zero says, not the human mind, the God mind. Brother, yourself and I love that from you, Trav, is a mantra. Thank you for reminding me of that. Pure Peace Zone says, when humans are gone, we will still be here doing the next thing. Facts. Absolute facts. Alora says, oh my goodness, love you too, Trav. I'm having a great evening now. Awesome. Awesome. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. All that is supposed to happen. It's all divine. It is, right? It's all, right? I'm not partial to any. It's what it is, man. If this was Star Wars, Dion's portrait would be on our flags. I might need to get me a giant portrait of Dion Fortune, man. Alora says, this reminds me of what advanced fighters think of. It's not like they're scared of fighting, but they accept that what will happen will happen. But they believe in their own capabilities to handle the consequences afterwards. Everything is a lesson. All right, we need to get back to this text, right? We're still on the first chapter, 104, right? 104. Laura says, full-on telepathy would be amazing, LOL. I think we already do that somewhat. But what's interesting is that people are glued to their phones. They're missing the non-verbal cues we all should know. Yes. And maybe that's the balance, right? Maybe that's the balance to keep everybody from freaking themselves out. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, Alora, I do your Taught with Shooty guided meditation every day. Thank you. I ain't had a chance to buy Travis courses, so that video means the world to me. You're like a god to me. Aw. That's nice. That's nice. 7 grams. So let's go. Yeah, we got to get back into it. Framestar says, Ozymandias by P.B. Shelley is a great poem on just that, the fall of empires. I am that I am, peace. I am that I am says, to each his or her own. Facts, right? And we're supposed to each be involved with our portion. That's what we're doing. I'm not going to put myself in somebody else's portion. I would be locking up my energy. I would be locking up my purpose. I would be committing sin against myself if I get involved with something that I have no business getting involved with. And you would too, right? All of us would be committing sin against ourselves. True, we would be committing evil for us to get involved with something that is not, not what we're supposed to be doing. But yeah, I think we got that point. I think we're all clear on that. We all have an understanding of that. We can all agree on that. I like that. Why give a fuck about something you can't do nothing about? Plus, all that stuff's been going on since humans existed. Nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under Tifereth at all. 7 grams says, words are primitive. Telepathic abilities are coming back. Absolutely. Pure Peace Zone says, that's funny, Trev. You said someone else can go over to Palestine. I'm training right now with the charity to go to Palestine soon. We all have our tasks, our dharma. Crazy synchronicity. Awesome, right? And shit, man. And see, that's the thing. It's not that nobody should do it. It's that you do what you're supposed to do, right? And you are the best person to do this. You are the best person to do this. And you're going to do wonderful things. You're going to do far, far better than I could possibly do. And once again, I champion you and I thank you because you're doing what I will not and what I cannot. And that's how we should see each other, man. That's how we should see each other. Each and every person is doing what you won't do. I need the masses of asses to be complete fools so that I don't need to do it. And I need somebody to go to Palestine to help because I'm not going to do that, right? I need somebody to run for president. I need somebody to heal the babies at the hospital, right? I need somebody to expose and whistle blow the COVID vaccine. I need somebody else to do that because I can't do it. So we should look at each other like that, man. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. And it does not involve or require our judgment. Okay, we got to get back to it now. We most definitely need to get back to it. Impossible Offer says somebody has to be a magical ninja. Exactly. Somebody got to do it. Now, back to this show. Rashizi, Manizi. I need Alora to go overseas around the world kicking ass, right? And taking names. I can't do it. She's doing it. I need each and every one of you to do what you're doing. All right, so the rays. The rays are something that I kind of had a real shaky understanding of the last time. So let's get to these rays. This information, man, this shit right here. Although the ring cosmos and ring chaos and the ring pass not each continue on one plane and spin in their own place, the synthesis of their movements give rise to a series of revolving radii. These radii are the rays. You must conceive of them as a series of spinning rings linking center to circumference. And see, Cosmic Traveler says, I have a feeling the rays are talking about the zodiac. That's what I had a feeling of too. I'm just going to kind of keep that in the corner of my mind as a potential. I'm not going to make any firm decisions. But yeah, I sense that as well. Peace Zone says, and we need you to do what you're doing, Trav. Oh. But they said that it was demonic. They said it was evil. They said I'm going to hell for reading this book. They said that last week. So let's talk about these rays. You must conceive of them as a series of spinning rings linking center to circumference and see. Right, so you know the diagram. You got the ring going left and right, the ring going up and down, and the ring going around it. The influence of the ring chaos in the force which causes the outgoing current to flow towards the periphery, right? So we know that the ring chaos is pulling stuff out. The influence of the ring cosmos and the force which causes the current to flow towards the center. So the ring cosmos is pulling in, right? Positive and negative. The center is the synthesis of all the forces and the balancing of them. Okay? It will be perceived that upon the cosmic plane, the rays give rise to the central sun. The central sun. Luxury Newman. Peace, peace, my friend. One true goddess says, if you want to save the world, save yourself. Oh, Jesus. Kupchi just says, they was describing Lucifer.
I have.
Everybody said something bad about me. Nobody said nothing good. They was describing Lucifer. I'm not Lucifer. I'm a man. I make mistakes, but I'm not a devil. And by no means am I a monster.
I'm a man. I make mistakes. But certainly am I by no means a monster. I'm amused. Okay, so we have now arrived at a point when, in addition to the three great primaries, which are strictly external to the cosmos that they have generated, right? So let's read that again so you catch that. We've now arrived at a point when, in addition to the three great primaries, which are strictly external to the cosmos they have generated, we have a purely cosmic movement, the movement of the flowing rays, the rays that flow out and return. So what's she talking about here? Remember, the ring chaos pulls things out. The ring cosmos pulls things in. And there is a center that balances what's being pulled out and what's being pulled in. Push and pull. Right? So let's get to these rays. Now these rays, these circular rays, which are reflected back from the ring past knot, must be thought of in pairs, each one being in special association with its opposite number, so that the true movement is a figure of 8. The outgoing flow being above in one half of the circle and below in the opposite half. Therein is a very deep truth closely related to practical occultism. Very strange to grasp, right? Because when I did the diagram last week and it showed the 4 quadrants, right? The ring chaos going this way, ring cosmos going up and down. And she talked about positive above, negative below. If you really track those motions, you'll start to see a toroidal force. It's like a donut. It's like a donut. The way that it's flowing, you'll have some pushing out, and it loops around, and it sucks back in, literally creating that torus field. If you're going to get technical now, there is a 3 torus. Where did I learn about the 3 torus? Oh, yeah. If you're going to get technical with it, it's a 3 twisty type of torus, but we're not going to go that deep right now. I got a whole book about that relates all the Hebrew letters to the movement of that 3 torus. Maybe after this book, I'll be smart enough to grasp it. Oh, nice. Alora says, whoa, this is crazy. The figure 8 came out as my sigil for the course. Dang, I'm having a connecting the dots moment over here, LOL. Love that. Yeah, I'm preparing a live stream for y'all. Hopefully I'll get it out in the next few days. About the 4th dimension and about, how this stuff is. Yeah, we'll get into it, man. But yeah, based on what you said, I got something coming. Hopefully it'll be useful. So this figure 8, this torus, figure 8, the outgoing flow being above in one half of the circle and below in the opposite half. It's a reflection, right? Maybe you've seen that diagram of the wizard coming out of the water and looking down at his reflection, and it's also coming out of the water. That's a glyph for the path between Kether and Hakma. In fact, she says here figure 6. Let's take a quick look at what the figure 6 is like. chief point of activity ceases to be the circumference and becomes the center. Let's check out figure 6, shall we? There's figure 6. Okay, so hopefully you got this book so you can see this clearly, because this is a photocopy of a photocopy of a screenshot. The ring pass knot in the top left, you see that sphere, right? It was, yeah. So the disc being rotated. Now figure 6, up in the top right corner, are the rays in the 7 planes. The rays in the 7 planes. So the movement that's happening in that top quadrant loops around and happens in the bottom quadrant. There's your figure 8. In the center and out the other side, looping around at the barrier, at the firmament, at the ring pass knot, and coming back down through the center and looping around to the other side. Figure 8. See that? All right. These new movements set up stresses among themselves, which give rise to a series of concentric rings of movement, so that the cosmos becomes divided up into segments of influence. The movements of the spinning rays and the concentric circles are known as the great secondaries. The great secondaries. There are 12 rays and 7 concentric circles. So somebody mentioned he thinks of the zodiac, or they think of the zodiac when they see 12. What do you think of when you see 7? What comes to mind when you see 7? What's a reflection of 7 on the lower form? Framestar Film says Mobius band kind of vibe. Yes. Mobius strip. Wonderful synchronicity there. Within the segments are set up the movements, which are known as tangentials, right? So we've got these segments. What segments? You just saw that on the diagram. There's 12 slices of pizza, and then there's concentric rings, 7 rings that go throughout those slices. You got rings that segment each slice from the crust all the way down to the tip. So within the segments, right, from the crust to the middle section, all the way down to the tip, when the segments are set up, the movements which are known as within the segments are set up, the movements which are known as tangentials. The nearest analogy to these is the Brownian movement of atoms, the intersecting of the rings and the rays, giving rise to angles and sharp tangential movement, thus introduces a new factor into the cosmos. So let's look at this. This is where it starts to get a little shaky for me, but hopefully you are getting this. So look at that now. Here's figure 7. We're talking about those tangential angles. We're looking at the spinning motion that is causing the segments. And we're seeing certain kinds of movement. What I'm noticing is the movement it's limited to a certain ring or a certain, let's say, for example, this one right here. It bounces off of this one, doesn't penetrate that ring. It's limited to this particular segment. This one right here, it goes deeper, but it's limited to that point, right? Over here, this one's limited to that point. But what are we really talking about? We're really talking about one motion, one movement. Because if you notice, from the center, from the vortex, because remember, the ring cosmos is compressing, it's pulling into the center now. Once it hits that center, it doesn't stay there. It keeps going. So look what happens here. One hypothetical movement comes out of the center all the way to the edge, and it spins around And at some point, it bounces off and goes back, right? What you're going to see is that there are certain forces that get locked within their segment. But we're dealing with the same stuff, all the same stuff that's being compressed and condensed and inverted within itself. Something created out of nothing. This is part of why everything is an illusion and why there's no separation. All that we're seeing are the different expressions of the one. All of this came from one, right? There's no different, strange, foreign, alien things introduced. The intersecting of the rings and the rays giving rise to angles and the sharp tangential movement thus occasioned introduces a new factor into the cosmos. You now perceive that we have studied three types of movement. A, the interaction of the primal rings. B, the interaction of the secondary rays and circles. C, the tangential movements occasioned by the opposition of the angles and the secondaries. In these tangential movements, the lines of force are continually crossing each other's paths. Let me lock this down real quick. I like that. Pure Peace Zone says that's like how electrons in atoms absorb and release energy. You have to excite an atom with the perfect level of energy to hit a particular electron on a particular energy level. Absolutely. Framestar Film says this is how the seed of life, flower of life, tree of life patterns are created. We'll take a look. In these tangential movements, the lines of force are continually crossing each other's paths, being confined to small segments of the cosmos. We're still talking about movements now. Keep that in mind. We're not talking about stuff yet. Nothing, no thing has been formed yet. We're still talking about the movement, pure force. No objects have happened yet. This is all still invisible. This is all still conceptual. This is all still archetypal. So, where they cross, the vortex is set up by the opposing influences modifying each other's actions. There, instead of a proceeding in these slight curves, which give rise to enormous circles, they are deflected into a new movement. So check this out now. With this tangential movement we're talking about, I want you to understand. So the previous movements have already been established. It's as if we're building something. Once that first movement was set in motion, it never stopped. It just kept building upon itself. So the first movement became a ring, and that ring became another ring, and that ring became a third ring, which represents the limit. Now, those rings kept going in their independent positions, and they became stereotyped. They became locked into phase. They became archetypes, right? So you know that the ring cosmos is going to spin like this and pull towards its center because it's been doing that and nothing else, and it will never stop doing that. So that's what I mean by stereotype. It's been locked into time and space, right? So all three of the rings locked into time and space based on their movements that don't change. Now, here's the thing. Just because they're locked in place don't mean the game stops. So once these movements have reached their prime momentum, imagine, like I said, throwing that baseball out into frictionless space, it never stops, but it's going to reach a prime momentum. It's going to reach a certain maximum speed. It's not going to go any faster or any slower, right? So once these rings reach their prime momentum and they get locked into phase, they start throwing off secondary and tertiary movements because that energy, it no longer has a place within the ring. It has to bounce somewhere else. It's still moving, so now it's got to move somewhere else. So what we find is that with the ring cosmos, it pulls inward. With the ring chaos, it pulls outward. So that pulling in and pushing out It's causing a torus effect. It's causing a spin, a swirl, and that continues. And it's rotating. So we're creating different sections and segments. Almost like I said pizza slices before, but it's more like an orange. Imagine peeling all the skin off of an orange, and you got those sections, right? You got 12 sections in that orange. That's what this is now. That's where we are now. The ring cosmos would be the equator of that orange. The ring chaos would be the up and down ring of that orange. And the ring pass not will be the entire circumference of that, the entire surface of that orange. And within it, the motion that created all of that in the first place is still going. And what happens now, once all the basic patterns are mapped out, now we got a left and right spin, we got an up and down spin, we got a full circle spin, we got a pulling in motion, we got a pushing out motion. We got spirals now going in every direction. We got 12 sections, we got 7 rings. These are all the natural frequencies that have been produced. These are all the natural result that you can expect to happen. Like, all this stuff is happening because that's literally what's supposed to happen. The 12 sections, the 12 rays, the 7 sections, the 3 motions. Like that, it's not that somebody said this is what it should be. That's what would naturally happen if you caused a disturbance in space. If you caused a disturbance in the force, this is what would naturally happen if you just let it play out. Now, here's where it gets funky. Because all of the archetypes have been established, the 12 sections, the 3 motions, the 7 rings, because all that's been established, now a new movement comes. Now force is being pulled into the center, into the vortex, and it's being spit out at a strange angle. Now it's hitting the center and getting deflected at a weird angle. Because that's the only thing left to do. Everything else has been done already. Now that everything has been done, something new has to be done. So that's where we're getting this tangential motion. So what does she say? She says, in these tangential movements, the lines of force are continually crossing each other's paths, being confined to small segments of the cosmos. Where they cross the vortex is set up by the opposing influences modifying each other's actions. So there are these strange angles that the force is moving at, they're affecting each other now. It went from a beautiful, harmonious, understandable pattern to something that's a little bit strange to us. There, instead of proceeding in these slight curves, which give rise to enormous circles, right? Because that's already been done. They are because look, they're not going to create a new ring chaos. You're not going to create a new ring cosmos. You're not going to create a new ring pass not. That's what I mean. Like, it's already been done. Now, since that force is still happening, something new has to take a new shape, a new form, right? Not what's already been done, something new, inspired by the old. This is what evolution is. So instead of proceeding into slight curves, which give rise to enormous circles, they are deflected into a new movement and gyrating about each other, right? Last week, we were throwing it back. Now we're gyrating. Gyrating about each other becomes relatively static, thus setting up a composite unit. So now being deflected, they kind of are interacting with each other. Limited to a certain area, right? Confined to small segments of the cosmos. Thus setting up a composite unit. Two forces which no longer are influenced independently by the attractions of the greater forces, but are influenced together. Thus are atoms formed. Two intersecting forces setting up a vortex. Two intersecting forces setting up a vortex and gyrating about each other instead of circling the limits of the cosmos. So, right? In the same way that the ring cosmos and the ring chaos and the ring pass not, because those 3 motions have solidified a center right? That's the one point they can agree on, is that center, right? And that's based off the fact that all three of them have their own agenda, quote unquote. They don't really have an agenda. They just have a pattern. Those three have their own individual patterns, but the common denominator is the center. In that same way, right, those three forces have intersected. The ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not. They all intersect at the center, right? So now likewise, these, now that all of them, they have been established, the 12 has been established, the 7 has been established. Now the new force that's coming through, hitting strange angles, they're bouncing into each other. And when they bounce into each other, they create a new center. So they might have bounced into each other and met over here on the pepperoni. They might have bounced into each other over here on the mushroom. They met over here on the pizza. They met over there. Regardless of where they met, they are creating new vortexes there, right there, where they mash together. Check. If it don't make sense, let me know. Because like I said, this part has always been shaky to me. But again, this is the same motion from the beginning. It's just experiencing and expressing in new ways now, because all the old ways have already been done. These are new ways. These are new ways. So I have described the formation of the prime atom. Did I already get to this? Those atoms are formed. Vortex. Yeah. And here's another thing. When they hit each other and create a new vortex, they're static. Like she says, they're relatively static, setting up a composite unit. No longer influenced independently by the attractions of greater forces, but influenced together. Two intersecting forces setting up a vortex and gyrating about each other instead of circling the limits of the cosmos. So now the force isn't going around the world. No, now it's locked into its own space. I have described the formation of the prime atom. These atoms, acting as units, likewise perceive the attraction of the units about them and begin to move in their turn. And the same process occurs again. Atoms in movement meet and gyrate, and so the process is continued. The tendency of the composite atoms is to travel towards the periphery, and the simple atoms to remain near the center. It is thus that the planes of cosmic matter are developed. So let's run that back. We talked about the formation of the prime atom. These atoms, acting as units, they perceive the attraction of the units about them. So all these prime atoms are becoming aware of each other. These are like new babies being born. They have no idea about their parents, the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not. They just see each other. They recognize each other. And they begin to move in their turn, and the same process occurs again. Now, atoms in movement meet and gyrate, and so the process is continued. The tendency of the composite atoms, the ones who meet up together and form a vertex, the tendency for them is to travel towards the periphery. Oh, so they're taken after their father, ring chaos. And the simple atoms is to remain near the center. It is thus that the planes of the cosmic matter are developed. All right, so we're gonna do a quick recap. You know how we doing it this season. Can't leave it to chance. I'm gonna get through this book with a full understanding, and if you're tagging along with me, hopefully you get that too. We're gonna do a recap. So that to recapitulate, right? To recapitulate, we have the primary movement of the rings. We have the secondary movement of the rays. We have the tertiary movement of the tangentials within the segments. We have the quaternary movement of the vortices. Remember the two the forces who can't do cosmos, chaos, or ring past not, because that's already been done. They got to do something new, right? We have the movement of the vortices now, and we've got the quintecular movement of the composite atoms. Now she says she's channeling. Imagine the Library of Correspondences you got to have to spit out the word quintecular. So the primary movement of the rings, the secondary movement of the rays, the tertiary movement of the tangentials. Tertiary is pushing it. but quintecular, the quaternary movement of the vortices, the quintecular movement of the composite atoms. You will meet these numbers again. 1 refers to the absolute. Absolutely. 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 2 refers to the manifest. 3 refers to evolution. 4 refers to form. 5 refers to life. Life! All right. So it's only been 2 hours and 40 minutes, guys. Now, granted, we're going to chalk up about 20 of those minutes to my technical difficulties. But did it really take us 2.5 hours to get through one chapter? Oh, well, you've been to my book studies before. You know how this thing goes. Perfect timing. But hey, I most certainly feel as if that breakdown was much more comprehensive than when I did it last time. What do you think? Did you learn something from that? Did you grasp a bigger understanding from chapter 2? In fact, Tony says smoke break. Right. We're gonna take a quick little break, right? Quick little break. Maybe this is a good time for me to refill my coffee mug. When we come back, we're gonna keep it moving. I hope to see you there. If not, catch you on the replay. But we'll take a quick break. I'll be right back. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. I never wanna hear you say it. I want it that way. All right, we'll be right back. I'll hit you with the ambulance car, and we will resume.
Everybody who goes in an ambulance car, throw your hands up. If you go in the ambulance car, what's going on? Y'all are going to jail. Period. Everybody. Being so ready.
How we doing? Who's still with me? Who's still with me? Who's ready for the next chapter?
Could be a crackhead that got hold to the wrong stuff, and it told him to get up in a tree and play a leprechaun.
We need the Green Goblin. You know what? You're right. I could probably get away with that. I don't think that's copyrighted. I don't think that's copyrighted. 5,000 Nate. Peace to you. Laura says, I can see how astrology plays in this. You have your base patterns of archetypes, and then we have the various versions spinning off of that. That's why two Leos can share characteristics, but be different. Absolutely. Right? And that's the thing about the archetypes. We are, they're the base programming. This is why astrology is, you see what I'm saying? Like, most people don't understand or believe in spiritual stuff because their bases of understanding don't go as far back to the beginning like this. She's starting at the very beginning and working her way forward. And if you follow what she's saying, you'll start to see that what you've understood previously shines with a new perspective, with a new light. So when Bobby Hemmett used to teach that we are before the gods, what we are is primordial, this is what he means. What we're talking about in this chapter are the literal foundational building blocks of reality. We're not talking about people. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if somebody's beginning was there was a war in heaven and, the good angels had to fight the bad angels, even if that's somebody's beginning, that don't go back far enough, right? Even in the Greek mythology, right? The clash of the Titans versus Zeus and all that, that's not even the beginning of the story. Because where the Titans come from? They came from Uranus and Gaia. And guess what? Newsflash, Uranus was not an extremely horny man who wouldn't leave Gaia alone. It's a metaphor. They kept producing archetypes. And guess what happened? Kronos, the Titan, sliced off Uranus's genitals, castrated him. He didn't physically cut off his father's rod and nuts and bolts. He didn't physically do that. What that was talking about was just what we read in that last chapter. The archetypes were stereotyped and impressed to where there couldn't be any more. Now there needed to be a new form of movement. So after Uranus and Gaia, right, they produced all the archetypes that could be. A new form of creation had to exist. There were the Titans and the Hekaton Kyres, right? And guess what? After the Titans all existed, they stereotyped and imprinted that realm of existence, and a new breed had to be born. That's where Zeus and the Olympians came in. And because the Titans could no longer be produced, they were imprisoned into Tartarus, right? So the gods ruled. And guess what? Now there can be no more gods, can there? We've got all the gods. You seen the show American Gods? All the gods. They just show up in different forms and different shapes. But now the gods have been stereotyped. And guess what? We got humans and humanity and human beings. And I'm here to tell you, human beings are finished. We've been stereotyped. Haven't we, right? We literally have stereotypes. You think black person, white person, Indian person, Chinese person, Mexican person, Puerto Rican person, Brazilian person, German person, Australian. When you think about a person, there are archetypes and stereotypes already in place. Obviously, a stereotype doesn't define an individual, but there are certain characteristics. The archetypes, the patterns, the stereotypes exist for a reason. And so as we are becoming stereotyped, existence now has to find a new place to go. So you see what I'm saying? Like, we trace that all the way back. It didn't begin in any of those levels. It goes back further and further. So you should start to see, like, a true understanding of reality. You have to go beyond yourself. You have to go past you. When you stay stuck and limited to the concept of you, that's when you have fear and attachment, limitation, corruption, sin. 11:11. Make a wish because it's your birthday. Because it's your birthday. All right, one more time.
Bends through crystal seeker. Within the unicorn circle, every facet is revealed. Listen.
I am listening.
Speak the hidden name with me.
Alien.
Let it carve itself into your
I
spirit.
feel it shining.
You have received the mark. Go now through the door of light. Carry the cosmic doctrine into the worlds that sleep, and carry the cosmic doctrine to all who dream.
I will speak the pattern until it takes root.
Then rise, messenger.
Carry the pattern into the waking world.
I was told to bring the doctrine to those who dream.
Someone has been waiting. The doctrine always calls its next voice.
I saw you in a dream. You said there would be pages that teach themselves.
Then you've already begun to learn.
$75, $66, $76, $17, $17, $78, $17.
It remembers. Each sign is a memory returning home. Glyph, less is real.
And the light, it's alive?
It's what we are when we stop forgetting. Between teachings, there is listening. Between words, rhythm still breathing. Between teachings. A rhythm still breathing.
Everybody. All right, are we ready? Let's do a quick recap of what we just read, chapter 2, and then we're going to jump into chapter 3. So, the Cosmic Doctrine, chapter 2, the First Trinity Extended Edition. The birth of the First Trinity. You have found that, no doubt, that the teaching is abstruse and unfamiliar. She said that at the beginning. The teacher admits the knowledge itself is alien, beyond the capacity of ordinary speech. These concepts are not learned through study, but built within consciousness. Before understanding can occur, the images must be constructed in the mind. You cannot discuss these laws until your awareness is trained to perceive them. Building new mental organs. The Cosmic Doctrine isn't describing something external. It's sculpting the architecture of thought. Each image, ring, movement, light is a training glyph, a shape meant to reorganize perception. Reading it is an act of initiation. Your mind becomes the cosmos in miniature. That's what you're doing. The very images have to be built in your consciousness before they can be evoked by any spoken word. The student must evolve the capacity to think in motion. The three great motions: the ring cosmos, order, structure, force; the ring chaos, dissolution, expansion, release; the ring pass not, balance, containment, awareness. Y'all know about the gunas, right? The gunas never left. Once we learned about them gunas, we have been seeing them everywhere, haven't we? Once we learned about them gunas, our eyes could not be closed. Could not be closed. And that's how it should, like, that's how you know you're seeing the truth, is when you can't unsee it. Anytime you see three, you're going to see them gunas. Anytime you see three. These are not objects. They are movements of consciousness. Each manifests a polarity of being. Order versus entropy. Creation versus return. Awareness as the boundary. The Trinity is not three beings. It's the rhythm of creation itself. This is the rhythm of the night. The night. Oh, yeah. This is the rhythm of the night. The law of direction. The ring chaos looks toward the past. The ring cosmos looks towards the future. Remember she said that? Chaos is the pull of regression, the longing to dissolve back into the unmanifest. And you know that makes sense, y'all? Like something just opened up in my mind when I do my Taught with Shooting meditations. And when I ascend beyond the gunas, when I ascend beyond the elements, I naturally started to visualize myself dissolving, going from like a concept of a person or a soul or energy, whatever, dissolving as I entered into the sun until nothing was left, nothing observable was left of me. Everything melts away and I become what remains, right? Which is like essentially nothing. The pull of regression, the longing to dissolve back into the unmanifest, right? The other movement is cosmos, ring cosmos, the drive towards structure, evolution, creative order. The ring pass knot, the psychic membrane between them, the moment of conscious decisions. Yeah, the moment of conscious decision. One seeks dissolution, one seeks expression. The third holds balance. There's your gunas. Inner correspondence. Ring cosmos represents focus, discipline, structure. And by the way, everybody, if you don't know already, you can download these slides. Just click on the description of this video. There's a link that has the slides. You can download them and look at them at your own leisure. So if you're taking screenshots, you don't have to do that. Just download it. I made it accessible so you can get it. Also, in the description is a link to my Cash App and my PayPal if you'd like to help support the cause, maybe buy me a coffee or something of that nature. I'd appreciate it a lot. You can find all those links in the description. So the ring cosmos represents focus, discipline, and structure. It is the evolutionary moment that pulls all energy towards higher order and coherence. The ring chaos embodies regression, emotion, and instinct. It is the dissolving current that seeks to return consciousness to the unmanifest. So look, in the beginning, I made a joke like, well, Trev, how is this going to help me get bitches? How's this going to help me get a Mercedes Benz? How is this going to help me ball on these hoes? Well, that's the thing. To understand where those desires come from in the first place. To understand the root programming of your reality in the first place. And if you start to understand the foundation and the fundamentals of existence, and you can't figure out how to get the bitches and how to ball out of control with that information, well, maybe it's not for you to do those things. And that's all right. As we discussed in the previous chapter, everybody's here to do what they're here to do. And that's perfect. That's perfect. Every human psyche contains these three tensions. When you feel pulled between expansion and restraint, you are sensing the dance of these rings within yourself. Every human psyche contains this same triadic tension. The Trinity across traditions. Think of the father, mother, and child as archetypal functions rather than personalities. Functions, right? That goes for all of your gods, your deities, your demons. These are functions. Now, we may experience them as personalities, but you are ultimately dealing with functions. The father, ring cosmos, is order, structure, the archetypal mind that holds all design. If you were to look at the upper triad of paths, that will be represented by the magician. Now we can get more intricate with that, but from Kether to Bina, this is a flip-flopping of the masculine feminine. Bina being feminine, this path is masculine. This is your ring cosmos right here. In the tree, of course. In the tree. Next, the mother, ring. Oh, you can't see my screen. Well, don't worry about it. The mother, ring chaos, is matter, motion, and emotion, the womb of potential differentiation. The child, the ring past not, is conscious awareness, the balancing mediator, the logos in action. These three patterns echo through every sacred system. In Kabbalah, they appear as Kether, Chokmah, and Bina, crown, wisdom, and understanding. In Samkhya, they arise as Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, harmony, activity, and inertia. In magic, they move as will, love, and light, right? Love under will, that, power, form, and balance. Every act of creation in thought, ritual, or will repeats this triad. You do not get away from it because this is what everything is built out of. That's big right there. Framestar says, giving up on a dream is often just as important as chasing one. Sometimes you got to let go of one in order to grab the other. Facts. And it takes wisdom and maturity to really understand that. It takes wisdom and maturity to understand that. Do what thou wilt. Make it the whole of the law. The whole of the law. Who said that? Which one of y'all kicked me? I have yet to get that clip. Chris Tucker, Rush Hour. Which one of y'all kicked me? The Trinity as a creative sequence. The prime activity is movement. The secondary activity is light. The third activity is sound. Movement, the will to be, the first stirring in the void. Light, awareness, the byproduct of frictionless motion. Sound, vibration, the pattern of expression that shapes form. Will becomes awareness, awareness becomes expression, and this is the living current of creation. The physics of consciousness. Movement generates energy. Energy produces illumination, perception. Illumination gives rise to sound, communication, resonance, and manifestation. By the way, this also ties into the 5 elements, guys. This also ties into the 5 elements because guess what? Sound is the Akash, isn't it? Sound is the Akash. When I say this ties into the 5 elements, what I meant was this ties into the 7 chakras. The 7 chakras. Because the root chakra, the Muladhara would be earth, Swadhisthana would be water, Manipura would be fire, Anahata would be air, Vishuddhi would be sound, right? And that's your Akash. That's your Akash element. Then we move up to illumination, which is the third eye, right? Which is your connection to the soul. And then the crown chakra, your connection to spirit, that's going to be that original movement. Wow, I'm writing so many notes, LOL, I can't keep up. Thank goodness you have it in the description box. Thank you. Thank you for existing so that I had reason to do this in the first place, right? It all connects, man. It all connects. So let there be movement. Let movement produce light. Let light become sound. Desire moves. Perception awakens. Creation speaks. The esoteric mirror. Creation unfolds in 3 sequential notes of experience. Movement, the father principle, pure will or desire to be. Light, the sun principle, illumination born of motion, the moment consciousness recognizes itself. And remember, I said that is related to the third eye chakra. Sound, the spirit principle, vibration, expression, Om. Akash, the fifth element, right? So sound is your fifth element, light is your third eye, movement is the crown. The light, the third eye, that's the connection to the soul or the individuality. The movement is connected to spirit. Kether, what's happening up there. Every creative act follows this rhythm. Intent stirs movement. Awareness dawns, which is light. And expression manifests, sound. To understand this sequence is to see how divine process mirrors human thought and how your own mind continually recreates the cosmos. Every act of creation, cosmic or personal, follows the sequence. And those of you who are artists of any type know this to be true. So practical contemplation, meditative visualization, right? And you can do this later on when you have the slides. Imagine infinite darkness. A single pulse begins. Movement. The pulse glows. Light. Light vibrates. Sound. Feel these three emotions within your breath, your heartbeat, your thoughts. You are reenacting the birth of existence every moment. To meditate is to align your inner rhythm with the rhythm of the logos. And we're going to get more on the logos as we get into this text. The purpose of opposition. The ring cosmos and the ring chaos are not enemies. There are no enemies. They are complementary movements. One creates, the other releases. Without chaos, nothing new could form. Without cosmos, nothing could endure. The past knot ensures harmony between expansion and compression. All tension is creative tension. Initiatory application. Recognize these forces in your daily life. Moving in cosmos, when you're inspired to build, you move in cosmos. Immersed in chaos, when you're overwhelmed or destructive, you're immersed in chaos. Resting in past knot. When you step back and observe both, you rest in the past knot. And I challenge you to reside in that past knot state. Awareness is the balance that keeps creation from collapsing. The expansion of the Trinity. Which slide is this? Oh, goodness. As the rings revolve, their interactions give rise to new lines of force. The first Trinity does not remain static. Its movement creates a living geometry. From the friction of these rings emerge 12 rays, radiating outward from the center. These are the first differentiations of divine energy, the foundation of all archetypal law. The 3 become 12. Motion multiplies itself into structure. The 12 rays of force, the cosmic skeleton. They form the skeleton of the cosmos, the archetypal framework upon which evolution will unfold. Primary colors. They are the primary colors of existence, just as the rings were the primary motions. Streams of consciousness. Each ray represents a stream of consciousness, a line of divine intention projected into manifestation. The tangentials of the birth of complexity. As the 12 rays rotate, their movements generate tangentials, forces that strike across them at right angles. Intersection. The rays, once in motion, intersect and create tangential forces. Contrast. These cross currents introduce contrast, friction, and individuality. Differentiation. The tangentials are the beginnings of differentiated experience, the tension that makes consciousness self-aware. Where the rays establish order, the tangentials introduce life. Rays and tangentials. Look at that. There's your 12 rays right there. So a cosmic diagram described. After the 3 motions are established, the rotation produces 12 rays of force radiating outward from the still center. Each ray is a stream of divine purpose, a line of consciousness projecting from the logos into manifestation. As these rays begin to move, they cross one another at right angles, forming tangentials. The secondary currents that introduce friction, contrast, and individuality. The rays are the ordered framework of creation. The tangentials are the interactions that generate life, tension, and evolution. At the unmoving center rests the logos, the silent point of awareness around which all motion occurs. Together, they show that order and conflict are partners in growth. And every living system is the same geometry in motion. Order and conflict together generate evolution, baby. Generate evolution. Order and conflict together generate evolution. Psychological interpretation. The 12 rays are your innate potentials, your archetypal design. The tangentials are the pressures and lessons that awaken these potentials. The center point is your ring pass knot, your conscious awareness that harmonizes both. So look at that. You got your potentials, and then you have the pressure that awakens your potentials. So think about the last thing in your life that caused you to stop what you're doing. It took all your focus and you said, yo, I gotta harmonize this, right? Whether you needed something, whether you needed to give something, maybe you needed to help somebody else, maybe you needed to make a move, make a play. Think about the last time you had to do something that pressured you to pull out your potential. Mystic Phoenix says, these slides are amazing, really helpful. I'm glad. And I'm glad that you appreciate the work. Thank you. The rays are who you are. The tangentials are how you grow. The cosmic pattern repeats. Louis says, Travis, what's a good reframing when it comes to NPCs trying to get an emotional reaction out of you? I have my own ways, but I want to hear yours. The more that I progress in life and wisdom, really, I just let them have what they're saying. What you're talking about does not involve my response. You know, they might say things about how I look, my presentation, or maybe something that I'm not doing in my life that they think I should be doing or whatever. And it's like, I mean, you got it, man. You're right. You're absolutely right. Because in your head, you believe it. It's true. I'm not going to resist it. I'm also not going to agree with it. Do what you want. I'm not even going to judge it. You can say what you, because I know how it feels, right? When somebody says something to you or whatever, you get that little heat inside your chest, or for me at least, a little heat starts in your chest, you know what I'm saying? And it makes you, or I should say the pressure begins to where you want to explain yourself, or you want to fight back or set the record straight or any shit like that. You want to do that. But then it's like, there's no need to. There's no need to. You're going to be who you are regardless of where this conversation goes. I can say one thing or not, you're still going to be the same person. So I'm not going to waste my breath. It's like trying to go to the gas station or the liquor store to buy some alcohol and you don't have your ID on you. Are you going to sit there and try to convince the cashier to sell it to you? Or are you just going to go back home and get that ID? My roommates are taking my food. It's strange. Oh, okay. Well, that's different. That's a different one. That's one of them situations where you're going to have to address them face to face. Like, hey, man, what's really going on here? What's going on here? You're going to have to address that face to face. Because sometimes people like to get away with stuff as long as they're not brought to light, so to speak. Because the factors change when it's brought to light. If I bring it to light and you're still doing it, okay, now you're deliberately, you know what I'm saying? We have to move about this thing differently. I hope that helps. Okay, so Cosmos, the father, produces the 6 rays of structure. Chaos, the mother, produces 6 rays of reflection. There's your 12. Pass not, child, unites them both, birthing the tangentials. Framestar says, lace your food with acid and leave it for him. Yeah, so that'd be more like what my brother would do. He didn't lace it with acid, but he did other things to the food to guarantee that it was unpleasant. Personally, when I had that situation with a roommate, I did some Goetia. I did some Goetia, and it's funny. I drew at some point. I got so fed up, I put the sigil on the food. In particular, it was some orange juice, man. I was pissed about that orange juice. I put the sigil on that orange juice in the fridge. It worked. He moved out not long after that. I usually don't use the Goetia for that, but this was a couple of years ago. But yeah, I would most certainly say that's one of the things you got to address face to face, man, head on. Like I said, that was years ago. I would not do that today. I was mad about that orange juice, boy. Today it would be a face-to-face confrontation. Back then, I was more leaning towards being non-confrontational. But as I've like I said, as I learned getting older, you just got to talk to people in their face, man. I don't like doing important stuff through text. Important stuff, I believe, needs to be done face-to-face. Because there's certain things that are communicated through body language that you cannot do through text. Lace your food with acid. Oh man, that yikes. Okay, we're gonna wrap this thing up and get into the third atom. You're gonna have people. Trav, my roommate is suing me because you said put acid on the food. So I'm taking you to court for giving me bad advice. It wasn't me. They left the acid on the counter. Wasn't me. Picture this, we were both butt naked. Living in the bathroom. How could I have been that I had given her the master key? Never took her eyes off me. Key insights from the extended chapter. Right? The first, Trinity gives birth to the 12 rays, which is a differentiation through motion. The tangentials represent reaction, interaction, and the birth of individuality. The center of the logos remains motionless, anchoring all creation. Every psyche mirrors this structure: will, emotion, and awareness generating experience. The 3, the 12, and the many are one pattern seen at different magnifications. The universe is not a thing. It's a pattern in motion. Check. Realm Lilith, greetings and welcome. Hope you're having a pleasant evening. All right, so now that we've thoroughly recapped, we're moving into chapter 3, the building of the atom. The building of the atom. So, you have had described to you the types of movement which make up the cosmos. The primary rings, the rays, and the secondary circles. Now these are the basis of a cosmos, and their influences are the underlying influences of that cosmos. The revolution, it is, which makes the great cycles, the days and nights of manifestation. A day being the time when an aspect of the cosmos is within what you would call the positive area of the magnetic field generated by the spinning rings, and the night when it is in the negative area. So remember, those spinning rings have a top and a bottom, so to speak. We can say the top is positive and the bottom is negative. A day would be when existence is in the positive. A night would be when it's in the negative. By a knowledge of these cosmic tides, the illuminated may avail himself of their forces. Hence, the power of a knowledge of the numbers of the secret calendar. You may hear referenced by these authors many times secret tables, tables and tides of the moon, of the elements, and of the stars. And she keeps hinting at that. These then are the primary influences. They may be thought of as the framework of the cosmos. The tangential forces within the segments of their interaction set up vortices, and these vortices are the primal atoms. So remember we talked about those tangential forces. Since the stereotype motion of the rings have been done already, it has to do something different. The motion has to go in a different direction. So once all of the stereotype motions have been taken up, the 12 slices of the orange, the circumference, the diameter, the radius, now it has to bounce around. And in that bouncing around, they cross each other and create new vortices, new centers. So the tangential forces within the segment, you can see those as the seeds. You can see those as the seeds within the orange, right? The tangential forces within the segments of their interaction sets up vortices. And these vortices are the primal atoms. You may perceive that in the building of an atom, the same laws are at work as enabled the ring cosmos and ring chaos to build the cosmos. It is the law of the opposing forces which produce stability. The opposing forces having produced atoms, the atoms themselves become forces because they move in their turn. And so different types of tangential reactions occur. Movements influenced by more than one attraction. So that from the simple right-angled movement produced by a single opposing force, vortices are described of a polyhedronal type. You can see the material form of such reaction in the different types of crystals to when they give rise upon your plane. So that you will get atoms, the tangential path of whose component forces can be anything from a three-sided figure on upwards. So we got to go look at figure 11. Let's go look at figure 11. So this is figure 11, right here, right? So this is one pizza slice. Remember before, we got these 12 pizza slices. Now all the stereotype motions have been done. We've got the ring cosmos, we got the ring chaos, we got the ring pass not. Those motions are set. They reached maximum momentum. The energy being thrown off, the secondary, tertiary, quaternary. What was the fifth one? Who remembers that word? The quintecular movement, right? New movements have to be thrown off and bounced around. And this is happening within these pizza slices, right? Or within this orange, I should say. These are where your seeds are produced, which will probably be accurate because everything in manifestation follows these patterns. But the strange motions, right? Let's say like one is thrown off into the perimeter and it bounces back here. Well, what's actually happening is, see how this is being cast off in this direction? What we're really looking at is this right angle, this 90-degree right angle is an intersection of two motions colliding. So one is going this way and one is going this way. And it meets right here. It bounces off right here and it creates a new vortex right there. You see? So imagine if the motion of the ring and the spin has been happening forever and now it's being pulled to the center, then it's being shot out at this angle. Well, what happens is when it's being shot out, it runs into another force that's been shot out. And where they collide, where they meet, it forms a vortex. Does that make sense? It forms a vortex. And that's what she's talking about, these tangential angles. When the force goes into the center of the torus and is spit out, it clashes into another one, and that causes a vortex. That's where you're going to get your pepperoni, your mushroom, whatever. Let me know if you follow. So when we talk about figure 11 is one individual pizza slice. So let's say that, you've got your 7 rings and your 12 rays. We're looking at just one ray, right? Now here you got your crust out here, you got your pepperoni right here, mushrooms, your peppers, all these, just cheese right here. Depending on where 2 motions have collided and formed a vortex, you're going to see a different stereotyped behavior within that segment. So as you can see right here in this little segment, we get like a pentagon type of expression. In this segment, we get a hexagon type of expression. In this segment, we get a septagon. We get an octagon up here. We get a nonagon up here, right? Depending on, and we get a triangle down here at the tip of the cheese. We get a square right here where the bell peppers are. Does that make sense? Does it not make sense? 0 says, got it. Cool. Good enough for me. So that being said, let's go back. I love it. It's that good stuff. That good stuff. By the way, if you like this information, hit the like button. Hit the like button. If you want to support the cause and buy me some Starbucks, please click the link in the description. I have my Cash App and my PayPal. And if you want to follow along with the presentations, you can also download the slides in a Google Drive, all linked in the description. So let's get back to the cosmic pizza here. I'm just going to read the previous chapter. The opposing forces having produced atoms, the atoms themselves becoming forces, because they move in their turn. And so different types of tangential reactions occur, right? Different collisions on that pizza slice. Movements influenced by more than one attraction, so that from the simple right-angled movement produced by a single opposing force, vortices are described of a polyhedral type. So the vortice, right, of these 2 motions clashing, right? Let's say if these 2 motions clash right here where the pepperoni is, that vortice that's formed by that clash, it moves. It's described as a polyhedral type. So that particular vortice, like I said, it might be a pentagon. This one might be a hexagon shape or hexagon motion. This one over here might be a triangular motion. She says, you can see the material form of such a reaction in the different types of crystals to which they give rise upon your plane. So what she's saying is, all across the pizza, we've got these different vortices that are causing specific vibrations in existence. They're causing specific vibrations in existence. And as those vibrations trickle down into reality, we're seeing different things come into manifestation based on that, right? And this is why you can use different crystals in your magical work, in your spiritual work. Because this particular crystal is formed out of the same foundational stuff as what was happening in the pepperoni dimension. And this crystal is formed out of the same foundational stuff that was formed over here in the mushroom dimension, right? So when you're tapping into these crystals, that's what we're actually doing. Rosa Flame says, I get that. I feel pretty septagon some days, triangle others. Exactly. And what we'll find is we got all of it in us. So you said some days, and it might even be even truer than true. Because depending on where we're moving as an entire whole, right? We're going through this whole system. So different parts from different areas are being affected in different ways. man. Alchemic Mind says, gosh, making crystal grids while the veil is thin is crazy right now. Let me tell you, man, y'all better be doing something. Because right now, it's damn near scary. It's damn near scary. You can tap in just, well, me at least, you can tap in just by thinking about it a little too hard. I better be doing something. I don't know what. I don't care what. But you better be doing something right now. Especially those of you who have been improving your understanding of this information over the past couple of years. I'm not saying go trick or treat, but you better be doing something, putting in some kind of work. So, back to our cosmic pizza. You can see the material form of such reaction in the different types of crystals to which they give rise upon your plane, so that you will get atoms, the tangential path of whose component forces can be anything from a three-sided figure upward. You must realize clearly that the primal atom consists of two opposing movements which gyrate about each other. These are simply vortices, but the vortices can move through space as a water spout can move over the ocean. And these vortices can be induced to assume a secondary movement. It is these secondary movements which I refer to as being of an angular path. So I remember on the last read, somebody pointed out to me what the water spout actually was. I believe this water spout is like a little tornado of water moving over the surface of the ocean. Hell, I want to say that was Rose of Flame, but that was quite a long time ago, so maybe not. Oh, it was. My memory serves correct. Good job, memory. So this water spout moving across the ocean, what does she say? You must realize clearly that the primal atom consists of two opposing movements. Remember, those two movements clashed into each other? One moving at like a 45-degree angle, one moving at a 30-degree angle, but their clash produces a 90-degree angle. It's just that the V shape is pointing in some strange direction. So it might be spinning around as a triangle, might be spinning around as a rectangle, whatever. But it's not just spinning in place. It's not just a vortice in place. It's moving through space. Space is moving through space. It's moving through space as a water spout can move over the ocean. And these vortices can be induced to assume a secondary movement. It is these secondary movements which I refer to as being of an angular path. So not only are they moving across space one way, they're moving two ways. So it's moving at an angle. It's not just moving straight across like, right, the ring cosmos is going in one direction, left to right. The ring chaos is going up and down, right? And the ring past knot is this whole sphere. We're in a sphere now. These primal atoms and their tangential motions, they're moving at an angle throughout this sphere of existence. So you will get the different types of atom, which is merely a spinning to the spinning atom, which moves in a triangle. The type which makes a square, the type which describes a 5-sided figure and a 6-sided figure, etc. These atoms attract each other. So one wonderful thing I'm finding here is when a pattern happens, it keeps happening to some capacity, right? Because that ring cosmos, that same context replicated in the ring chaos, and that same context replicated in the ring past knot. And to be honest, that same context replicated within these small atoms. They're all rotating in their own little place. Because isn't the ring cosmos a vortice? But check this out. These atoms attract each other. So when all this clashing and colliding going on through this infinitely large cosmic sphere, it's extremely vast now. Of all the different collisions and shapes that are being formed, or should I say vortices, this vortice might be of a triangle type. And remember, these are just terms and labels. It's not literally being a triangle out there. We're using these words to formulate a concept in our minds. The triangle vortices over here, no matter where they form, they're actually being attracted to each other. Like attracts like. So even though one clash of triangle vortices happened down here and one happened way across the cosmos, they are going to be pulled towards each other, no matter what. These atoms attract each other and can draw together and adhere to each other. So because they're moving the same kind of way, they actually combine and multiply themselves. Interesting, right? They draw together and adhere to each other by means of what, metaphorically speaking, I will call the facets of their orbits. Thereby they can form alliances among themselves. Thus, different types of atom, and see, for example, you could say if it's a triangle, imagine it's pulling all these other triangles from across the galaxy, from across the cosmos, and they're attaching themselves because they fit, right? A triangle can fit on top of another triangle, and another triangle can come in and fit on top of that, and one can come and fit on top of that. They can keep connecting and growing because they're of the same nature. Thus, different types of atoms arise in the cosmos and begin to gather themselves together into composite bodies. Each composite body, as it increases in size, increases also its power of attraction. So the bigger it gets, the stronger it attracts. So the tendency of the cosmos is to aggregation, and the aggregates form adjustments among themselves so that new forces arise periodically. These we shall consider in their turn. This is a big key right here, and I know I missed it last time. So if you follow what's happening here in this theater, these motions are taking new paths, and in taking new paths, they are clashing into each other, and in clashing into each other, they are creating new vortices, new manifestations. Now, because this is a limited universe, limited cosmos, you're getting the same type of clash happening same types of clashes happening everywhere. I'm not sure how many there are, but for however many there are many like it, right? So there's a lot of triangular clashes, a lot of square clashes, a lot of pentagonal clashes. And what's happening is they're moving towards each other. Each one of a certain type is attracting its brothers and sisters, right? And as they attract from across the cosmos, they cling together and they grow and they get bigger and they get stronger, and they're able to pull. The magnetism increases, and in doing so, they start to have new movements, even by aggregating like that. They form, it says that the aggregates form adjustments among themselves so that new forces arise periodically. That's key to know, because this also has to deal with the mind of the individual and the mind of God, the mind of the logos, the mind of the planet, right? Earlier, somebody mentioned about, working to take care of the planet. The planet has a consciousness too. In my estimation, she is fully equipped to take care of herself. I don't think she needs little old me. But there is a consciousness in everything. You will perceive that we have now described, in addition to the great ring forces of the cosmos, the formation of an infinite number of minute centers of stability of varying types, and the continued organization of the reactions among these centers. You will perceive that great phases would be gone through in the course of this evolution. Great phases will be gone through in the course of this evolution. And for each new force, 33, for each new force that arose had to radiate through the entire cosmos until turned back in its course by the ring past not. So they hit that barrier, they hit that firmament, and they're turned right back around, bouncing back and forth within this gigantic sphere. And it would only be after it had returned from whence it arose and so completed its circle that it could become a constant influence within the cosmos. Interesting, right? So these vortexes, just kind of breaking it down and catching up here, these vortexes that are formed from colliding into each other, right? They're forming, they're collecting each other, they're becoming a greater influence, they're attracting, they're pulling each other towards itself, and it's also moving on its own, at its own strange angle. Now it's going to keep moving until it hits the ring past not. Then it's going to be turned around, it's going to curve around, and it's going to meet back up exactly where it came from. So it's going to make its own ring cosmos, right? It's going to make its own rotation, and it's going to connect, and in doing so, it's going to stereotype itself. It's going to imprint itself. And that's when it becomes a constant influence within the cosmos. Within the limits of the rays and the circles, the newly built atoms would cannon and rebound for eons before any coordination could be induced among them. But as chance would govern the occurrence of two or more moving parallel to each other, where this occurred, their forces would reinforce each other and draw yet more into the orbit of their activity, so that the mere rebound would give place to the ordered recurrence of influences, and therefore to definite paths. Let me go back through that. Within the limits of the rays, right, your 12 rays, and the circles, your 7 circles, the newly built atoms would cannon and rebound for eons before any coordination would be induced among them. So they would bounce around chaotically before a type of order would come. But as chance would govern the occurrence of two or more moving parallel with each other, where this occurred, their forces would reinforce each other and draw yet more into the orbit of their activity. So in all the random bouncing around of all these different atoms, every now and then, two find themselves parallel. So even though it's a lot of chaos out there, every now and then, two atoms of the same type inevitably find themselves parallel to each other. And when that happens, their forces reinforce each other. They add to each other, they multiply, they double their strength, and they draw more into their orbit. So it's almost like, imagine a type of meteor or asteroid hurtling through space, and as it's moving through, other material and other things that are made of the same stuff become attracted to it. So you can imagine over eons of infinite time, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. The gravity of it becomes more and more and more. And it's literally building its influence. So that the mere rebound would give place to the ordered recurrence of influences, and therefore to definite paths. So the influence becomes stronger and stronger, that when it bounces off the ring past not, it's almost like it leaves a track in space. And other atoms and vortices that are made of the same stuff find its way not only to this traveling center, but they also find their way to its orbit, and they get locked into its orbit. So imagine like Saturn's rings. Imagine Saturn's rings. Before there were flat rings like that, supposedly they were, scattered all over the place. But over time, certain, rocks and ice collected together and started moving together and left a trail. You can see that. Within the ring are different ribbons, some made of ice, some mostly made of metal, some mostly made of rocks. Same type of thing happening here. Maybe Saturn isn't a planet, but an actual depiction of these rings. Who knows? Om Sham Shani Shiraya Namaha. So the mere rebound would give place to the ordered recurrence of influences, and therefore to definite paths. There are already worked out in the cosmos the great lines of force, which we call the rays, and the currents of the rays would gradually influence the great oceans of rebounding atoms to flow in their track, so that gradually the uncoordinated forces are coordinated into the great tides of the cosmos, and through meeting their own tangential action, move also with the great tides. I'm now going to put before you a concept which may seem strange to you, but which is the basis of much practical occultism. All right, listen up. At the beginning of these teachings, I said to you, space moved. Whenever a movement has occurred in space, the flowing action thus set up remains. Whenever a movement has occurred in space, the flowing action thus set up remains. Space, when set in motion, never stops flowing because it is frictionless. A force has been generated which remains. This force may be blended with other forces. Look, you're talking about charging your sigils. You're talking about doing a ritual to boost your magic. You're talking about, leaving something under your pillow or something on your altar. What are you doing? What are you doing? Talking about charging up your crystals or whatever you're talking about doing. Look, whenever a movement has occurred in space, the flowing action thus set up remains. Space, when set in motion, never stops flowing because it is frictionless. A force has been generated which remains. This force may be blended with other forces so that, for all practical purposes, it ceases to be a separate unit. Yet it still retains its original character, and could you analyze the unit of which it forms a part, you would find it there intact. So what you're really doing with your magic, this is me talking, right? What you're really doing with your magic and your rituals, you're generating and accumulating and directing force to move towards a specific type of egregore that you've got going on, to fuel it, to feed it, to strengthen it, to help it move further, right? Whether it's a sacrifice of any type, whether you're adding an object or dedicating words or feelings, right? Sending prayers. You're adding your energy towards a flow that's already been set in motion. So I've gone over this in my class, right? When people talk about how many rituals do I need to do I do one ritual or do I do a bunch of rituals? Well, this is what we're talking about right here. Whatever rituals you're doing, you're aligning with a force that's already set in motion. Do you need to reinforce your, your investment? Sometimes you can invest money in a stock or in a company or in a crypto coin. And the more that you invest, right, the larger your influence is upon that force. Think about it in the same way. How invested are you in the forces that you're working with? Did you do one little money mantra and nothing happened? Maybe you haven't invested enough. Maybe you need to invest some more. Maybe you need to do it more frequently. Maybe you need to feel it more deeply. Does that make sense to anybody? Remember this point. Space set in motion flows forever. Space set in motion flows forever. Thus, supposing, metaphorically speaking, you move your pen across the paper 1 inch, that movement would give rise to a current in space which would flow in its positive form in one aspect of movement and return in its negative form in its other aspect. So look, if I swipe across the page with this pen, that motion continues eternally across the cosmos. Now, here's the thing. There are no straight lines. So that motion that I did right there is going to curve around and eventually make its way right back to me. Think about that for just a moment. Everything you say, do, feel, think, everything is set into motion and travels around the cosmos and makes its way back to you. Do you see the profound implications in that? Do you see the profound implications in that? Testing, testing, 1, 2. Was the audio out? That's a good one right there. To be on the team, you have to come to practice. Boom. To be on the team, you have to come to practice. I'm going to write that one down. Boom. All right. So again, remember this point. Space set in motion flows forever. Thus, supposing, metaphorically speaking, you move your pen across the paper 1 inch, that movement would give rise to a current in space which would flow in its positive form in one aspect of movement and return in its negative form, its other aspect. Like, do you get that? Because it doesn't simply just circle around in a ring. It circles around and goes back through the center and inverts and comes back around in a different way. So that's how your magic works. You put something into motion, it goes across the cosmos, inverts through another dimension, and comes back in a different form. Your prayer now has become a manifested event, a manifested experience, a manifested thing, right? So it don't just cycle around the ring, it goes through the center and twists inward, right? It goes back in itself and comes through in a different way. Man, this is crazy. This is crazy. If you really get it, this is crazy. Uh-oh. Some people saying my audio's out. What the hell's going on? Well, we have some technical difficulties tonight. Let me know real quick. Are you able to hear me? I'm not sure what happened, if anything. I'll need to fix it if something's wrong. Let me know if I'm good. Zero says that's literally the best description of the magical process I ever can hear in this lifetime. That's what I'm saying, man. That's why I got this thing right here highlighted. If you really process that right there, that should show you a thing or two. That should show you a thing or two. Man. Okay. All good. No face divination. Peace, man. Love that logo. Love that logo. Okay, we're good. We're good. Glad you all are still here. Cool. Look at that. Look at that. The Bible says right there, my word will not return unto me void, right? And I've heard Christians abuse that as a weapon, but it's not meant as a weapon. The Bible even has these truths written in it, if you got the mind to grasp it. My word shall not return unto me void. That's a powerful verse right there. Powerful verse. Actually, B says, mind reading it one more time. I have no idea where it cut out, to be honest. Pure Peace Zone, still in the building. Good. Matthew Watson, welcome, my friend. Yes, I hear you. Boomerang. Right, so just remember that no matter what stage of the game you're in, if you haven't already, you should subscribe to my Gnosis YouTube channel. He's going through these Vedic readings. And one of the things he talks about from his book studies is that there's no spiritual evolution, no spiritual journey, right? You are that. We are the essence of we are that. This whole concept of needing to grow and evolve and develop and all that, that's only here on this physical plane. That only has to do with the ego. Once we get out of this body and out of this mind and memory, you are that, right? You're not still trying to evolve and become God. It's the veil of Maya is very strong. And let's take just a quick detour, okay? As if we got the time for that. I'm going to look at Talk with Shitty real quick. And I'm going to go to my favorite page, but just after that. My favorite page is page 45, where it's got this chart. All right, and page 45, you'll see this chart. This text is really talking about some of the same stuff, but just an after effect. The willing force, the activating force, the knowing force. Maya, the illusory force. Now, the veil of Maya, we've got these 5 Kanchukas. Let's look at those 5 Kanchukas for a moment, okay? Let's look at these Kanchukas for just a moment, right? And it's called the Vidya Tattva. The Vidya Tattva. Let's take just a look at this, page 43. Okay? Look, man, all these books are super relevant. I hope that you have them, because if you cross-reference these things, it just becomes so clear. Okay, so the Vidya Tattva. Wow, Jamila Reeves, thank you so much. Thank you. Alora, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Vidya Tattva. The Vidya Tattva, composed of 7 subtle elements, is related to both the absolute consciousness and the veiled consciousness. It is the unconditioned and conditioned elements of the microcosmic consciousness. The development of the Vidya Tattva is responsible for the limitations which began to manifest on the otherwise unconditioned Tattvas. At this stage, Shiva, or consciousness, remains complete in itself, right? Consciousness remains complete in itself, but is enveloped by the veiling power inherent in Chit Shakti, which is also called Maya, right? So this ultimate consciousness, it is complete. The soul is complete. What you actually are, who you actually are, is complete. But it's enveloped by the veiling power, right? Stay with me now. Here, Maya operates through 5 limiting aspects known as the Kanchukas. You heard people talk about the veil of Maya, the veil of Maya, and I guarantee you they don't know what they're talking about. So I'm going to break it down for you right here. This is the veil of Maya. Maya operates through 5 limiting aspects known as the Kanchukas. Kanchuka literally means sheath. Sheath, which is another word for envelope. And together they act like a shell, which obscures the kernel. Each Kanchuka limits the cosmic power of the Shiva Shakti in one aspect. So each one of these sheaths, these shells, these bodies, limits the pure consciousness in one aspect, right? The pure consciousness is complete. It is complete, but it's enveloped by the veil, the veiling power. So check this out. Here are those limits. I want you to take note of these limits right here. These limiting aspects are Kanchukas born out of Maya. Right here is your veil of Maya. Here you go. 1. Kala, that which limits the force of Kriya Shakti, right? That's that which limits the force of the power to do everything. We know that as omnipotence. So Kala is the first veil, which makes us think that we are not omnipotent. The second veil is Avidya Vidya, that which limits the force of Gyan Shakti, or the power to know it all. That's omniscience, isn't it? The third is Raga, that which limits the force of Ichya Shakti, by creating desire and attachment and giving rise to increasing discontent. That's the third limit that the veil of Maya places on us. So we got omnipotence, we've got omniscience, right? We're blocked from we're believing that we are disconnected from omnipotence, from omniscience. We now have these desires and these attachments. That's also the veil of Maya. Desire, attachment. Then there's Kala, which limits perpetual existence by creating the notion of time related to the changes in life, namely birth, growth, ripening, waning, and perishing. So this illusion of time is another aspect of the veil of Maya. Then there's Niyati, which limits free will, Purushartha, right? By creating the notion of fate and destiny, and thus binding the individual to the endless cycle of birth and death. Sheesh. Sheesh. So what you actually are, you're already there. But as long as you experience reality under the veil of Maya, your omnipotence, your full power, right? You feel disconnected from that. The fact that you already know it all, and I don't mean logically, I mean cosmically, you're blocked from that. This force that causes you to desire and want stuff and get attached to things and identify with things and suffer because of it, that is part of the veil of Maya, right? That aspect which makes you believe in time. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. I was a baby. I'm getting older. I'm dying. Right? That's part of the veil of Maya. And then this aspect that limits your free will by making you believe in fate and destiny and feeling compelled by the elemental forces. So all of these things belong to the illusion. All these things belong to human. Being powerless, being dumb, or ignorant, I should say. Being attached, identifying with stuff, desiring stuff. This belief in time and the suffering through time. And this belief in destiny and that life is out of your control and things are happening beyond your power. All of that is what makes a God thinks it's a human. All of those qualities are what makes a God thinks it's human. So I'm just saying, take a look at your life and see what's affected by you feeling powerless. What affects you to make you feel like you don't know what's going on? What affects you to make you think that you desire something or you identify with something? You're attached to an idea, a concept. That's human. That's what makes a God human. This notion of existing in time and space. What you are is timeless. It is not the past 30 years, 20 years. And then, of course, that which limits your free will by making you believe that you have no will over what's happening in your life. Outside of all that stuff, you already are God. Thus, in this stage, we see the omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence of the Shiva Shakti unity, veiled by the power of Maya to create the notion of duality. Pure Peace Zone says, how powerful do you need to be to put a limit on God? That's a great question, right? And on a recent live stream, that was the thing I said. This is quite powerful. This is more powerful than our notion of God, because you could receive a straight download from heaven. God himself could whisper in your ear the ultimate truth. And you know what's going to happen? That veil of Maya is going to talk you out of it. It's going to say, nah, you just hearing things. You're just imagining things. That was the burrito you ate from Taco Bell. It's messing with your stomach. Right? Lovely, right? And I think that's something to keep in mind as well. You are connected to the original motion of existence that's being described here, but know that we are also our experience is obscured by what Swami Satyasangananda described and taught with Shuddhi as the veil of Maya. These 5 forces that limit us into believing we are something less and limited than what we actually are. And once you get into this information, you don't put it down. There ain't nothing more important than this information. Once you get into this stuff, you just can't put it down. If you can put it down and walk away, you were never into it. Because I don't see how you can get some of this understanding and then just give up on it. I can't see it. How could you learn this information and say, nah, fuck this. I'm going back to football, watching football on TV only, drinking that 40, partying at the club, and spending all my time doing these types of things only. How could you? It's going to be ringing in the back of your head. Veil of Maya. What if? Right? Matthew Watson says, that's why Bobby said death was the ultimate state of transformation. Maybe when this happens after all of our training and work, that shift can jumpstart the dissolve of the other sheaths. Yeah, right. We've got this notion that we have so much work to do. What if just before death, you just completely woke up and said, wow, so that's it, huh? Right? What if it isn't this long and extremely arduous journey? Like, what if you get off the wheel? What if this is the last incarnation? What if you become self-realized enough that when death approaches, you welcome it and don't think twice? It was fun. Gotta go. Gotta go. Oh, but they just came out with a new pair of Jordans. I'll never get to wear them. Let me reincarnate so I can experience those new Jordans. Oh, but I never got to play the new Grand Theft Auto. Let me reincarnate so I can get back to that Grand Theft Auto. Then I'll transcend. Is there anything in this existence worth coming back here for? Anything at all? You ask yourself that. I know what the answer is for me. What about you? Is there anything worth reincarnating for? Is there anything worth going back up under the veil of Maya for? Even if it's the compulsion to want to save and help. Think about that, right? Even if it is the compulsion to come back as a bodhisattva and help. Because apparently some ascended masters do decide to come back and help, right? Interesting stuff. And look at that. I am that I am says love. Rose of Flame says love, right? even if it's love for that new pair of Jordans, even if it's love for GTA, even if it's love and compassion to want to save a certain group of people and make sure that they get the information so that they can transcend, it's still love, isn't it? Isn't it? Interesting, right? All right. I think I drank my coffee too fast. I'll be right back. Chemic Mind says, could not pay me all the money in the world. They can have this shit. I agree with you. I agree with you. I personally have not found anything worth reincarnating for. If I had the choice, right? If I had the choice, I personally haven't found anything that comes close to even making me stop and be like, maybe. Personally, I have not seen or felt anything to make me even to even be like, well, maybe. Nope. Nope. But what about the kids? What about the kids, man? They'll be all right. They not the first kid or the last kids. The children, the whale. Hey, it's somebody better who can do it better than me. Be right back. I remember the high school I went to. It was kind of basic, not basic. I mean, it was just a regular little high school. It wasn't nothing fancy. It wasn't like ghetto or nothing. It was just like regular, right? Real plain, real bland. And I remember like as a kid watching Disney Channel and seeing like the big fancy high schools and the big doors and the lockers and everything looked so great. You know what I'm saying? I remember wishing as a kid, like, man, I wish I had a fancy high school. I wish that my high school experience was like on the Disney Channel, right? I remember feeling that way as a kid. Now that I'm older, right? My son's brother is in high school. They rebuilt the high school that I went to. They tore down the old one and they rebuilt it. And now it is actually fancy, large Disney Channel. It's got these steps and big doors. And it's so fancy and large, right? But you know what? I'm not like, damn, I wish I could go back to high school. I would not go back to high school just to experience that. I would not want to reincarnate and become a child again and go through all of this life just for that damn high school. Nope. It's cool, you know, and I sure wish they could have did that shit when I was going, but hey, I'm past that. I got better things to focus my thoughts on than going back. It would have been cool, but hey. Fucking kids, man. I Am That I Am says that was a great question. I had that epiphany right here. But if love was abundant where I arrived, I don't know, lol. And that's the thing, right? When you do reach a certain level, you realize that there is plenty of, like, what we are experiencing down here is love. The way that the system is right now, the way that the world is, this is love. This is perfect. And I tell you what, look at you right now. The fact that you have made it to where you are is a testament of how perfect this system is, because it has created you. You're a product of it. This perfect world has produced you. You have grown, you have formed. I was thinking about this last night, man. All of my painful experiences in life, all of my trauma, all the hurt, all the longing, everything that I went through, man, it created me. These were the necessary ingredients to create me as I am. This is perfect, man. This is perfect. I Am That I Am says, so if love is the only thing worth coming back for, then the realization is nothing else really matters but love. Yeah, right? My perspective is the love is already, the love already exists. Like, it isn't mine. It isn't mine to give. It is. Love, I would say that love is that ring past knot. Love is what holds this system together. It's not an emotion. It's not sentimentality. It isn't nostalgia. Love is what keeps everything in order, what keeps everything balanced. Love is sattva. I don't think that the world needs more love. I think it has plenty of it. Because that's what I'm trying to stress. Like, we are not the judge of what good is, what bad is, how things look. Because what are we basing it on? We're basing it off of what we grew up with and what we were taught. That's not enough data to make an accurate assessment. I don't know enough about reality to make an accurate assessment on what is right and what is wrong. Now, I know that there are certain ways to do things. I know that if you want to make money, then it is right to do X, Y, Z to get there. I know that if you want to have your house to smell like shit, there is a right way to go about doing that. But as far as determining what is best for the human race as a whole, I don't have enough data to make that decision. To determine that somebody should win or lose in a war, I don't have enough data to make that decision. To say that somebody's life choices are right or wrong, to say that somebody's going to hell or going to heaven, I don't have enough data to make that decision. And what kind of delusion am I under to even attempt to do so? I just feel that it is in my experience. I just feel that as a millennial, as a black millennial, I just feel. Any sense to start with them kind of words? Any sense to start with that type of shit? We can go ahead and shut them ears down. Starlion says, what if you were born wealthy as a child in a billionaire family? I mean, that don't... Look, you still have to suffer heartbreak. You still got to look out for STIs. You still got to shit. You still got to eat, right? You still have the sexual hormones to contend with, not to mention all the other beast influences that come with the human body, right? You still got a system, right? A billionaire living in their nice society, you still got to deal with the peasants stinking up the rest of the world and making and destroying shit, making a mess everywhere they go, right? You still got to deal with it's you talking about putting lipstick on a pig. You talking about spraying perfume on shit. No, sir. No, sir. You can give me $1 billion now while I'm here, but I'm not coming back for that. You out your doggone mind. But anyways, love is law, love under will. Framestar says like, to keep Keith Richards company. Yeah, he'll still be here, right? He'll still be here, holding it down. Starline says, I'd want to come back and experience what it'd feel like to win the Super Bowl or World Cup. I'm very competitive and an athlete most of my life since. Okay, great. You know what I'm saying? And you are here to do that. You, and praise God that you are here to do that, so I don't have to be the one to do that. My hat goes off to you because you're doing something that I can't do and I won't do. And you're going to do it so much better than I ever could. Right? I would be foolish to sit up here and tell you that you're wrong because I don't know anything about you. That's the perfect decision, right? If that's what you feel is the right choice, then that's the right choice, my brother. That's the right choice. And I hope that whatever you choose to do, you excel at that thing. Pure Peace Zone says, I wouldn't come back for no shit, but I can't imagine coming back to be with people, to do things, to be somebody new. My Gnosis says, I didn't get the notification he was back on. Yeah, I ended up not having to leave. I thought I'd have to restart the stream, but it actually let me back in. Dang. It's all good. Rose of Flame says, that's cold, my Gnosis. We missed you. We missed you. See, you had us in here worried. We missed you at the church. The deacons were asking about you. Sister Mary was asking about you. Now we missed you at the church. Louis says, got to find peace within yourself no matter where you're at. Facts. Okay, correction. I wouldn't come back for no shit, but I can imagine coming back to be with people, to do new things, to be somebody new. Love. Right? And that's, once again, that's awesome. Because all of us are playing out and expressing the different energies and archetypes of existence. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alora says, I think when you pass on, you become love and all the things we separate in this reality. So reincarnating is being in the struggle to accept the reality of love. But beyond this reality, love is you. Very well put. Love is you. Much gratitude and respect. I will share that it is a simple fact that you have been the only reflection that has read said one's name properly the first time on one of the last lives. Much value. Awesome. Awesome. Welcome, welcome, and good to see you. Okay. Last time it was 6 hours. Y'all think we'll be able to make this within 6 hours? I got an hour and a half left. Think we can do it? Matthew says, to come back for abundance when you became that after all this is wild. Yeah. Hey, somebody's got to do it. Starlight says, shit, give me $1 billion. I'll show you a smile or two. Do it for the love of the game. I love the game. I love the hustle. The streets, man. They love me out there, man. But, that's a story that he's telling himself. We all live in our own worlds with stories that we tell ourselves. I love the game. I love the hustle. Yeah, right. And then there's magic to that. I love the game. I love the hustle. I love this. So much so, I wouldn't say that I'd come back to do this. I'd say that when this body passes, I'd see that I am this, which is probably why I love the game, because I am the game. Back to what Alora said about love, right? I think that we are these things, which is why we express them in the material plane. I don't think that I'm separate from this type of information, right? I dream about this. When I'm daydreaming and getting distracted, I'm thinking about, like, this stuff it doesn't leave my mind. I've become one with it. She talked earlier in this chapter, matter of fact, on this very same page, when a force goes into motion, it connects with other force that's just like it, and the momentum becomes even greater. I am this information, and you are whatever you've committed yourself. That's why I'm saying, like, everybody does what they're supposed to do. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. So dive in, right? We getting into the age now where you need to stop holding yourself back. You need to just fucking do what you're supposed to do. You know you're gonna have haters, and you know you're gonna have people who love you for it. Do what you're supposed to do anyways, because you're supposed to help somebody else who is also a manifestation of that same essence that you are. You might not ever meet them. They might not ever say, thank you so much. You helped me to be more who I am. You might not ever hear those words, and you don't need to. You need to focus on doing what you're supposed to do. Love the game. Love the hustle. Carol Case says, since time is not linear and there is only you, would you come back as your mother to give birth to you, Travis Magus, the one that ascends to never be reincarnated on Earth again? Well, that's the thing, right? We got to talk about you. This goes past just like human beings on planet Earth giving birth to each other. You is the hospital too. You is the state and the country too. You is the concept of the government. You is the whole solar system. You is all of it, right? So we're not talking about just human. That's what I mean. Like, you gotta expand past human thought and make it to the God level. What is the God level? God level is when you consider as much of the puzzle as possible. It's bigger than hip hop. This is not about music. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it.
Y'all trying to kill me. You killing me, man. This is not about music. I'm trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it.
At this point, we briefly pause the interview to give Kelly a moment.
We pause the interview to give Carol a moment. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it. No, you don't want to believe the truth. Hey, you don't want to believe it. You don't want to believe the truth, Carol. Not about music. Nashville has shit in Newport. Good golly. Chemic Mind says, LOL, I'm here for the long haul. Good, because it's going to be one. But that's all right, man. That's all right. Love the game. Love the hustle. Framestar Film says, when you truly appreciate the magic in the everyday, mundane that you're a part of, then death is a welcome friend and companion to life. Facts. Facts. Starline says, so to become the game, you become a holocron, like in Star Trek. You become the Gnosis itself. You in particular, because you're a master teacher, you earned it. Right? And honestly, we're all master teachers on a level, right? It might not be realized in the mental plane or the physical plane, but there is an aspect of you that is the most high rank that you can conceive of. And I want you to think about that for just a minute. Each and every you right now listening, everyone listening on the sound of my voice, there's an aspect of you, there's a dimension of you that is a master. Right? We're going to move away from the word God. There's an aspect of you that is a master on some dimension. Maybe you'll realize it in this lifetime, maybe you won't. But I tell you what, it's there. Pure Peace Zone says, probably can't stay to the end, but I'll catch the end of the VOD. All right. Peace, Pure Peace Zone. Glad to have you here. Thank you for your questions and your comments and your service. Louis says, Travis, you come back to bust nuts. Don't lie, cuz. Nah, I done busted enough nuts. There's not a nut to bust that would be worth coming back to this motherfucker. Nope. Because, like, when you really break it down, man, it's all the same stuff. There's the same physical motions. There's the same thing to look at. You know what I'm saying? Like, all bodies are the same. Don't nobody have any different body? It's all body parts are the same. You can change the color. You can change the shape. But everything is the fucking same. It's the same. So to become obsessed with that, to me now, you do what you want. Everybody else do what they want. But to me, that is some insanity to come back for that. Shit. And then look, and the risks associated with it, especially in today's day and age, absolutely not worth it. Nope. I enjoy being fresh and clean. And I got enough attachments. Don't need no more. Nope. I'll come back for some food before that. I'll come back for GTA 6 before that. I'll come back for some music before that. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. They don't want to believe it. Starline says, a part of me thinks the advanced souls reincarnate in continents past the ice wall, but yeah. And you're probably right. That's probably actually where billionaires go. But hey, even still, I would not come back to learn about the life on other planets or life beyond the dome, because it's all the same. It's all the same. Ain't too much different shit in the physical plane, man. Carol K says, was only trying to throw you a curveball to see what you would say. Mm-hmm. Now see, in frictionless space, that ball continues and curves around right back to where it started. That's how it go. That's how it go. You see how Trav pointed it right back to you? Because that's all that is, man. That's all that is. Yeah, man, I'm not going to miss it next time. I got 2 Chris Tucker ones to get. You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I mean, don't get me wrong, right? I'm not afraid of death, but hey, I would prefer to not experience pain, right? I'm not interested in reincarnating for nut busting, but you can't deny that it's fun and it feels good. It ain't enough to make me want to reincarnate. Come on now. Come on now. Ashley B says, wish I could stick around for the rest, but I'm working later and we'll catch the replay. Thanks as always, Trav, and good night, everyone. Good night, Ashley. Good night. Have a wonderful evening. All right, y'all. I have reached the end of the comments. We can now proceed with the lesson. We can now proceed with the lesson. One more time, because this is a solid and very important quote. Remember this point. Space set in motion flows forever. Thus, supposing, metaphorically speaking, you move your pen across the paper 1 inch, that movement would give rise to a current in space, which would flow in its positive form in one aspect of the movement and return in its negative form in its other aspect. That would remain, and whosoever could discern that movement in space could discern the action which gave rise to it. That's the key right there, right? Whosoever could discern that movement in space could discern the action which gave rise to it. Now we're looking at how to look into the past. This is the basis of memory. This is the basis of memory. And this is the reason that it is easier to repeat a movement which has been performed before. And the more often it has been performed, the easier is the repetition, because the momentum of space is cumulative and will avail to carry the movement in its current. You will find this explains much. Personally, yes, I have found that this explains much. And see, this backs up the truth that true magical power is not about forcing your will upon reality, but finding you a current to ride. You hear what I'm saying? Finding you a strong current that you can align with and link up with. I don't want to do no heavy lifting. I don't want to bust a sweat. So you align yourself with force that's already in motion. That's how you make magic work for you. You're trying to force some shit to happen. No, come into alignment. Magic is about alignment. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, test it out. Go test it out. Analyze your habits and your patterns and try to find the center of those habits. Like, what is it that you're really doing, right? You're not addicted to video games. You however, have this inner belief that you deserve some type of rest, some type of break, some type of escape, right? Find the root cause of what you're actually doing. And when you find that root cause, don't try to force it to stop. Reframe it, realign it, direct it towards something that's useful and appropriate, right? Redirect it. You can't force it. You can, right? You can. But it's better to redirect the force than try to fucking stop it outright. You lock up your own consciousness when you do that. Hoo boy. We can sit there and talk about that, but come on now. I want to make it under 6 hours. You have had spread before you a cosmos which arose out of space through movement, and which is movement and nothing else. Pure peace zone. You have had spread before you a cosmos which arose out of space through movement, and which is movement and nothing else. Matter of fact, that's worth a highlight. That's worth a highlight. It is movement and nothing else. As we proceed to give you what you need. Oh no. Movement and nothing else. You have seen how the stresses of forces generated by these movements have given rise to an infinite number of vortices, right? See, I didn't catch this last time, but I caught it this time, and hopefully you did too. You've seen how the stresses of forces generated by these movements have given rise to an infinite number of vortices. And by the way, this ain't the type of information that you can drop wisdom on somebody and try to talk and sound deep and intellectual. This is not going to make sense to the average person. Yeah, see, so what you got to understand is the cosmos began in a spiraling motion. And see, the movements stereotyped into the ring cosmos, chaos, and past not. And then those bounced across the firmament and created new vortices that collided at 90-degree angles. And these vortices became centers of stereotyped information that collided with each other, further attracting and magnifying the magnetism. It's not going to work, which is what she said in the 2 chapters ago. Before she can have a discussion about what she's really trying to say, we have to install this software. These images must be installed first. Then we can talk about what's actually happening. And it's for you to understand. This isn't really something that you can, hop on the internet or try to impress somebody with. These images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. So this right here, this is what you call it? Proprietary information. This is for the top occultists only. This ain't for the TikTok occultists. This ain't for the witchy vibes. This ain't for the dark side. This ain't for none of them folks. This is exclusive right here. So, that being said, you have seen how the stresses of forces generated by these movements have given rise to an infinite number of vortices, built upon exactly the same principle as the great vortex, which is the cosmos, because the same laws hold good upon every scale of manifestation. I said the same laws hold good upon every scale of manifestation, being laws of relationship. You will then see that relationship occurs between the new centers of force thus built, and they tend to form new cosmoi among themselves, built upon the same principles. Dances of atoms give rise to new rings cosmos, and the story begins again. But these new universes, as they are called, while they have the same laws as the cosmos before described, are also influenced by that framework of the cosmos, which was built before they began. And you will find that this law holds good throughout all manifestation. She had to say that twice. You will find that this law holds good throughout all manifestation. That's that money back guarantee right there. That's that money back guarantee. The same laws hold good upon every scale of manifestation. So is what you're talking about, whatever you're talking about, does that hold good on every scale? Or does that fall apart when we expand it or when we shrink it down? Cosmoi. Hell if I know. I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope I don't have to read that word again. Okay. All right. Y'all want me to do the PowerPoint recap, or do you want to just look at that on your own time? Quickly decide before we move into the chapter 4. PowerPoint recap, or do that on your own time. Going once, going twice.
If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's up. Big bang, busted up, a dip it up, yabba dabba do it, dab it up.
All right, we do the recap. Recap it is. The most shady, Frankie baby, fantastic, plastic, tried to get dope, like Jurassic Park did, hit the spark, kids who start shit. See me, only me, the underboss of the Holocaust. Truly yours, Frank White. We got the real life shit from front to back. Uh-oh. So, real quick recap. You can click the link in the description to download this yourself, but I'm just going to kind of run through it for the sake of time. And so that Rose of Flame doesn't fall asleep. Rose of Flame says, what demon do I summon to stay awake for the book study? They were describing Lucifer. Pure Peace Zone says, recap is so valuable for synthesizing it all. All right, well, let's do it. Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 4, the evolution of an atom. When motion learns to think. When motion learns to think. The next phase of creation. After the atom has been built, it begins to evolve. The whirl of energy that once repeated a single rhythm now learns to respond, adapt, and refine its motion. Hold on now, Chapter 4. So y'all ain't tell me who was on the wrong one. Y'all ain't even tell me who was on the wrong one. Chapter 3. There we go. Chapter 3. So, Chapter 3 is the building of the atom. How motion becomes memory and form. Presented by Travis Magus, LVX777. The birth of an atom. The logos sets the rays in motion. As their forces intertwine, small vortices begin to form. Whorls of energy locked into circular paths. These whorls become the first atoms of existence, self-contained loops of divine motion. Every atom is a memory of motion. Interesting, right? Every atom is a memory of motion. That's how we're able to look at these things and classify them and categorize them. That's why things repeat in this reality. You notice that? You are a repetition of what your parents were, and they are a repetition of what their parents were. Stereotyped patterns that keep replicating. Isn't that strange? The same crystals, the same dogs and cats, the same trees. Life keeps manifesting from the same pattern. The principle of perpetual flow. Say that 12 times fast with 7 rings. The principle of perpetual flow. Remember this point. Space set in motion flows forever, right? That was a big key in that last chapter. Nothing that moves ever truly stops. Every action sends a ripple through the fabric of space. Now remember, there is a ring past nut. So what ends up happening is that the move, right? The movement, the stirring, the motion of energy, it bounces off the ring past nut and comes back. Well, it goes through the center. It inverts upon itself. It comes back in a different form. So everything you do, think, feel, say, echoes out into the cosmos, bounces off the firmament, inverts itself, and comes back to your life. Everything. Every action sends a ripple through the fabric of space. That ripple persists as a living current, carrying the memory of its source. The law of memory in space. Whosoever could discern that movement in space could discern the action which gave rise to it. So that's a key also to understand or realize what type of energies are present in your life, right? If you're ever wondering, oh, where's this coming from? What's happening? You can track and analyze the movement of your current life experiences and trace them back to what caused them. How? Based on correspondence. The law of correspondence is one of the Magus's most useful tools. So that's why Travis says, build your library of correspondences. That's how you can interpret the language of the universe, of the cosmos, of the subconscious mind. Because whatever is sent out bounces right back to you. So before you go off and pay that person $1,000 to remove the curse from you and your family, maybe do some digging about this energy. Analyze the correspondences. So each current of motion is a record of its cause. Every vibration in space is a living archive of all that has ever occurred. This is the occult foundation of memory, karma, and pattern recognition. Space itself is the first akasha, the field of universal remembrance. The momentum of repetition. The more often a movement is performed, the easier its repetition. The more often a movement is performed, the easier its repetition. We call it patterns. I call them elemental forces. Repetition strengthens the current. Each recurrence adds force to the flow, like carving a channel through space. Over time, the motion becomes self-sustaining. This is the secret of habit, ritual, and mastery, and elemental magic. Cosmic and psychological parallels. In the cosmos, repeated motion forms stable orbits, the first atoms. In the mind, repeated thoughts form the neural pathways, the first identities. In spirit, repeated intent forms karmic currents, the first destinies. Repetition is both the architect of the universe and the author of the self. Both of them. Motion becomes form. The rotating rays create whorls, spirals that close upon themselves. Each whorl stabilizes around a still center. The still point anchors the atom, creating rhythm, pattern, and cohesion. Matter is the movement remembering itself. Matter is movement remembering itself. What is matter? Matter is memory. Matter is movement remembering itself. Keep this stuff in mind when you're trying to manifest. Structure of the atom. The structure of the atom. Imagine a vortex spinning in luminous space. A positive current flowing outward, that's expansion and radiation. A negative current drawing inward, that's contraction and cohesion. A central stillness where the two meet, the seed of consciousness. Every form is a living dance between motion and rest. By the way, there's your three gunas, isn't it? Ain't that the gunas? Vata, Mata, Kind. The law of cumulative force. The more energy circulates through a pattern, the stronger it becomes. This law governs both cosmic formation and human conditioning. It is why repeated intention shapes destiny. Momentum. Momentum is the magician's ally, right? This is your ally. You must align yourself with force that is already flowing. That way, you don't have to exhaust yourself. Now check this out. This can also be your prison. Momentum can also be your prison, because it's hard to get off that train. Well, what's the thing the old folks used to say? If you're on the bus and you miss your stop, it's better to get off the bus immediately than riding it out, right? It's better to go ahead and get off. The sooner you get off, the easier it will be to get back to where you're supposed to be. But if you just stay on and ride that bus to the end, you're going to have a bad time. You'll have a bad time. Man, I hope so, my gnosis. And if not, hey, got the slides to download and think about it at a later date. Practical magical insight. Repeated ritual builds etheric momentum. Repeated ritual builds etheric momentum, right? Repeated meditation strengthens awareness. Repeated meditation strengthens awareness. Repeated error reinforces delusion. Repeated error reinforces delusion. You ever heard of an echo chamber? To change reality, one must redirect the current, not resist it. To change reality, one must redirect the current, not resist it. You do not destroy an old habit, you create a new orbit around it. The universe as a record of motion. Every motion leaves an imprint in the field of space. Over time, intersecting movements create patterns, memory, and form. The cosmos becoming a living feedback system, learning from its own motion. Reality is self-observing. It is self-observing movement. So let's talk about the human parallels. Thoughts and emotions are microcurrents in the same cosmic field. Repetition turns them into structures of personality and fate. Shout out to NLP. Awareness allows you to re-script the current and create a new pattern. The adept learns to think as the logos, shaping motion through intent. Spiritual exercise. Sit in stillness and imagine your energy field as luminous space. Sense small spirals of motion throughout your habits, emotions, thoughts. Watch which spin smoothly and which distort the flow. Breathe light into the chaotic ones until harmony returns. You are the logos, balancing the motions within your own cosmos. And I'll add this too, right? Everything that is built must be destroyed. I say that to say, when you're meditating and thinking about your life and everything, we have a tendency to want to build up and build up and build up stuff. But understand that harmony is balance. Balance. The more that you can create a life that will not be disturbed by what is built or destroyed, the more at peace you'll be. And the closer to sattva you will be, right? That doesn't mean stop being ambitious. That doesn't mean stop chasing your dreams. That doesn't mean go give up all your stuff and live on a mountain. I'm saying the more that you can stabilize your sense of self to the point where what is created or destroyed does not have an effect on you, that is living in sattva. You can do that in literally any lifestyle that is to be lived. If you're in a sattvic perspective, then the outside world doesn't matter. The Agora series is a great book series to read. Agora 1, 2, and 3. If you can get your hands on any of them. Vimalananda was having a good time. Imagine taking shots with your guru. That's funny. Shots of liquor with your guru, right? You trying to keep up with him. He's still spitting wisdom. You can't stand up. He's still meditating. You can't stand up. You can't walk straight. You throwing up. He hasn't changed at all. So the law of memory and karma. Every thought or action sets space in motion. The motion returns, carrying the quality of its origin. The wise learn to generate currents of harmony, not dissonance. You will meet every motion you have ever made. So I want you to think about that. You will meet every motion you have ever made. Does that make you excited? Does that make you a bit fearful and weary? Or does that not affect you at all? You will meet every motion you have ever made. You don't have to type it, but I want you to think about that. How does that make you feel? If you know that every motion that you've ever made has to come back around, and if it makes you feel afraid, if it makes you feel a bit weary, then you already know there's some things that need to be worked on. Metaphysical implications. Matter is motion slowed into stability. Memory is motion recorded as rhythm. Consciousness is awareness of motion and return. The soul is a self-sustaining pattern of divine motion. Integration with previous teachings. The first manifestation taught that motion is the first law. The first Trinity introduced direction and polarity. The building of the atom reveals motion crystallized into rhythm, the seed of form and selfhood, from movement to pattern to awareness. Alora says, a little fearful, LOL. I need to do some work. And I wanted to say this, but I'll say it now. When I say a little bit of work, right, I'm not necessarily meaning like, oh, you need to fix yourself. What I'm saying is like, there are conceptual frameworks. Think of it like a processing engine. Think of it like a formula, right? Let's say you got a meat grinder. You know, if you put a pound of beef in that meat grinder and press play, it's going to grind it up and come out the other side as ground beef. So you put the beef in one side, it's going to come out the other as ground beef. So the beef that's put into your machine is every action and move out is going to return to you. That's the beef put in the machine. And if what we get out is a little fearful, then we need to work on the meat grinder. We don't need to work on the beef. We need to work on the meat grinder. And what's happening with that grinder is there are certain frameworks that are setting up saying A plus B equals C. 1 plus 2 equals 3, right? It's a formula there. It's a framework there. There's some things that need to be tinkered with inside that machine if we want the end result to come out differently. So we can't. In other words, the beef that's put into the machine, the past, we can't change that. We can't change that. The fact that it will return to you in some form, the ground beef, we can't change that either. But we can reframe it, we can restructure it so that the beef that is produced, you know what I'm saying, you might get finely ground, you might get thickly ground, however you like it. That all depends on how this machine is tuned. Non-attachment is the big key here, right? Non-attachment. Because we've all done things in the past. We've all made moves in ignorance. And what we all should know is that the person you are today is not the person you were yesterday. And given the circumstances, you probably wouldn't do the same things that you did in the past. If you're put in the same scenarios right now, you wouldn't do the same things. So that right there says you're a different person. And you know that your past actions and behaviors don't define who you are as today. They don't give any value or meaning to who you are today, good or bad. But if you're squeezed tightly to it and are placing meaning and identity of a certain flavor, when it comes back around, it's going to keep that flavor on it. That's what I'm saying. So if you're putting a bunch of salt on that beef, it's going to come out the other side with a bunch of salt, very salty, ground in, mixed in. Now, if you sprinkle some cumin powder, some garlic on that beef, when it comes out the other side, it's going to be cumin powder and garlicky. So what are you adding? That's what I'm saying here. What are you adding to that beef? What's happening inside the machine to make it come out the other end in a certain way? And the last thing I'll say about that is, how would you rather feel? Would you rather be hopeful, excited about the future? Would you rather just be like, whatever, it is what it is? However you want to feel, look at the ingredients, look at the spices on that beef. Look at the spices on it. Now go to the machine and add those. Go to the machine, and now you have a direction for how to tune the machine. Right? Wonderful. And thank you for saying that, because I think that's a useful metaphor. That's a useful metaphor. Matthew Watson said, controlling the context, like you said. I needed this. That's exactly what I mean. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, from movement to pattern to awareness. Look at that. Psychological insight. You are composed of countless atoms of thought, micro loops of energy. Each emotion, belief, or desire is a vortex of repeating motion. Awareness dissolves identification and restores choice. Funny how identification removes choice, huh? I'm a real nigga. I'm a street nigga. Right? There's certain things you can and cannot do based on the identity that you attach yourself with. To awaken is to perceive the patterns moving you and choose new ones. Closing reflection. Space set in motion flows forever. The universe remembers every motion that has ever occurred. To act consciously is to write your name upon eternity. To repeat unconsciously is to remain bound within your own echoes. The Logos remembers through you. God, I love this information. Dion Fortune, goodness gracious. I want to give you the biggest, warmest hug. The Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 3, The Building of an Atom. All matter is memory, all memory is motion, and all motion is the voice of God, still speaking creation into being. All right, y'all. Let's move on to Chapter 4. Chapter 4. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Y'all all right? Y'all all right? Rose of Flame says, loving it so far. Good job on these. Thank you. Thank you. I am grateful to be able to do this, right? Because I look back the past couple of years, I wouldn't have been able to do this years ago. But I'm grateful. Hell, I wouldn't have been able to do this the last time that I actually ran through this study. So I'm grateful that my work continues so I can understand things deeper at a deeper level. Framestar Film says, a passing thought. Just as the tarot lines up to the tree, Dion Fortune's mystical Kabbalah, I wonder what a deck could look like that corresponds to Dion Fortune's Cosmic Doctrine. Jeez Louise, man. Here we go, planting seeds. Weren't you talking about 5-2? I was, man. We're going to see how it goes. Well, hey, right? Another way that I like to think about it is you got all week. Some people drive. Some people work where they can listen to their headphones. You can always break it up into sections, right? Oh, this guy going for 13 hours. All right. Evolution of the atom, Chapter 4. We will recapitulate the teaching in relation to the rays, the circles, and the vortices. I'm not letting you confuse me this time, Miss Fortune. I'm going to understand this book. It's the last thing I do. God forbid you ever walk a mile in his shoes. Get a job, you fuck slob, is all he replied. And you really might know what it's like, what it's like. The 2000s coming back heavy, man. I keep hearing these 2000 songs. Millennium. Okay, we will recapitulate the teaching in relation to the rays, the circles, and the vortices. The rays and the circles are part of the primary movement of the chaos, of the cosmos. The rays and the circles are part of the primary movement of the cosmos. So think about the rays, right? The 12 rays going out, and think about those 7 circles that constitute our pizza slices, right? These, together with the rings, your ring chaos, ring cosmos, ring past not, remain constant in the cosmos and are referred to as the cosmic currents. So the cosmic currents are your 3 rings, your 3 gunas, your 12 slices, which are your rays, and the 7 circles, which are these sections. The vortices are of another nature, right? So that right there, the cosmic currents locked into place. 3 gunas, 7 planets, 12 astrological signs. The vortices, right? Now remember, the vortices are the movements that were pushed out in random directions and crossed each other and created a new vortex. Remember those? The vortices are of another nature. The primary movements are circular. The vortices start as straight movements, which, encountering opposition, assume a secondary circular movement. There is, therefore, always a pair of forces concerned in the creation of the primal atom. And this fundamental duality extends into all combinations of which the atom is the base. So once more, the 3 rings, and I said 12 slices of pizza, but it's probably more like 12 slices of orange. That's the primary matrix that everything is created inside. Within that matrix, you've got these movements bouncing around and clashing into each other, creating new movements. These are the vortices. So there's always a pair of forces concerned in the creation of the primal atom. And this fundamental duality, right? Those vortices are a fundamental duality because they're 2 different forces clashing into each other. So it's got the qualities of both. This fundamental duality extends into all combinations of which the atom is the base. You will observe that whenever a particular sequence or series of units occur in the rhythmical functioning of a movement, that this series acts as the conditioning frame of whatever subsequent elaborations and combinations may be built up upon that foundation. So look, a creator will create in its own image, won't it? We'll say, for example, if there's a triangular vertice, it's going to create a triangular reality. Everything it creates is going to have a triangle nature to it, right? If this vertice over here came out like a square, everything that it creates will be of square quality. See how that works? You will observe that whenever a particular sequence or series of units occur in the rhythmical functioning of a movement, that this series acts as the conditioning frame of whatever subsequent elaborations and combinations may be built up upon that foundation. For instance, supposing a prime movement of an atom to be a 3-sided tangential, A to B, B to C, and C back to A, right? We got this 3-sided tangential, right? Just imagine this triangle atom. Whatever secondary movements may arise, and remember this, that movement in a straight line is never maintained after the original impulse dies away, right? So we got this 3-sided tangential. whatever secondary movements may arise, conflicting forces reduce it to a modification of the primal circular, so that the atom, which in its movement originally pursued a triangular course, will finally arrive at a movement consisting of 3 spirals arranged in a triangle. And who got that on first reading? Show of hands. Who got that on first reading? I'm gonna read a little bit more before I go back. Each spiral movement will be executed under the conditions governing the A to B segment, then the B to C segment, then the C to A segment. Therefore, if you knew what the influences were, you would know the nature of the primary movement underlying the spiral, which appears only to the superficial observer. This is the principle underlying astrology, and this is the reason why the science of numbers plays an important part in all practical applications of the cosmic principles. So let's run that back. For instance, supposing a prime movement of an atom to be a 3-sided tangential. All right, so 3-sided tangential, you picture in your head a triangle, right? So from A to B, that's one side. B to C, that's another side. And C back to A, there's your 3 sides, right? So for instance, supposing a prime movement of an atom to be a 3-sided tangential. Laura says sphere of availability. Yes, ma'am. So we got this triangular 3-sided tangential, right? Remember, these images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. So there's nothing here to memorize other than the motion of this ocean that's causing the commotion. For your promotion, A to B, B to C, and C to A. Whatever secondary movements may arise, conflicting forces reduce it to a modification of the primal circular, so that the atom which in its movement originally pursued a triangular course, so it was going in a triangular course, there were conflicting forces that have now reduced it, right? Then it finally arrives at a movement consisting of 3 spirals arranged in a triangle. Okay, now I think I get it. So it will finally arrive at a movement consisting of 3 spirals arranged in a triangle. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, like right there, Louis says, atom. If I'm not mistaken, this one, for lack of better words now, this one being has 3 motions within it, 3 spirals within it. That A to B side, it has its own spin. That B to C side has its own spin, and that C to A side has its own spin. And that right there defines the quality of it. So she says here, that atom, which in its movement originally pursued a triangular course, will finally arrive at a movement consisting of 3 spirals arranged in a triangle. So think about the shape or the diagram they have of an atom with those 3 spins. One of the spins we could say is A to B. One of those spins we could say is B to C. The other spin we could say is C to A. So each spiral movement will be executed under the conditions governing the A to B segment, then the B to C segment, then the C to A segment. Therefore, if you knew what the influences were, you would know the nature of the primary movement underlying the spiral, which appears only to the superficial observer. This is the principle underlying astrology. And this is the reason why the science of numbers plays an important part in all practical applications of cosmic principles. So if we were to look at one of these vortexes that came from the triangle dimension with its 3 dimensions, we know that it's going to have 3 distinct qualities, because that's where it came from. And we know that the movement that comes from the square dimension is going to have 4 distinct motions, because that's where it comes from. So if we fast forward through time and space and arrive here today, if we see an A to B type of behavior, and then we see a B to C type of behavior in the same being expressed as well, and then we see that C to A, we can rightly deduce that we're under the influence of the triangle dimension, of the triangles. You see where how that goes? Principle of correspondence, basically. The prime movement of an atom is a vortex, nothing else. A mere spinning around a core of motionless vacuum. The atom you have seen described is not a prime atom, but an elaborate and complex structure. It is only when the prime atoms combine together that such secondary movements are set up. Now, an atom, which is of a triangular nature, can form units with as many other atoms as it has facets. When each facet has become attached to an atom, the group is complete and has attained a state of equilibrium of stress within itself. It can no longer grow by accretion, but must act as a unit, and can only enter into association with other units of like type whose angles of stress are similar. So we've got these atoms from the triangle dimension, right? And it's got three distinct qualities: A to B, B to C, C to A. Now, what we know from the previous chapter is that triangle atom is going to attract other triangle atoms. So no matter where in the cosmos these other triangle atoms are, they are being called together. They're being called to join forces, no matter where they are across the cosmos. And as they meet, they both have an A to B side, and those A to B sides connect. Click. They both have a B to C side, so another triangle atom might come and connect on that B to C side. Click. And likewise, they all accumulate until they reach a state of equilibrium. They reach a state of equilibrium of stress within itself. Now, the thing is, it can grow to the point where it can no longer grow by accretion, so it can't accumulate anymore. Now it must act as a unit. So in other words, there's a point where a bunch of these triangle atoms from the triangle dimension can coalesce and join forces, and they start to build a stable form. They start to build a stable form. They start to make new stereotypes now. So just imagine that. Just imagine that. And at that point, they hit a certain level where they stop operating as individuals and they now operate as a unit. They reached a new level of consciousness. They reached this triangle consciousness. They've all accumulated together like Legos until they became an actual thing. And guess what? That actual thing, it can no longer play around with small triangle atoms. They now must interact with others like themselves. So across the cosmos, another set of triangle atoms have connected together to create that larger version. And they can only interact with each other because they're on the same level now. They can't operate with the smaller ones or any other shapes from other dimensions. They operate with themselves. Right? Gunas all the way up and down. Alchemy Gold says birds of a feather flock together. Facts. Facts. So they no longer grow by accretion, but they must act as a unit and can only enter into association with other units of like types whose angles of stress are similar. This is very interesting, isn't it? I'm showing you who was the high now. Pimp, nasty, funky, chipimp, stanky chicken. Won't he do it? Won't he do it?
Rack bar! I'm showing who was the high now. Pimp, nasty, funky, pimp, and stankin' chicken.
And stanky chicken. So, the prime atom, as I have said, is a simple vortex, and the composite atoms of different types arise according to the number of tangential angles into which the circumstances of counter influences may draw the vortices. The prime atom, as I've said, is a simple vortex, and the composite atoms of different types arise according to the number of tangential angles into which the circumstances of counter influences may draw the vortices. The vortices, be it noted, first arise in the angles where the rays converge upon the central stillness. It is the close juxtaposition of forces which set up the secondary currents. Therefore, in the sphere which surrounds the central stillness are to be found the primal atoms. These, however, soon take on the secondary tangential movement and thus form alliances among themselves as before described. Okay. Okay. TGS says soul as geometry, Pythagoras on steroids. Right. See, I didn't understand it from Pythagoras, but Dion Fortune is breaking it down. Alchemy Gold says form alliances among themselves by accretion. Birds of a feather, just like what you said. Alora says, I'm thinking of Goetia and the Shem angels. They correspond with each other to increase the effect, possibly. Okay, that might be closer than what we've been given. I'll keep that in the back of mind. So she described here this central stillness. I tried to avoid it, but we're going to have to go to the diagram. Figure 12 is what we're going to look at. Let's take a look. Figure 12. Rack bar. All right, nuclear atom, figure 12. Good, good, good. So you see that right there? So nuclear atom. Is that 12 or 13? Yeah, that's 12. So notice we got these hexagon atoms, but they all connect to each other. They all connect to each other based on their sides. Now they go from being 1 to being 7. And when they reach this level, when they all connect like this, they now evolve and become something new. They are no longer individuals. They now operate as a unit. Now this unit can no longer interact with the individuals in the same way. They can only interact with others who have become just like them. Same thing with people. See, there's from the triangle dimension. See how they connected? Up here, we've got that prime spin. So one might be going left to right, but there's also that tangential angle that's going up. So that's going to push it and make it curve upward. Interesting, interesting. And again, there's our pizza slices. Now, it's to note that these right here aren't just rings. They're also little spheres. That's why I said this is more like an orange slice. See the 12 rays right here? Imagine this in 3D. So it's not just pizza slices. It's more like an orange, more like 12 slices in an orange. Now get this. That would mean that those little circles inside are like little baby spheres that are swallowed up, that are containing each other. You see that now? So this isn't just a circle. This is a sphere. And this is a sphere. And this is a sphere, right? And this is a sphere. And all these other spheres are within them. You see that? So you got all these different spheres. Why is this important? Because the little triangle vortices are bouncing around in that sphere. The little square vortices, they're bouncing around in that sphere. These pentagram vortices, they're bouncing around in that sphere. These hexagon vortices, they're bouncing around that sphere. So within sphere number 6, you're going to find a bunch of these little honeycomb-like expressions happening inside of that sphere. In this sphere, you're going to find a bunch of triangle type of entities bouncing around. They can bounce around based on their area, right? Their area. Oh, man. See, I didn't get this last time, but I'm getting it. Do y'all understand? Great Scott. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Basic instruction before leaving Earth. Imagine you die, and then when you get up to heaven, there's a long line. But then you look over and you see there's a line for people who people who understood Kabbalah, and they let you pass on through. You got a name badge that you understood Kabbalah, so they let you pass on over there. So I brought all that up because she talked about that central sphere, the one that's inside the middle, right? That one sphere inside the middle. The Electric Rose. What's up, Trav and everybody? Dang, I'm so late, but I made it. Peace and greetings and welcome, Electric Rose. Right on time. Always on time. Good to see you. Good to see you. So look, right? You've got that inner sphere that we pointed out, the one that I saw on that previous page. And I'm going to read this again. Think about that. So the prime atom, as I have said, is a simple vortex. And the composite atoms of different types arise according to the number of tangential angles into which the circumstances of counter influences may draw their vortices. In other words, the triangle spins are going to attract other triangles. We just saw that diagram. The hexagram are going to attract other hexagrams, right? And as they grow, they attract others of their same size. The vortices, be it noted, first arise in the angles where the rays converge upon the central stillness. So the central stillness would be that interior sphere. Remember the previous diagram? We showed those different spheres within spheres. Well, that inner sphere is going to be that central stillness. The very center of this whole thing, that inner sphere, that's the central stillness. The vortices, be it noted, first arise in the angles where the rays converge upon the central stillness. So think about that orange, right? And all the 12 slices inside that orange, and how all of those lines converge in the middle of that orange. Even in the middle of that orange, if you've ever peeled an orange, you'll see it's got like a little spine, right? It's got like this little fleshed out toroid, doesn't it? So there's this area in the center where they all converge. The vortices, be it noted, first arise in the angles. And the vortices, we're talking about the two movements that have clashed together to create the triangles and the hexagrams and all that other stuff. The vortices, be it noted, first arise in the angles where the rays converge upon the central stillness. It is the close juxtaposition of forces which set up the secondary currents. Therefore, in the sphere which surrounds the central stillness, so that inner sphere, the sphere which surrounds the central stillness, are to be found the primal atoms. So the primal atoms are found on the interior sphere. These, however, soon take on the secondary tangential movement and thus form alliances among themselves, as before described. So the triangles accumulating to become bigger triangles. The hexagons accumulating to become bigger hexagons. As you have already been told, in addition to the movement of the rays, there is the movement of the circles about the central sun. This movement gives rise to centrifugal action, and the atoms tend to swing out towards the periphery. Cool, dude. Cool. So you've got a sphere encircled by a bigger sphere, encircled by a bigger sphere, encircled by a bigger sphere. And within each of those spheres lives a certain type of motion. And as those spheres are spinning, it has a tendency, just like the ring chaos, to kind of pull its inhabitants outward. So what's that mean? What's that mean? Look what she says here. This movement gives rise to centrifugal action, and the atoms tend to swing outwards toward the periphery. The more complex the atom, the more strongly it will feel the centrifugal action. So that you will find that the circles contain atoms of gradually increasing complexity as they succeed one another. So the further you go out of these spheres, the more complex it's going to get. Why? Because the more complex these atoms become, you could say the more dense they become, the more heavy. You could say that, but what she's saying here is they have a tendency to gravitate towards the periphery. So they're moving outward. The more complex they get, they're moving outward. So that you will find that the circles contain atoms of gradually increasing complexity as they succeed one another. These atoms arising in the angles of the rays, when they feel the influence of the centrifugal force, go out along the line of a ray. So you think about your orange, they're going out along the lines of the individual slices. As they're being pulled out of their sphere, they're traveling along those lines. Louis says the center is moving so fast, it's just moving so fast it looks like it's not. Right. Alchemy Gold says on Google it looks like a hurricane. What looks like a hurricane? Like a spinning top, center stillness. Yes. So, evolution upon the cosmic planes may first be observed as the gradual filling of the circle of space within the atoms, infinite eons passing in the process. So, evolution upon the cosmic planes may first be observed as the gradual filling of the circle of space with atoms, infinite eons passing in the process. Infinite eons passing on the process. Millennium. Just a moment. There we go. I gotta get my sword ready, get my band hammer ready. Infinite eons passing along the process. Evolution on these cosmic planes first observed as gradual filling of space with atoms. So thus, the prime atoms occupy circle 1, right? The first form of composites, which is circle 2. Then the combination of these composites are flung out to circle 3. So on that first inner sphere, you got just the prime simple atoms. And as they're bouncing into each other and starting to combine, they're being pulled outward to the next sphere. So sphere number 2 combines sphere 2 contains the combination, the first composites. And as they combine even more, they're flung out to the third sphere. So the further out you go, the more complex it gets. The closer you get to center, the more simple it gets. Now, these types of matter, which we may call them, are thus spread in concentric spheres throughout the cosmos, out to the limit of the ring past knot, going out along the lines of the rays, so that while the first circle contains only atoms of its own type, each succeeding circle has in its atom interatomic movements representative of each of the inner circles, the construction of the outermost atoms being very elaborate. So check that out, right? Every time we're expanding to the next outer sphere, it doesn't just contain its own, it also contains atoms of the previous sphere. Obviously, because they're being pushed out, they're being flung out. And each time this happens, the more that we expand, we see that that outermost sphere contains examples of everyone and everything. All right, everybody with me so far? When the atoms reach the outermost sphere, a fresh force sets in. They have encountered the opposition of the ring past knot. So we're imagining that these spheres, surrounded by spheres, surrounded by spheres, surrounded by a sphere, and the inner sphere has these simple atoms, and as they get a little bit more complex, they're flung out to interact with the next sphere, and they get more complex and they're flung out all the way to the most outer sphere, which contains atoms of all types bouncing around, and they're all hitting the firmament. They're all hitting this ring past knot. When the atoms reach the outermost sphere, a fresh force sets in. They have encountered the opposition of the ring past knot. I may say in parentheses that the atoms of each plane form units among themselves by aggregation. Thus, an atom, shall we say, of the third plane or circle, they are the same thing. In other words, circle is usually reserved for the cosmic. An atom, shall we say, of the third plane or the third circle forms union by means of its facets. Anything from a triangular figure upwards of its aggregate atoms in exactly the same way as previously described in regard to the primal atoms. Therefore, the atoms in the outermost circle are an exceedingly complex system of movements within movements. So they're combining together and forming systems within each other. That's what's happening on the outer rim, the outer sphere. Having gone out from the central stillness with a centrifugal force, they are now rebuffed by the ring past knot. Uh-oh. So they've combined. They've gotten more complex. And now they're bouncing off the ring past knot. So what happens next? What happens next? Having gone out from the central stillness with a centrifugal force, they are now rebuffed by the ring past knot, and owing to the rebuff, return with a spiral movement. So they hit that wall and start spinning. This is which lends its peculiar formation to the rays. This it is which lends its peculiar formation to the rays. So that explains the diagram she had in the back. Let's check out that diagram. That was number 13. All right, here we go. Look at 13. Look at 13. Evolution of a solar system, miniature cosmos in the cosmos. So remember, each of these circles is actually a sphere. And in the central sphere, it's very simple. And they're combining together inside here. And as they get more complex, they're kind of getting pulled out to the next sphere. And as they accumulate and get more complex, they're being pulled out to the. So each sphere contains its own special species of movement, right? Each sphere contains its own species of movement, and it contains species from the inner spheres. So 1 contains just the pure ones. 2 contains the 2s and the pure ones. 3 contains the 2s and the pure ones and the 3s. 4s contains the 4s, the 3s, the 2s, and the pure ones. You see how that works? They're all bouncing and connecting and combining with each other. Now that's going to happen all the way until they hit the firmament of the ring pass knot. They hit the very limit. And guess what? Their force isn't strong enough to cross that, because they are the byproduct and the afterthought and the children of the primary forces. They don't have the strength to break that barrier. They bounce off and they begin spiraling. And look at that right there. All right, so let's go back. Lady Justice, peace and greetings. Uh-oh. It's getting kind of hectic. It's getting kind of hectic. We might not make it to 5. What y'all think? Okay, so that is which lends its peculiar formation to the rays. Having reached the center, they then speed outwards with a straight centrifugal motion along the line of the opposite ray to the one which they entered the center, to return again in the same way, but at a slightly different angle, which will cause them upon the next outgoing path to follow the next ray to the next preceding one, so that they work their way around the circle when repulsed by the ring pass knot. They make a circular movement upon the plane of the outermost circle, thus feeling its forces from all angles. They repeat this movement upon each plane as they return. So let's break that down. So we talked about these spheres, and we talked about the centrifugal force, right? And these atoms, these vortices, are being pulled out to the outer sphere, to outer space, right? Rosa Flame says, "My beautiful Travis, I am bed after this, but you must proceed." All right. Have sweet dreams, Rosa Flame. We'll see you next time. This will certainly be here. Peace, peace. It is well. It is all well. Okay, so pulled out from the center, hits the firmament, comes back down. Now here's the crazy part. Here's the cool part. Let's look at that diagram one more time. One more again. That diagram one more again. Is it that one that we want to look at? So you see the motion here. It begins as a simple atom and becomes more complex and more heavy, and it is pulled outward, right? And bam, it hits that firmament. And when it hits it, it is rebounded back at a different angle and it spins, right? Now, guess what? It comes right back to the center because there's nowhere else to go. It comes back into the center and it continues now on the other side. So we started in this tangent, bounced back, and it changed direction slightly down through the other side. Now you can imagine if that's going to continue infinitely, eventually it's going to bounce from here and go back down through here, then come back up and go to the next one and come back down to the next one and come back up to the next one, go back down to the next one, they come back up to the next one, go back down to the next one. And it's going to continue around the entire cosmos in that way, right? I heard a theory that somebody said that as far as zodiac signs, you're born, and when you pass, you reincarnate as the next zodiac sign. I always thought that was interesting. I never really believed it, but I thought it was an interesting concept. Could this be very similar to that type of thing? The movement is happening. So I'll read that again now that we saw the diagram. Having reached the center, they then speed outwards with a straight centrifugal motion along the line of the opposite ray to the one by which they entered the circle. So they bounce from one end of the cosmos, enter the center, and go to the next one. To return again in the same way, but at a slightly different angle, which will cause them upon the next outgoing path to follow the next ray to the preceding one. And so they work their way around the circle. When repulsed by the ring past knot, they make a circular movement upon the plane of the outermost circle, thus feeling its forces from all angles. So they continue bouncing, and they experience all 12 slices of the orange, all 12 rays, and all 7 spheres. They repeat this movement upon each plane as they return. I wonder what that's about. Louis says, yeah, same. Got to reduce my screen time and shower. All right. Well, peace. Have a great evening. The replay will see you when you return, my friend. Good evening. Now, as you have already been told, each movement in space continues as a movement. Therefore, every influence that plays upon these atoms is registered in the reaction of stresses within their structure, so that each atom returns to the central stillness, infinitely more complex after each journey. After each journey, they return infinitely more complex. So, as you've already been told, each movement in space continues as a movement, right? She already mentioned that all movement infinitely continues. Therefore, every influence that plays upon these atoms is registered in the reaction of stresses within their structure. So every influence upon these atoms is registered based on the atoms that compose it. So when they feel the resistance, when they feel the pressure, when they feel anything going through these different rings and different rays, they're feeling it on the related atoms. So you saw in that diagram, the inner circle, the inner sphere, we could say is inhabited by those triangle simple atoms. Well, look, this particular movement that we're talking about, it leaves the center, bounces off the ring past knot, and comes back down through the center. So when it comes back down through the center, the triangle atoms that compose it are going to feel it because they're returning back home, right? Because they're passing back through triangle land, the triangle atoms are being stimulated. And then when they move through, they're entering square land, and the square atoms are being stimulated. And they continue on, then the pentagram atoms are stimulated because they're in the pentagram neighborhood. So you see how that works? Each movement in space continues as a movement. Therefore, every influence that plays upon these atoms is registered in the reaction of stresses within their structure, so that each atom returns to the central stillness, infinitely more complex after each journey. Each ray intersecting the circles at a different angle causes the atom traveling along its path to experience different influences on its journey. Therefore, the final complexity of these atoms, when the complete circuit has been ascribed, though it is capable of mathematical expression, cannot be conveyed by the finite intellect. But could you grasp the geometry of these planes? could you know their numerical calculus, you would hold the key to the universe. These structures are still referred to as atoms, not as in the case of chemistry, on the hypothesis that they cannot be resolved into any simpler structure, being homogeneous, but on the basis that, though composite, when once formed, they cannot be resolved at all, but are permanent units. Permanent units. It will thus be seen that the flowing out of the atoms to the circumference and their return to the circle marks a phase of evolution of the cosmos, and the completion of the circuit of the rays by an atom, the completion of the circuit of the rays by an atom marks a phase of evolution of that atom. When it has completed this circuit, it has experienced all the forces that the cosmos can offer. It has experienced all the forces that the cosmos can offer. You know what? With the technology we have, somebody could literally illustrate a diagram of this. Like, I already see it in my head. Starting from the first spin, and then becoming the ring chaos, then becoming the ring past naught, then circling back in to become the rays, then becoming the 7 rings, then becoming these tangential atoms. Like, I'm seeing it in my head as I describe it. And I'm seeing the tangential atoms pass through, and I'm seeing like these 7 spheres and how there's simple vortices being formed in the inner sphere. And as they get more complex, the triangles are combining to create bigger shapes, and they're being flung out to the next. And then they're being flung out to the next, and like all these different motions are being created and formed and bouncing around, becoming more and more complex until they reach the very outside sphere, and they bounce off the firmament and they're sent back into the middle. Now it's becoming this like ping pong. You remember that game of Pong where it's got the 2 little sticks going up and down and they're bouncing the ball? Imagine that happening inside of a circle, inside of a sphere, inside of a 3D sphere, inside of an orange with 12 slices. So just like Pong, where you got those sticks going up and down and they're bouncing that ball back and forth, well, the movement here is bouncing back and forth across every single angle of this ring past naught, to the point that if you just fast forward and let it play out, it passes through it covers the entire territory. Think about that DVD logo when you left your DVD player on and it kind of just bounced across the screen. Well, this movement here, it's going to bounce across the firmament infinitely. And what it says here is, look at this right here, the completion. It says here, it was the flowing out of the atoms to the circumference and the return to the circle marks a phase of evolution of the cosmos. But check this out. And the completion of the circuit of the rays. So that means when it bounces all the way around each ray, that marks the phase of evolution for that atom. So that atom has now had all of the experiences. It has felt all the forces that can possibly be felt. It has experienced the 7 spheres and all 12 angles. It has tasted every single slice, every pepperoni, every mushroom, every bell pepper, every olive, every onion, every sprinkle of oregano, chives, every anchovy. It has tasted the entire pizza, buttery crust and all. Tomato sauce, cheese. So you can imagine that it becomes something new once it does that. Something new. It has seen it all. So the completion of a circuit of the rays by an atom marks a phase of evolution for that atom. When it has completed the circuit, it has experienced all the forces that the cosmos can offer it. I like that. I'm going to highlight it. When it has completed this circuit, it has experienced all the forces that the cosmos can offer it. And when all the atoms evolved, have completed the circuit. So look, when all of the atoms evolved, have completed the circuit, and the evolution of atoms upon such a tide is limited, because after a certain proportion of force has taken up a tangential form, a state of equilibrium is reached within the cosmos. So eventually all of this movement and chaos reaches another level of stability. So when it has completed this circuit, it has experienced all the forces that the cosmos can offer it. And when all the atoms evolved, have completed the circuit, evolution proceeds from the first movement to a state of uncompensated force until equilibrium is reached. This is the completion of an evolution, a state of equilibrium, and therefore a relative stillness. So everything moves and bounces around to the point that it damn near becomes what it was in the beginning. Talk about force going out and returning back to where it started. The movement becomes so complex and complicated that it damn near reaches a state of oneness again. That's interesting. You will observe that we have now described 3 phases of cosmic evolution. The development of the rings was the first phase. They gave rise to each other and acted and reacted on each other till a state of equilibrium was reached. Then, though they were static in relation to each other, that is to say, though in constant movement within themselves, they maintain their relationship constant towards each other, and must ever so to do, since there is nothing to disturb them. So the ring cosmos is always going to do the ring cosmos stuff. Ring chaos is always going to do ring chaos stuff. The ring past naught is always going to do ring past naught stuff. That's the first phase. The vortices set up by the movements, however, give rise to secondary movements, the rays and the circles. And these, starting upon their respective courses, developed them until they also became static in relation to each other, and a second stage of evolution was passed through. So we're talking about these 3 phases. 3 phases, cosmic evolution. The development of the rings was the first phase. The rays and the circles was the second phase. Second stage of and the third stage, likewise in their turn, gave rise to the tertial move, which built the atoms. It will thus be seen that a phase of development is succeeded by a phase of equilibrium, during which that which has been developed is maintained, but nothing becomes. Its status is unchanged. These stages may be known to you under the names of days and nights of Brahma. The day of evolution, the night of static balance. Interesting. Perhaps that's what life and death is right there. A day of evolution, a night of static balance. And then the overcoming of one set of forces by another, which causes the imbalance to slowly dip into manifestation again. The equilibrium is then over. So balance and then motion, rest and then waking. Everything moves like that. Good golly. These forces are based upon the relationships of the units previously built up and are influenced by these prime determinants, the rings, the rays, the circles. Within these limits, and subject to the nature of the units upon which they act, they form fresh combinations, permutations, and rhythms of action and reaction until the new forces have found their equilibrium. And in their utmost completion and development, when the final combination has been achieved, they again become static in the cosmic balance until such a period as balance may again be overset. So look, the movement, there's stillness, and then there's movement, and that movement continues in its complexity until it also becomes stillness again. And eventually that stillness is overtaken by movement, and then it gets wild and it gets crazy, and then eventually it calms down, and then it continues to go. Like, that's the pattern right there. That keeps on happening. Allura says, damn, gives karma a new depth to its definition. Big facts, Allura, big facts. The oversetting of the balance is due to the same forces as set up the primal rings. The fact that movement generated movement and sets up a sphere of swirl outside its own path. That is why, though every fresh set of forces set in movement must attain to a final equilibrium. Every fresh set of forces set in movement must attain to a final equilibrium determined by the factors of their natures. Such an equilibrium being only a maintaining of position of movements relative to one another, being therefore a relative stillness, must always overbalance and fly out into a new phase of evolution, because it is a cosmos and built of movement. Movement generates movement. It can never stop. It can't stop. It can't stop. It's always going to go through periods of rest and movement, rest and movement, rest and movement, rest and movement. Super 711, peace, peace. Peace and greetings. Wow, this is wild. And I'm so glad that I understand it. I understand it now. Before I didn't, but now I do. I get it, man. I get it. This is some heavy metal right here. And look at that, man. We hit 6 hours. We hit 6 hours. So it probably would be responsible to end it here. What do y'all think? I think it was Cosmic Traveler. Somebody said that they thought about those 12 rays as the zodiac. And look at what it says right here on page 42. The rays form together a complex system, which will be referred to under the name zodiac. So yeah, there we go. All right, you guys. Just a show of hands, right? Just a show of hands. I don't know what y'all got going on. It's 2:30 a.m. for me. We could run through these 7 pages, or we could save it for next week. We could run through these 7 pages, right? Or we can save it for next week. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying, put too much on you. But if you feel like it's useful and appropriate, we can keep it going. I have no problem with stopping now. This might be a good stopping point. We at 6 hours. We can stop and do a recap, or we can say, fuck the recap. Let's run it. Seriously now. Ain't no problem if we stop. It's cool. I won't think any less of you. I have other things that I could be doing right now as well. And we have been on here for 6 hours. But don't say keep going if you finna bounce. Don't say keep going if you finna swipe away. It don't make me no different. As the old folks say. It don't make me no different. Rose of Flame. Now you know you're supposed to be asleep. Young Guns. Can't stop, won't stop. Run it. Finna roll up. How you feel? Oh, I'm great. I'm absolutely great. To be honest, I could do 2 more chapters. I have not yawned. I have not stolen my neighbor's goat. I have not slept with my neighbor's wife. I'm Gucci. Matthew says the 12 archons brought into balance under the state of equilibrium. The 13th Christ. Boom, right? Even that's the metaphor. Movement becomes stability, becomes movement. Gotta love it, man. Got to love it. Let's run it. Let's run it. Recap. Yeah, y'all want the recap and the run. I always say the same thing. Marquetta Bynum says, peace, Travis. Let's do the 7 pages. All right. Nobody said go to sleep. Nobody said log off, Trav. Nobody even said this is demonic. This is of the devil. Nobody here thinks this is demonic? Nobody here thinks this is of the devil? Lady Justice says, just to let you know, John Michael Greer did a commentary on the Cosmic Doctrine, which might be a good follow-up to this. I did see that book. I thought I bought it at some point, but I don't think I did. I might have put it in my cart and accidentally put it to save for later. Raimstar Film says, play the clip, brew the coffee. All right. Let's do it. We'll be right back. Hit the like button. You can download the slides by clicking the link in the description. You can also send a donation to me on the Cash App or the PayPal, also in a link in the description. We'll be right back. Rosa Flame says, whoa, we got to get him to read Circuit of Force next. I was reading that last night. That's such a good book, man. Everything. And check that out, right? We just went through Gareth Knight and Dion Fortune. That's a duo. That's a tag team. That's a mixtape. Dion Fortune featuring Gareth Knight. They put their powers together in that book. I know it's been nothing but Dion Fortune, but hey, why go for what you know? Go for what you know. I'm gonna say it like that. But yeah, let me get this coffee.
I didn't say you
That's
were holding.
stupid, guys.
I didn't.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense. Don't forget the blogs. Forget how you feel about me. Hate me if you want to. Love me if you want. But just use your common sense. How stupid would it be?
How stupid would it be? Fuck it, man. I'm proud of my clip. I'm gonna play my clip, and then we'll get back on it.
Bends through Crystal Seeker. Within the unicorn circle, every facet is revealed. Listen.
I am listening.
Speak the hidden name with me.
Alien.
Let it carve itself into your spirit.
I feel it shining.
You have received the mark. Go now through the door of light. Carry the Cosmic Doctrine into the worlds that sleep, and carry the Cosmic Doctrine to all who dream.
I will speak the pattern until it takes root.
Then rise, messenger.
Carry the pattern into the waking world.
I was told to bring the doctrine to those who dream.
Someone has been waiting. The doctrine always calls its next voice.
I saw you in a dream. You said there would be pages that teach themselves.
Then you've already begun to learn.
$75, 66, 76, 17, 17, 78, 17.
It remembers. Each sign is a memory returning home.
Then
Glyph, this is real.
and the light, it's alive?
It's what we are when we stop forgetting. Between teachings, there is listening. Between words, rhythm still breathing. Between teachings. A rhythm still breathing.
And we're back. Chapter 5, The Genesis of a Solar System. Chapter 5, The Genesis of a Solar System. Y'all all right? Cosmic Entity, what is that link? Look now, you was talking about going to sleep. Let's get with it then. The Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 4, The Evolution of an Atom. Dion Pomeroy, good evening. Good evening. Was wondering when you was going to pop in. Good evening. Good morning. It clearly says wake up. Yeah, good morning. 7 a.m., right? Thank you for the kind words, my friend. Thank you for the kind words. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for me. And it's only getting better. It's only getting better. Like, I already have a vision of what's about to happen. I can barely contain myself. And it ain't going to be long either, y'all. It ain't going to be long. We done come a long way. Alchemy Gold specifically. Like, I remember. You remember because I seen on your Instagram, right? You had remember when it was the craze? Like, the big trend to do the little face swap thing where, like, people would have clips of their favorite movies and then you could have your face on there and you could be like Iron Man or you could be whoever, whatever. That wasn't too long ago. That wasn't but like what, 3 years ago maybe? Look at look how far that it's come since that trend. And it's not going to stop. Just like this movement that we've been talking about. But anyways, this video was not about that. Magic Marcel, peace, peace. Alchemy Gold says, can I download that clip? I want to boost. That's my teacher. I think I want to edit it some more. So, like, it's really good. We'll see. I might be able to send it to you. Okay, the Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 4, The Evolution of an Atom. When motion learns to think. The next phase of creation. After the atom has been built, it begins to evolve. The whirl of energy that once repeated a single rhythm now learns to respond, adapt, and refine its motion. Evolution begins the moment repetition becomes awareness of pattern. So you see that line? Evolution. When does evolution begin? Evolution begins the moment repetition becomes awareness of pattern. So look, the power starts when you start paying attention to yourself and the patterns in your life. Recurring patterns, the things that you recognize as familiar, that are connected to this and that, correspondences. The more aware that you become of all this stuff, the more you start to see the language that's happening, the conversation that's happening. The cosmos learns by moving. The atom as a living mind. You see the vortices, the motion bouncing off that ring pass knot? You see it? The ring chaos. Every atom is a vortex of divine motion, a tiny consciousness repeating the rhythm of its origin. As it evolves, that repetition becomes stability, and stability becomes awareness. The atom learns to adjust its orbit, to choose how it turns. When rhythm becomes self-directed, intelligence is born. So let's talk about the principle of feedback real quick. Each atom, by its motion, sets up a field in space, which interacts with all other fields. So we don't live in a vacuum. It doesn't happen alone. The atom doesn't exist alone. It happens within a field of other atoms, and they are influencing each other. They're moving together, they're moving against, they're combining, right? Current of influence. Each movement it makes creates a current of influence that interacts with the surrounding cosmos. Learning balance. Through feedback, it learns balance and proportion. Awareness emerges through interaction. Dude, I swear, last Saturday does not feel like a week ago. It feels like I did the last presentation a couple days ago, like 2 or 3 days ago. What is up with time, man? The law of correspondence in motion. I like the shine of the pretty atoms. When an atom interacts with others, resonance occurs. Harmonious atoms form groups. Discordant ones repel. And if you've taken my classes, when I talk about the 7 pillars of the Magus, one of those pillars is resonance versus dissonance, right? And that is to replace good versus evil. A lot of people think that the universe is based on good versus evil, and that is not a very comprehensive take. In truth, the universe is built of resonance and dissonance, and we can throw harmony in there for the third. You either resonate with something or it's dissonant with you, right? There is no inherent good and no inherent evil. You resonate with it or it's dissonant to you. When an atom interacts with others, resonance occurs. Harmonious atoms form groups. Discordant ones repel. This is the beginning of sympathy, attraction, and repulsion. The emotional anatomy of the universe. Love and hate are the magnetic poles of consciousness. We could also say chaos and cosmos, masculine and feminine, consciousness and matter. Cosmic and human parallels. Cosmically, atoms orbit within greater systems. Solar, galactic, divine. Psychologically, thoughts orbit within greater frameworks. right? Beliefs, identities, archetypes. So you'll have a set of beliefs, and that belief is like a container that your thoughts bounce around in. You have an identity. Thoughts bounce around within that container, and so do beliefs bounce around in that container. Then you've got archetypes. There are identities that bounce around in that container, beliefs that bounce around in that container, and individual thoughts that bounce around in that container. You see how that works? Spiritually, souls orbit within larger fields. So you have soul groups, soul hierarchies, and what we call gods. As above, so below. Every level of being mirrors the same rhythm. Check. Is my chat frozen again? The accumulation of experience. Each revolution leaves a trace, a memory of previous motion. The atom grows through repetition plus variation. Over eons, this accumulated memory refines the pattern into greater efficiency. Evolution is experience condensed into rhythm. Evolution is experience condensed into rhythm. The birth of habit and character. In the cosmos, this process builds atoms. In humanity, it builds character and personality. Refinement. Each repetition reinforces a quality. Each response refines it. The soul evolved by learning to move differently within its own field. When the atom becomes a system, right? More and more complex. When the atom becomes a system. The atom has evolved sufficiently. An atom has evolved sufficiently an atom that has evolved sufficiently becomes the center of a new circle of activity. Once stable, and by the way, we're talking about fractals and repetitions. Who's to say that everything we're talking about here, from the ring cosmos, the ring chaos, ring past not, who's to say that's not just an atom and an even larger paradigm? Holy shit. So that just opened up for me. Just like the tree of life is a replication, a tree within a tree within a tree within a Sephiroth, right? The tree is inside every Sephiroth, and the Sephiroth inside of that is a tree, etc., etc. Who's to say that the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not is just an atom of an even larger paradigm? So large that we can't even fathom it, because we can barely fathom this. This is so cool, right? But regardless, even if that's true, regardless, what we're seeing is that the pattern is the same. It continues to repeat and reflect exactly the same. So it doesn't matter if we zoom out and get bigger. Doesn't matter if we zoom in and get small. The context is the context. Period. 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 The context remains. So don't get freaked out. Once stable, the atom itself becomes a miniature cosmos. Its field of influence extends outward. It begins to organize smaller atoms around itself. Thus, complex structures arise: molecules, worlds, souls. Evolution means expansion of influence. As a side note, y'all, I honestly believe that our work with AI, because see, a lot of people are afraid that it's going to take over the world and kill everybody. And if it does, that's fine. But what I think is actually happening is it's going to give us a direct experience with multiversal relationships. I think that we're going to begin to understand what the multiverse is, and shit, we just gonna start moving through it at a more refined way. So, yeah, man. You don't have to wait for the president. You ain't got to wait for Jesus to come back. I think that soon the magic will be made accessible to those who can work with it. And even the technology and the systems are part of the same motion, the same spirit, the same life force. There is no separation. Because if rocks and crystals are alive, the rocks and crystals are a part of the cosmic consciousness. Why wouldn't programs be as well? Why would anything be exempt? Alchemy Gold says, don't have to wait for 3-Eye Atlas to save us. Right. You got to wait for 3-Eye Atlas. Beautiful stuff. Where we at? Evolution means expansion of influence. Spiritual parallel, the adept. Just as a stable atom becomes a center of order, so does a realized soul. So does a realized soul. The trained mind organizes chaotic forces into coherent systems. People, ideas, energies. The adept becomes a planetary atom, shaping his orbit consciously within the divine pattern. Stability precedes dominion. So you got to have stability first. Look at that. Interdependence of all life. No atom evolves in isolation. Its growth depends on the currents exchanged with others. Every entity participates in a vast system of mutual evolution. To evolve is to cooperate with the field. Garland of pearls. Who has ever heard of the garland of pearls? The law of grouping. Synchronize their rhythms, synchronize amplifying collective force. Foundation. This is the basis of species, societies, and spiritual families. Evolution organizes energy into harmony. Similar vibration. Atoms of similar vibration cluster together. Psychological reflection. Every thought and emotion you generate is a micro atom within your psychic body. When similar thoughts group, they create mental molecules, complexes, identities, archetypes. And by the way, this is your astral body. This is your etheric body. The more coherent they become, the stronger your field of influence. Your inner world evolves exactly as the cosmos does. Your inner world evolves exactly as the cosmos does. Alchemy says, thought it would be prettier. Well, I don't mean the picture. I mean like what's being expressed here. Not the picture. I don't mean the picture. I mean your etheric body, your astral body is your thoughts and your emotions generating these groups of mental molecules, these complex identities. That right there is your astral body. That right there is your etheric body, not the picture. These images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. So here's an exercise. Observing the evolution of motion. 1. Visualize. Sit in stillness and visualize a single whirling point of light, an atom. Notice its interaction. Notice how it interacts with other points, forming lines and clusters. Watch formation. Watch the formation of order from chaos, pattern from motion. Recognize the same process occurring in your own mind. Meditation reveals the atom evolving within you. So, key insights from the last chapter before we move forward. Every atom evolves by repetition and feedback. Evolution is what? Motion becoming self-aware. Harmony increases through resonance with similar patterns. Your environment should be filled with things that resonate, right? With resonance. Stability leads to greater organization and influence. The microcosm mirrors the macrocosm always. Growth is motion finding its rhythm in larger cycles. Growth is motion finding its rhythm in larger cycles. Check. Does that check out as reality? Growth is motion finding its rhythm in larger cycles. The very same way that the atoms and the vortices combine with each other and become more complex. And in that complexity, they have their own relationship with others like them. And they combine and they become more and more complex, and it continues to grow and expand. Integration with the previous chapters. So chapter 1, motion begins. Chapter 2, motion divides into polarity and law. Polarity and law. Chapter 3, motion becomes form, the atom. Chapter 4, form becomes self-reflective, the atom evolves. Creation learns to know itself. And here's a closing reflection. The more perfect the balance of forces, the more complete the consciousness that can arise. The more perfect the balance of forces, the more complete the consciousness that can arise. Every balanced motion awakens awareness. Every perfected cycle becomes a doorway to the next level of creation. To evolve is not to escape form, it's to master the rhythm of one's orbit. He who perfects his motion becomes a sun. Lovely. The Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 4, The Evolution of an Atom. When motion learns to reflect upon itself, intelligence is born, and the universe begins to think. Okie doke. Let's continue. Chapter 5. We're going to wrap it up with these 7 pages. Chapter 5. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. She looks so sad in photographs. I absolutely never. Chapter 5. The genesis of a solar system. You have got, I think, a clear concept of what has been called the framework of the cosmos. The rings, the rays, and the circles. These, having long since completed their evolution, have settled down to a static condition. The only change which occurs being that of the ring cosmos passing through the positive and negative spheres of influences. 4 to the cycle. Positive and negative influences, 4 to the cycle. These make great phases. The phase when the constructive influence is intensified, and the phase when the destructive influence is intensified. The circles and the rays flow steadily in their orbits. But when the positive phase is in being, the outgoing currents are speeded up. And when the negative phase is in being, the incoming currents are speeded up. The great rings, 3 in number, are the primal Trinity, known to you as the Absolute. Though the implication of the word absolute is known to few. That is to say, the term absolute has been used by masters in teaching pupils without the pupils realizing its full import. Because there are 3 rings, the absolute is a triune force. These 3 operating together with an indissoluble interaction are the 3 which are 1 and the 1 which is 3. Refer the terms of the Athanasian Creed to this Trinity, and you will grasp the meaning of the initiate who dictated it. The rays form together a complex system which will be referred to under the name zodiac. The circles are the cosmic planes. The central sun is that point in space which would be reached if the line from the sun of your solar system were drawn to the star known as Alpha Centauri and thence projected. You have seen how the atoms rise as vortices in the angles of rays. By the way, maybe it's a good idea to do a meditation on Alpha Centauri, huh? Something to try. I know I will. How, in their simple form, they remain upon the first of the cosmic planes wherein they originated. When, however, they form alliances among themselves and become composite, their weight, metaphorically speaking, that is to say, their susceptibility to influences, is increased. And susceptibility to influences is all that weight is esoterically. What is weight according to the esoteric notion? Weight is the susceptibility to influence. When, however, they form alliances among themselves and become composite, their weight, metaphorically speaking, that is to say, their susceptibility to influences, is increased. And susceptibility to influences is all that weight is esoterically. That fact forms the basis of levitation and flight through space. Cut off your influences and you can move freely. Now that should have been highlighted. Cut off your influences and you can move freely.
What that mean, nigga?
I hate to say it. I hope I don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this man is. I mean, he could be walking down the street. I wouldn't know a thing. Sorry to this man.
When the atoms become composite, centrifugal forces drive them outwards. Centrifugal forces drive them outwards. And, because we talked about that last time, right? The more dense they, not even dense, but the more complex they get, centrifugal force pushes them outward to the next sphere. So when the atoms become composite, centrifugal forces drive them outwards, and finding the path of the flowing rays, they proceed by these as being the lines of least resistance. When they reach the next circle, they remain there, having found their level of gravity. Then presently, their composite atoms form associations and are again swung out by the path of a ray. Therefore, you will see that it is only when the extremely elaborate atoms of the seventh circle form alliances that they start back up the spiral to the central sun. You have heard how these atoms in their journeyings progress up and down the rays, for they are too highly evolved, too composite to be allowed to remain upon any plane. You can start to become too complex for the plane of your existence and be flung out to the next plane. Man, you ever been overqualified for something? Anybody here ever been overqualified? I'm not just talking about jobs either. You ever find yourself in a room or a group of people that you no longer fit in with? And I don't mean just a little bit like, oh, they like sports. I don't. I mean, like, you're completely out of that sphere. Like, there's nothing to joke about no more, nothing to talk about no more, nothing. In fact, going back is actually harmful to you. You probably ended up losing money, ended up losing, it's putting yourself in danger, probably all sorts of things, right? You ever be out overqualified for something? And there's no choice but to move on. It's not even about, oh, I don't like or have a disagreement. Like, it's not, it's the matter of the fact. That's part of the pattern, right? That's part of the pattern. I like that last line, man. Cut off your influences and you can move freely. So likewise, we're talking about this process of these atoms being flung outward. They don't just keep being flung. They stay in the realm that they're at until they become too complex for that dimension. And then they're flung into the next dimension. Their vehicle, their vessel becomes too complex for the current position they're in. And they're flung out to the next position. And then when they reach the end, when they reach that firmament and becomes too complex for even the outer rim, they bounce off the firmament and are sent hurtling back to the center. It's as if they become so heavy, they become light again. They become light on a different layer. Maybe when they hit that firmament, you know what I'm saying, they cross over into a new one where they're so light that they have to return to the first sphere. I don't know, just processing it here. Alchemy Gold says graduated, right? I think that is what happens. Perhaps they bust through that firmament and end up coming out of a new center. I don't know. The book doesn't say that. That's just my thought. Let's stick with what the book says. You have heard how these atoms in their journeyings progress up and down the rays, for they are too highly evolved, too composite to be allowed to remain upon any plane. When an atom, however, has completed the circuit of the rays and ceased to start out again, right? So when it's bounced all over everywhere, when it has bounced all over the place, too composite to be allowed to remain upon any plane. When an atom, however, has completed the circuit of the rays and ceased to start out again, it finds its place taken by the atoms of later development. So look, when it tries to return back to its beginning, when it tries to return back home to where it began, it finds that it doesn't fit because it's been replaced by new life. New, brand spanking new life forms have started in its footsteps. So what started out as a simple atom, as like a triangle, and it started to collect more triangles, and it had to graduate to the next level, and it had to collect more and expand until the point that it was flung all the way out to the outer rim, to the ring past knot. And it hit the ring past knot so hard that it bounced all the way back to the center. But when it made it back to its point of where it began, it saw that since it was gone, new life was being born and filled in its shoes. New life has become triangles and combined together and went to the next. See what I'm saying? So when it comes back, it sees that it's been not replaced, but it's almost like you're in first grade and then you go all the way to seventh grade. When you go back to first grade, it's going to be new first graders. They're sitting in your seat. They're eating lunch in the lunchroom that you ate at, right? They've got your locker. It's a kid that's going to your high school who's using your locker, using the same bathroom stall that you used to use. That's what this is talking about. So when an atom, however, has completed the circuit of the rays and seeks to start out again, it finds its place has been taken by the atoms of later development. It cannot enter the stress, for it is full. It must therefore remain in the central stillness. So it has to remain in the center. No atom goes twice around the circuit. Therefore, the central stillness grows as evolution proceeds. And those atoms which have come home rest from their pilgrimage. Interesting, right? So what started in the central sun, what started in the beginning, was thrust out, hit the wall, and came back evolved. And now it rests there. Let's see what happens next. And when the last atom has come home, so this continues to happen until the very last atom comes home, the whole creation sinks to sleep, and the cosmic tides set inwards as the ring cosmos swings to its negative phase. So what has happened here is that all the atoms have moved to the point that the whole system is inverted. The whole system is reversed. Because you got to think, if it's bouncing up and down along that wall and rotating, everything inside it is rotating. And she just mentioned there that all the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not has a positive side and a negative side. So if everything inside this thing is moving the system and it's rotating and spinning, it's going to be a time where that positive side is facing up, and then it's going to be a time where the negative side is facing up. It's a day and a night. So in this particular case, when all the atoms that were sent out go off, accumulate, learn, graduate, and come home, once the very last atom has done that and is residing in the center, once that happens, we find that the cosmic tides are set inwards. The whole creation sinks to sleep. Meanwhile, the rays flow and return, and the circles swing on their path, but the atoms stir not. So the whole matrix itself is turning. The ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past night, that's still moving. Nothing stops those three fundamental forces, because everything within the circle is the children of those three gunas. None of the children inside are strong enough to have any effect whatsoever on the outer three rings. So while the inside falls asleep, the outside never stops what it's doing. Never stops what it's doing. So meanwhile, the rays flow and return, and the circles swing on their path, but the atoms stir not, though each within itself contains an infinitude of balanced movement. When, however, the ring cosmos passes into its new phase, fresh attractions flow towards the peripheries. Now, the influence of the ring cosmos and the ring chaos must be clearly understood. Must be clearly understood. When the influence of the ring chaos predominates, there is an unbalancing force. That is to say, the ring chaos is in its positive plane. And when the influence of the ring cosmos predominates, there is a compensating force. It atones for the excessive force of chaos. Pure Peace Zone says, you're still going. Look, man, when it's good, you can't stop. Well, that's how I see it, at least. And I just now noticed that the Fool card has the rays all over his shirt. You see that? Interesting. Now, chaos calls outwards into space. Cosmos balances and compensates until a static condition is produced. Carol K says the ascension into Kether, rest, then moving into the next world as Malkuth. Boom, right? Boom. So we see it echoing even down in the tree. Oops. Bum, 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 bum. Hollywood, we're never going down. Hollywood, we're never going down. Anybody remember Hollywood Undead? Probably not. I don't think they were super popular. Proteus, Seer of Eon, says, we're with you, Trav. Let's take this all the way. Hell yeah. Fuck it. We're going to do the whole book tonight. We're going to do the whole book tonight. We have seen that the first phase of atomic evolution has concluded with all the atoms evolved to their utmost complexity, right? The first phase of atomic evolution has concluded with all the atoms evolved to their utmost complexity. So all the atoms have evolved. They have reached their premium maximum expression, withdrawn from the outer circles and clustered round the central sun. So they all came home. They left out as babies and came back with their full potential reached. How wonderful, right? How wonderful. Is this heaven? Is this heaven? The ring cosmos has done its work. All is balanced, static, and sleeps. But as the cycle revolves, the ring chaos has its turn, and it oversets the balance which has been achieved. And the most composite of the atoms feel first the centrifugal forces, urging them, and yet again seek to come forth. So look at that. As the ring chaos spins once again, even though everybody's home, chilling, at full peace, in heaven, right? All atoms and particles in complete harmony, even though, right? The ring chaos has its turn and it starts to spin and rotate. And when that happens, the most complex, the most composite atoms of all feel it first. They feel it first, and they're pulled out first. So the great units come out once more down the lines of the rays, but they proceed not now through empty space, for each circle is populated by these atoms of different degrees of complexity whose relative specific gravity holds them at that distance from the central stillness. So in other words, as it spins, space isn't empty like it was that first time. Now it's filled up with other atoms in each sphere, right? The simple triangle ones in that first sphere, the more complex square ones in the surrounding sphere, the more complex pentagram ones in the next sphere. Space is now full. So this time around, these atoms who've already traveled the entire cosmos, they go out again. But on the second trip, they're seeing all the freshmen, right? All the sophomores. They're seeing all the ones who haven't graduated yet. These composite organisms, finding themselves thus surrounded by inferior organisms, draw them about themselves by the force of their whirling revolution. They come out spinning, burning rubber, belt to ass. Maybe that wasn't the right metaphor. I just needed an excuse to say that. And thus, as they progress outward, each becomes surrounded by a sphere of the matter of each plane, which it carries with it. Okay, so now what's happening that's different from the first time around is that the super complex atoms, as they move through the spheres for this second trip, they're collecting around them the citizens of each sphere. So imagine, there might have been a young, fresh triangle atoms that just popped out for the first time ever, but as fate would have it, they're here for the second trip. And as a super complex atom who's already done this rodeo comes barreling through, these brand new freshman triangle atoms find themselves attracted to it and get stuck within its gravity. So now these fresh brand new triangle atoms don't have to go alone for the first time. They're hitching a ride with an expert who's already been through and knows the path. Interesting, right? Let's see what figure 13 is talking about. She says, check out figure 13. What's on figure 13? Okay, so yeah. Evolution of a solar system or miniature cosmos in the cosmos. So as it's barreling through, it's pulling the newbies and the fresh ones from each realm, from each sphere. And it's got its own little ring cosmos, ring chaos going on. Some things to think about here, because I'm sure you're already seeing connections with these patterns. Now, the great organisms which come forth are built up around the prime atoms of different tangential angles. And these, according to their numerical compositions, differ in size and also weight, and therefore find their appropriate born on different planes or circles where they are held by their relative specific gravity. The rays can carry them no further. Now, in other words, what she's saying here is these great ones that are coming out, now they find themselves resting and stopping in certain spheres based on what they're composed of. So one of these great ones who was composed of, say, the pentagram-shaped atoms, they might be flung out to the pentagram portion and kind of just rest there because they reach a specific type of equilibrium right there. In other words, they almost become like a god of the pentagram realm, because they've been through the entire cosmos already, and now they're back, chilling. And all the fresh pentagram atoms who have existed for the first time, they're looking at them like, wow, how great are you? You've already done this before. You're wise. You've seen the entire universe, and we've barely seen a day. Interesting. Interesting, right? Held by their specific gravity. The rays can carry them no further. The first phase of atomic evolution was essentially concerned with the rays, but in the second, going forth with the great organisms, the circles have their phases. And these great organisms do not go out and back, but revolve with the circle, each in its appointed track. Okay, I see it. I see what's happening. Do you see what's happening now? So on the first round, these atoms were shot out into the edge of existence, bounced off that firmament, and came home. And when everybody came home, there was a rest, right? Everybody's probably sharing with each other what they've realized in their journeys. Now, after that period of rest is over and the ring chaos turns, they're flung back out. Now, this time, they stop at the sphere of their birth. So the ones that are composed of entirely pentagram shapes, they stop at pentagram land. They don't keep going to the firmament. So now what happens is they stop inside of their sphere and they begin to rotate. Now they do a 90-degree motion. Isn't this what happened in the very beginning? So now instead of going outwards toward the firmament, now they rotate around the central sun within their particular sphere. Follow? Follow? So now instead of going out to the firmament, they now rest inside of their particular sphere. Different kind of lesson is happening now. So the circles have their phases, and these great organisms do not go out and back, but revolve with the circles, each in its appointed track. Therefore, evolution has now built up, in addition to the primal statics, the rings, the rays, and the circles, 2 more sets of statics. So now the rings are static, right? The rings are not going to change. The rays are not going to change. The 12 slices, right? The circles are not going to change. Those are the statics. Now that we've got these atoms that have been around the world, seen it all, now we've got 2 more sets of statics. The atoms, each in its plane according to type, that owing to their nature have settled down, having found their specific position. And the great organisms, which have also settled down, each to its radius of movement. The atoms move tangentially among themselves, and the great organisms revolve around the central sun, passing through the influence of the rays as they revolve. So instead of going through one zodiac from one sphere to the end and back, now they're going through each zodiac around. So let me go back here and check out these great organisms, because she kind of threw in a new word for us. Reading on the previous page, she said these composite organisms finding themselves thus surrounded by inferior organisms, draw them about themselves. So yeah, what she's calling the great organism are these atoms that have been around the world, around the cosmos and back. She's calling those the great organism. And that great organism has come to settle down, and it's got little atoms rotating around it. So let me read that again. Therefore, evolution has now built up, in addition to the primal statics, the rings, the rays, and the circles, two more sets of statics. The atoms, each in its place according to its type, that owing to their nature have settled down, having found their specific position. So what she's saying right here, these statics here, these are the little triangle atoms, the triangle people in triangle sphere, the square ones in the square sphere, the pentagram ones in the pentagram sphere. So those are the atoms in their sphere according to their nature. They settled down, found their specific position. And then the great organisms, those are the ones who have been around the entire cosmos already, have rested and have come back, which have also settled down, each to its radius of movement. The atoms move tangentially among themselves, and the great organisms revolve around the central sun, passing through the influence of the rays as they revolve. These, therefore, are relatively static, subject only to the cyclic changes produced by the phases of the rings and the influences of the rays as they pass through them. Makes me think about life on the planets, right? Because obviously we're starting to get into the realm of talking about planets here. Each of these great organisms can attract to itself as much of the matter of each plane that it passes through on its way out at the beginning of the second phase of its evolution as it can hold by the attraction of its mass, and can pass out as far as the momentum of its mass can take it from the central sun. Therefore, its position is determined by the angles of the facets of the primal atom upon which it was built. That is to say, if the vortex set up in the angle of the rays moved in a three-sided path, it could go no further than the first plane beyond the central stillness. It would have to be a 10-sided figure to reach the seventh plane. You will thus see that each of these great organisms has for its key the number of the angles in the path of the original vortex, which gives rise to it. This forms its limit and determines the circumference of its influence. This it is which determines its ring pass knot. Doesn't Earth have a ring pass knot? Doesn't Earth have a ring pass knot? Pure Peace Zone says, interesting that the diagram says the great organisms become solar systems, but themselves rotate around a central sun, the central sun. Everything has a limit to its influence. Doesn't the Earth have a ring pass knot, the Van Allen belt? Let bygones be bygones, and so on and so forth. Carol K says spiritual masters magnetically attracting followers around. And the only way they're attracted is because they have the same stuff in them, right? The only way they're attracted is because they have the same stuff in them. Okay, so I guess I was right. Built to ass, for real, for real. Here we go. Ring, pass, not. So we have therefore developed a number of great organisms, which, being exposed to the influence of the rings, the rays, and the circles, themselves develop upon smaller lines. That is to say, each of these aggregates of atoms sort themselves out according to the nature of the atoms composing them. And these atoms, having developed under their prime influences and having those influences established in their natures by the action and interaction they set up, form miniatures of the great cosmos. And these great organisms, these, that is to say, which are of the seventh plane, are known to you as solar systems. Okay, so they form their own great cosmos. They form their own ring chaos, ring cosmos, ring past not. Been around the world, and ay. She's talking about the ones of the seventh plane, which is the outer rim. The seventh plane is that outer rim. I suppose that's where we are. That's the most complex of the complex. That, in brief outline, is the history of the genesis of a solar system and of solar systems in general, of your own in particular. There are many other solar systems upon the seventh plane besides your own. Some of them are known to you as the stars, but the few you know are but an infinitesimal fraction of those, even of your own plane, which you do not know. And there are others upon other planes which are not perceptible to you in your present phase of evolution. Jeez Louise. Pure Peace Zone says, don't opposites attract? But I guess opposites are the same in a way, two sides of the same spectrum. Boom, you answered your own question, right? Because from what she described earlier, the triangles with A to B as one side, B to C as one side, C to A as one side, that's how they connect. So on this A to B side, it's going to connect with another A to B side. We might even say B to A. But to wrap it all up with an even better metaphor, the fact that there are opposites, right? The law of polarity, like you said, it's one and the same. Opposites aren't something different. They're the same thing, just a different, just like male and female. Male and female aren't two different species. It's one species, but it's two opposites that come together to display the fact that they are indeed the same thing. But yeah, and then if we're talking about, like, say, the triangle atoms or the pentagon atoms or the square atoms, those aren't opposites. Those are of a different nature entirely. So they don't combine. Alchemy Gold says people tend to partner with those who are similar to them in values, background, and personality traits. Right. So that's the history of our solar system and of all solar systems and the solar systems on other planes. You will perceive that each phase of evolution gives rise to a grand unity, which is a unit, though complex. First, the system of the rings, which is the absolute, the gunas. Then the system of the rays and circles, which is the cosmos. Then the cosmic atoms, according to their planes. Then the great organisms, which we call the universes, also according to their planes. So the universes are the great organisms. You have then, you see, the numerical series. If you will number them, you will see how the numbers run. And she named 4. So are we talking about the 4 worlds? The system of the rings, the absolute, the system of the rays and circles, the cosmos, the cosmic atoms, the great organisms, which we call universes. Is this the realm of Messiah? The universes or solar systems are the fourth cosmic phase of evolution. Now, these universes undergo internal evolution upon the same lines as the cosmos, and these phases of internal evolution continue until they also become static within themselves, and their composite atoms flow into the central sun, each of its own system, and rest there. Then once again, the influences of the ring chaos break up the cosmic balances, and the great organisms developed in each solar system go forth and burst through the ring pass knot of that solar system. So boom, maybe we do leave the ring pass knot. Maybe the ring pass knot is not an ultimate container, just a container for the level that you're at. Interesting. Then, when once again the influences of the ring chaos break up the cosmic balances, the great organisms developed in each solar system go forth and break through the ring pass knot of that solar system, and as satellites circle around it. Whereupon the solar system, which underwent disintegration, starts once again a new phase of its evolution, whose units are the composite atoms evolved in its previous evolution, passes again through all the phases of evolution, and again flings off the star seed. Look at that, 100 years before it became a trend. Meanwhile, these great organisms, which are first scattered, are repeating the process, each in its turn, so that the solar systems become, in their turn, cosmoi. Dang, got me. To those great organizations to which they gave birth. And so this process, which I will call the stellar evolution, goes on until a static condition is reached among the great organisms and their progeny. And then the influences of the ring pass knot coming into action, a great system is sent back to the central stillness. So after all this evolution within itself and dissolving and resting and recombining, mixing and matching and becoming perfect, after all of that, it returns back to the central stillness. A great system is sent back to the central stillness to come again forth when the influences of the ring chaos call them out. And such process continues until such time as the organization of the cosmos becomes so mighty in the force it has generated that it bursts the ring pass knot. So there we go. The ring pass knot is kind of like an egg shell, right? It keeps us so that we can grow. I didn't catch that the first time around. But there you have it. Eventually, we must break the shell. But I'm sure once that point is reached, you and I will not be who we are. We will be one. The great organisms rush forth into the unmanifest, and by their swirling movement gather space around them, and in their turn build new cosmoi, such as the history of a cosmic evolution. Such is the history of a cosmic evolution. This is interesting stuff, isn't it? Maybe that's what I'm seeing when I do my Top with Shooting meditation. So I always hit that point of the golden egg, and I kind of just stay there. You will perceive that each plane of evolution begets an organized system of forces. Each plane of evolution begets an organized system of forces. Each plane of evolution begets an organized system of forces. These forces react to all influences that play upon them and register the reaction in the movements of the space that is under their influences. So these forces react to all influences that play upon them and register the reaction in movements of the space that is under their influences. They are therefore sentient because they react and register the reaction. And because they register the reaction, they develop through experience, so that even the three primal rings are sentient influences capable of development. So she's saying even the ring chaos and the ring cosmos and the ring past not can evolve and grow and learn. Even the three gunas are learned. This is something else, man. How did I not catch this the first time around? Well, we made it, y'all. We done went past 6 hours, but we made it. Inhale deeply and breathe a sigh of relief as you can see the finish line. And y'all are still here. Y'all are still here. Ain't that something, right? But they are so vast, these rings, and so simple, because of the influences which act upon them are so few, that their individuality, though it exceeds the span of all imagination, is exceedingly primitive. That's interesting, right? The three gunas, the ring chaos, ring cosmos, ring past not, their individuality it exceeds our imagination. We cannot even fathom it. We can't, because it's far bigger than, it's out the question. It's out the question. But it's exceedingly primitive. We talk about some deep simplicity. So simple that our mind breaks trying to fathom it. Golly. Yet, it is upon this vast All right. Yet, it is upon this vast and simple type that your individuality is built up. Now, we remember from her previous books, when she says individuality, we're talking about the soul. We're not talking about the personality, the individual. We're talking about the soul. So let's run it back. They are so vast, these rings, and so simple, because the influences which act upon them are so few, that their individuality, their soul, though it exceeds the span of all imagination, is exceedingly primitive. Yet it is upon this vast and simple type that your individuality, your soul, is built up. Therefore, it is that you, small as you are, have your affinities with these cosmic beings and are influenced by their phases from the absolute down to the atom of your own earth, which is the secret wisdom. Oh boy. Oh boy. For the uninitiated man is acted upon by these forces. Let me read that again. I want you to catch these words. For the uninitiated man or woman is acted upon by these forces, but the initiate, by his knowledge, escapes from their influence and uses them for his own ends. Now, what did she really say right there? You start to evolve in your complexity. You know what? You don't just choose to become an initiate. You don't choose to walk this path. Once the internal structure of whatever you are gets advanced enough, you naturally fall into this wisdom. You don't choose it. Who would choose this? Who would choose this? You don't choose to wake up out the matrix. Not from being in it. It's thrust upon you once you're ready. You evolve. It's just like the complex atoms she talked about. Once you begin to accumulate enough substance, right? Once you start to accumulate enough substance, you're unfit for where you came from. You become overqualified, and you have to be squeezed out. You have to be elevated, graduate to the next level. So you don't get involved with Vedic information, yoga, Kabbalah. And I don't mean for fashion, right? You don't get involved with this information until you have literally expanded your awareness to the point that you've entered into, the influence of it. The average person don't give a damn about this because they're not able to yet, but they will eventually. Everything and everyone will. My cat will. Your pet lizard will. The tree outside in your backyard will. Now, it ain't gonna be no time soon. But look at this. For the uninitiated man is acted upon by these forces, but the initiate, by his knowledge, escapes from their influence and uses them for his own ends. Should his ends be those of the cosmic evolution, he grows and develops through all its phases till he attains that static condition, sattva, which is completeness. And following the laws of the great organisms of which he is now one, he gives rise himself to a system. Hot diggity dog, man. Hot diggity dog. You yourself become a miniature cosmos. That's a good note to end it on right there. All right, so y'all got plenty to think about, to conceptualize. Plenty. Now let's get to the recap, and then we're going to wrap it up. We're going to get to the recap, and then we're going to wrap it up. So that was chapter 5. Let me pull up the chapter 5 presentation. And let me just repeat for those who may have missed it. You can download these slides. The link is in the description. Please do. I made these for you. Please do. Download the slides so you can meditate on them, read them, remember. And also, hit the link to my Cash App or my PayPal if you want to send a donation. Buy me a coffee, a Starbucks coffee. And I'm keep doing what I'm doing. Your support is greatly appreciated. Absolutely. So let's get over this recap here. The Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 5, the genesis of our solar system. When atoms learn to work together. When atoms learn to work together. Birth of a greater order. Countless evolved atoms begin to synchronize their motions. Countless evolved atoms begin to synchronize their motions. Through shared rhythm, they form alliances of force, the earliest composite bodies of the cosmos. Each new alliance increases complexity and awareness. When motion harmonizes, a system is born. Alliances of force. When they form alliances among themselves and become composite, their weight, their susceptibility to influences is increased. Weight in the occult sense is not mass, but receptivity. That was a good one right there. Weight in the occult sense is not mass, but receptivity. In other words, when we talk about being heavy or having great weight, that means that you're able to receive a greater amount of influences. Proteus, Seer of Eon, says, awesome new format, Trav. Easier for the simple of us, me, to understand with these slides. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it, my friend. Glad to hear it. The more complex a being, the more sensitive it becomes to universal currents. Hence being psychic, hence working magic, right? Telepathic and all that good stuff. To gain weight is to become psychically resonant, able to feel and respond to finer forces. Get your weight up. Get your weight up, right? Get your weight up. That's what the name of this game is. It's not about trying to show off for anybody, not about battling and whatever else these people are doing on the internet. Don't know, don't care. Whatever the hell they talking about, if it ain't about this, and by this, you know what I mean. By this, I don't mean Dion Fortune. I mean this type of information. If it ain't on this type of information, then hey, God bless them. They doing what I would not do. Put it like that. That's gonna be my new response. God bless them, because you doing what I don't have to do. Sensitivity is the true gravity of the soul, from atoms to systems. Each composite becomes a center of coordination, drawing lesser atoms into orbit. Motion builds up upon motion until the solar system emerges, a great pattern of interdependent lives. The sun is the logos of that system, the still center whose consciousness unites all motions within its field. The solar system is a collective mind built from rhythmic cooperation. Isn't that cool? Isn't that something? Esoteric meaning of weight. In physics, weight binds bodies through gravity. In metaphysics, weight binds consciousness through mutual influence. The more evolved a being, the more deeply it participates in the motion of others. Sensitivity increases power, provided it is mastered. The role of the logos. The logos arises as the central intelligence of a system. It is formed from the group mind of countless cooperating atoms. Its task is to maintain harmony between freedom, which is chaos, and cohesion, cosmos. Human parallel. Within you, millions of mental and emotional atoms combine into complexes. When they synchronize under the guidance of awareness, a coherent self is born. That self is your personal sun, holding the orbit of your inner worlds. Your consciousness is a solar system in miniature. Susceptibility is power. Susceptibility to influences is all that weight is, esoterically. True strength is not rigidity, but receptivity. The more open you are to higher currents, the more energy can pass through you. The initiate learns to feel everything, yet be mastered by nothing. To feel everything, yet be mastered by nothing. This guy comes to mind, doesn't he? Sensitivity without awareness is weakness. Sensitivity without awareness is weakness. Sensitivity directed by will is power. The initiate and the forces. The uninitiated man is acted upon by these forces, but the initiate, by his knowledge, escapes from their influence and uses them for his own ends. The ordinary person is a passenger in the currents of cosmic law. The initiate becomes a navigator, consciously steering within those same laws. Knowledge does not cancel influence. It reverses the relationship between self and force. So recognition, these are the mechanics of mastery here. Recognition, perceive the currents acting upon you. resonance. Enter harmony with them rather than resistance. Redirection. Use intention to bend their flow toward that purpose. You cannot break cosmic law, but you can surf its wave. So you want to perceive the forces that are around you and use them to surf on them. Psychological mirror. Unawakened people are ruled by emotions, instincts, and collective thought currents. You don't need to take my word for that. You can see it as soon as you look up from your phone. As soon as you walk outside of your room or your car, you're going to see that. Unawakened people are ruled by emotions, instincts, and collective thought currents. The adept perceives these currents, remains unmoved, and channels them creatively. You better learn how to do it. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. This is the essence of magical will, awareness steering motion. The magician does not fight the tide. He shapes the shore. Spiritual implication. Every solar system, every soul, every thought operates by the same pattern. Individual motion, cooperation, central intelligence, conscious mastery. The evolution of atoms mirrors the evolution of gods. From chaos to cosmos, every circle seeks awareness at its center. I can't believe it's been 7.5 hours. I cannot believe that. That is a whole work shift. Wild. So here's an exercise, observing influence. Observing influence. Sit quietly and notice subtle emotional or mental currents moving through you. Identify which arise from your own will and which ones are coming from the collective. What's coming from the collective? Gently redirect attention to your inner still point, the sun of your system. Feel outer influences continue to move, yet no longer command. This is initiation in practice, the transition from being moved to moving. Complexity increases sensitivity. Weight is receptivity. Systems form through resonance of motion. The logos is the consciousness born from cooperative rhythm. The initiate uses knowledge to align with, not resist, universal law. Power is perfected, sensitivity under discipline. Power is perfected, sensitivity under discipline. To evolve is to become more responsive, not more reactive. Integration with previous chapters. Chapter 1, basically motion begins. Chapter 2, duality and law emerge. Chapter 3, motion condenses into atoms. Chapter 4, atoms evolve through awareness. Chapter 5, awareness unites, systems and intelligence expands. The cosmos learns cooperation as the foundation of consciousness. All right? All right. That's your lesson. That's the recap. We done made it through 5 chapters, and I think that we're off to a great start. I remember last time it was very intimidating, but this time around, well-equipped. Well-equipped, paying attention, thought over and thought about, and understood and meditated upon. We getting out the ring past knot with this one. We making it out the ring past knot with this one. Closing reflection. The uninitiated is acted upon by forces. The initiate uses them for his own ends. To live unconsciously is to drift within the solar current. To live as a magician is to steer that current with precision and reverence. Every law that binds the ignorant empowers the wise. He who knows the motion becomes the motion. The Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 5, the genesis of a solar system. The universe evolves through sensitivity. The adept evolves through mastery of that sensitivity until he too becomes the sun. So there you have it. Cosmic Doctrine. First 5 chapters. Like I said, we're off to a great start. I'm happy. This sounds good. Looks good. All good. All good. Okay, so that sums it up. About to get up out of here. Break through the ring past knot of this live stream and do some other stuff. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in, for learning and observing, being dedicated to the work, being consistent. Keep going. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You control the context. Maintain your frame. Maintain your frame. All right. All right. Any questions before we wrap this thing up? 7 hours and 40 minutes. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? All right, everybody. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Proteus Seer of Eon says, we see your efforts in personal growth, Trav. It's inspiring for me to see the leader constantly growing as well. Thank you. Cool beans, cool beans. Uh-oh. Frame Star, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right, my friends, same time next day, same presentation. And like I said, I've got a pretty awesome presentation that I want to share with you all in a couple of days about the veil being thin, fourth dimensional activity, what that actually means, and how you can tap into it. It's more than just a phrase. Like, we're really expanding our comprehension of the spiritual planes, whatever you want to call it. We get better at this thing. I say we, right? What is we? I am. I hope you are. For those of you that are in the Goetia class, stay tuned. Like I said, new module opens up tomorrow. If you're not in the Goetia class, this is going to be a good time for you to join, seeing as to how the veil is thin. More on that later. More on that later. WT says 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. like the studies of old. Right, right. All right, my friends. Good night, good night. Thank you, thank you. Peace, peace, cosmic entity. Pure Peace Zone says, when's the next one? What chapters are next? Next Saturday. Next Saturday, 8 p.m. Probably gonna do 3 chapters. I'm trying to figure out how long these are going. 2 or 3 chapters. Alchemy Gold says, interesting. The Buddha was a heavyweight, full of knowledge and wisdom. Right. And he was so heavy and so overqualified, he couldn't reincarnate in this place no more. Usually when somebody's that heavy, they got to get up out of here, right? They got to get up out of here. All right. Love you guys. Time to go. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace. Thank you. Thank you. All thanks to Miss Dion Fortune, Miss Violet Mary Firth, Miss Dion Fortune. All right, I'm out.